House of Snake and Tome. Book 2 in the Stone Singers Hall. By Thomas K. Carpenter. This is a digitally narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. The dress alone was worth $250,000, gold flake scales hardened by enchantment, pearl inlaid belt cinched around her slender middle, and a silk double-split skirt that revealed her tan thighs. Moriganne tugged on the jade and diamond necklace that lay uncomfortably against her collarbones. "I feel like I'm wearing armor," she said, shifting in the back seat, stretching her neck and grimacing. Andromeda swatted her leg gently. "You're fidgeting more than a toddler who's had too many bowls of fireballs." Moriganne inhaled slowly, willing herself to calm. "Are you sure this doesn't look ridiculous?" "It feels ridiculous. High fashion is supposed to be over the top. Last year, Celeste showed up in what looked like if the Queen of Hearts had banged the Mad Hatter and had a kid." Andromeda checked over her shoulder, her lips coming to a point. The privacy shield was enchanted, but they'd promised each other not to trust the normal protections because they could be compromised. "Aren't you used to wearing weird stuff? This," she tapped on the scaled bodice, "doesn't allow for breathing, which is kind of important for singing. Weird I can deal with. Comfort is a priority for performance." Andromeda stuck her face to the window, which reflected the Mayan necklace tattoo she'd added when they'd been staying at her father's place near Puerto Vallarta. It was the least amount of body modification that she'd had in the time Moriganne had known her. Not even her eyes were changed. They'd been so focused on preparing for this event and the new school year that her youngest sister had barely experimented with new mods. "3 more limos and then you're up," said Andromeda as she put a hand on her knee to calm its bounce. "Don't worry. Nerves are expected. Just remember everything we talked about this summer." "Everything? Low bar," said Moriganne, chuckling. "I thought studying for the coders was hard." The SUV was nearing the red carpet, which only increased Moriganne's heart rate. Camera flashes bounced off the SUV. She flinched even though the tinted window protected her vision. "Oh, one more thing," said Andromeda, smiling slyly. "I had something made. A little extra protection." She reached into the fanny pack around her midsection. An oblong black shape crawled up Andromeda's wrist. "What is it?" asked Moriganne, trying not to recoil. "A scarab. Not real. It's made of discarded insect carapaces. One of the 5th years in my hall made it." Andromeda held up her arm to Moriganne's chest. The insect crawled off her wrist, attaching itself to the thin gold scales. The jagged legs pressed through the gaps against her skin, but for her sister's sake she repressed the urge to shudder. "It'll keep Monique from laying any charms on you. The mandibles will click if it detects that kind of magic." "You really think our mom would do that?" Moriganne hadn't gotten used to calling Victor and Monique her parents. Her real ones were Hal and Judith, long in the grave, but leaving Minerva behind had meant adopting her new family. Never a direct charm, but the perfume she likes to wear was specifically brewed to make her presence appealing, and to make those speaking with her more agreeable to her will. She's not above using that influence, even on her kids, and especially if it's to get back at Vic. When Moriganne made a face, Andromeda continued, "If it's any consolation, if you get into Snake and Tome you'll learn nasty tricks like that too." "When I get into Snake and Tome," said Moriganne. "When?" said Andromeda, nodding. "Hopefully tonight is a formality. Mom's just kicking the tires on her oldest living daughter to see if she's worthy enough." They both knew that was unlikely to be true. Andromeda's flat gaze said as much. The SUV lurched to a stop, which sent Moriganne's heart rate into the stratosphere. Rows of photographers were waiting for her exit. "Shit," said Andromeda, sliding out of the way and pulling her knees to her chest in the shadows of the back seat, as an attendant in a loincloth and jackal headdress pulled the door open. "You're up," squeaked her sister, sticking out her thumb. The red carpet was no stranger to her former self, but she'd had the aura of the Siren of Savannah to wrap around her slender shoulders. Excellence bred the arrogance that one belonged, but Moriganne felt like a complete fraud inside this stolen skin. As she stepped out of the SUV, cameras flashing like 1,000 supernovas, Moriganne put on a mask of conceit. The MoMA Gala ball had to be her return to elite society. If she couldn't maneuver an invite into Snake and Tome, then Victor would cut her out of family decisions. He'd made it clear that entrance into the secret society was a prerequisite to his favor. Moriganne strode up the red carpet, which led to the enormous glass front of the Museum of Magical Artifacts. She wore high heels as if she were born to them, but the hundreds of eyes, both human and camera, made each step towards the entrance a treacherous affair as if she were walking on ice. The relief when the jackal-headed attendant opened the door to the main lobby was sweet, but she never let it travel to her expression, which stayed cold and impartial. Out of the corner of her eye she caught Blake Holston, resplendent in the dress of a Nubian queen, glaring down at her from the balcony. Her fellow stone singer's hair was bound in overlapping braids that formed an architecture hanging off the side of her head, while her voluminous black satin dress was accented with a gold jabot collar and rings around her slender neck. The smoldering hatred could have burned down the entire Amazon forest. Moriganne flexed her shoulders and gave her rival a tiny wave, while lifting the back of her high heel, adding a wink for good measure. When Blake stormed away, Moriganne grinned internally. There was no way she'd get Blake back on her side, so she didn't have to bother playing the third year's game. The Museum of Magical Artifacts was a regular haunt of Minerva's, but she didn't think Moriganne had ever graced the space since she'd been too young, and not important enough to be invited previously, nor would she have chosen to attend the museum on a normal day and mix with the commoners. 2 sets of grand steps swept up to the second floor while an archway led into the central space, which had been transformed for the evening's yearly charity event. She passed a glass case that held a nicked and weathered sword from Alaric the Barbarian of Roman times that had been enchanted by a witchwoman of the Germanic forests. The weapon had drawn a small group of admirers, but it was the musical instrument room in the West Wing that Minerva had loved best. She sighed internally, knowing she wouldn't even get close to exploring the museum. This visit wasn't a sightseeing affair, but an important step to establishing herself in the Charmer family. The grand ballroom had tables spread across the space and a stage near the front that had equipment for a jazz band. Seat assignments meant she'd be forced to smile and nod with Blake and the other hall students that had been allowed attendance. But the pre-dinner social was meant for mixing, earning and spending the social coin that the elites used to keep track of their positions. Her father, Victor Charmer, had arrived early, which was the time reserved for the lesser stations, but at his level within high society, arrival times were irrelevant. He was speaking to a small circle of men and women, professors from the 100 halls, who hung on his every word, laughing and smiling. His stark white hair and goatee made him quite handsome in a tuxedo. He wasn't the only other charmer in attendance, as Aries was there, wearing the headdress of a pharaoh and a white kilt, with hieroglyphs painted on his sculpted chest. The eldest sibling had acquired an audience of fellow members of Chroma and Key, which was the secret society he was the current head of. As a fifth-year coterie of Major's student, he'd made a name for himself, and would be seated with the other older invitees rather than the students. His star was rising. But it was her mother, Monique Laurent Rodriguez, that Moriganne meant to ingratiate herself with. As one of the organizers of the event, Monique held court near the stage, dressed in an elegant black number that showed off her fit and magically sculpted 66-year-old body. The woman looked half her age. Jet black hair. Bronze skin. She should have been wearing the Cleopatra outfit. Moriganne sucked in her gut and put on the mask of resigned amusement that was expected at these functions, as she strode to her mother, who was speaking to a handsome older gentleman in a tuxedo. When she was spotted, her mother held up a finger to her companion and turned to greet her. "Monique. You look fabulous," said Moriganne, leaning in to lightly brush her lips against her cheek, receiving the same. "Moriganne. You look like you were born to be Cleopatra." "Ready to take down an empire?" asked Monique, raising a meticulously drawn eyebrow. Before her mother could offer introductions, Moriganne turned to the older gentleman and held out her hand. Lovely to meet you. I'm Moriganne, Monique's only slightly younger sister. The gentleman chuckled heartily, eyes twinkling with mirth. He accepted her hand with a firm shake, which surprised Moriganne, as she was used to men like him reaching in for an awkward grope or a sweaty kiss to the back of the hand. I know who you are, said the man. Moriganne Charmer. Second year Stone Singer Hall. The pride of St. Jude's Prep. Usually you have to be away from a school for a few years to have a room named after you. It's not that big of a deal. I raised the most money for their yearly charity event. 10 times what any other student had ever raised, said her mother, beaming. Not a small feat. Moriganne smiled demurely as she retracted her hand. You have me at a disadvantage, she said, hoping that her prep with Andromeda during the summer hadn't missed this gentleman. Monique put a hand on her bare shoulder. Standing in her mother's presence was a lesser version of when she'd met Celeste. The weave of sorcery and spells created a magnetic pull. Moriganne had to fight to pay attention to the introduction. This is Silas Abilene. He heads the Marion Abilene Children's Research Hospital, one of the groups that this event will be benefiting, said Monique. We're old friends, though I haven't seen him in years. Silas has been hiding out in the hinterlands of the Midwest. Running a business is more like it, he said with a heavy sigh. We've opened 3 more research hospitals in the last decade, saving countless lives. They specialize in kids who've been affected by supernaturals, said Monique, reaching out and squeezing his forearm. Really tragic stuff. Heartbreaking. Silas is a hero. Silas widened his eyes, adding a slight roll. I'm definitely not the hero. I'm an above-average businessman without a lick of magical ability, who got lucky in the stock market years ago. I'm just trying to pay back my karmic debt. He winked at Moriganne. The doctors and majors who work on staff are the real heroes. I'll make sure my dad writes a big check, said Moriganne. Speaking of heroes, said Monique, as a young woman approached in a wheelchair that was decked out like a chariot, this is Eloise Lake, 5th-year Aura healer, future all-star of the hospital circuit. Thanks for the hype, Monique, but I think I'd better accomplish something before you get all gooey on me, said Eloise in a Midwestern accent, chuckling as she reached out her hand over the front of the chariot. Hi Moriganne. Nice to meet you. Killer Cleopatra outfit. Eloise had a bob of black hair, pink cheeks, and a blanket over her legs. Moriganne accepted her hand. Love the chariot. You look ready for battle. Thank you. Eloise turned to Silas and held out a fist. Hey old man. How's Southside faring? I haven't been to the Chicago unit in years, said Silas, bumping his knuckles against hers. But I'm sure not much has changed since you terrorized the place. Eloise laughed, a rich warm tone that had Moriganne smiling even though she didn't know the details. Guilty, said Eloise, holding up her hands as if she were being arrested. Eloise came through the hospital, said Silas, clearly meaning as a patient. She's one of our brightest success stories, and now she's going to become a world-famous healer and hopefully work at Abilene. He added a wink. I've got years of residency ahead before I think about post-schooling, said Eloise with a sly smile. And then let me see what your benefit package is first. Silas' gaze roved across them. I sense that I'm out of my league, ladies. I'm sure you have hall business to discuss, and I have other donors to court. He pointed to Moriganne. I'll hold you to that promise with your father. I'm good for it, said Moriganne as he slipped away, immediately targeting a new cluster as he waved and called out a greeting. Sweet man. The nicest, said Monique. Shame he's a null. He works his hospitals like he's expecting them to find a cure for old age. He's poured every dime he earned into them. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. Eloise rotated her chariot with a deft spin of the wheels. How was your first year at Stone Singers? There was an adjustment period, but I think I'm finding my way, said Moriganne, wondering how Eloise knew of her. Monique made a derisive noise in the back of her throat that Moriganne first thought was meant for her, until she saw the glance over her shoulder. I think you have an imitation Cleopatra over there, said Monique. The three of them turned to view the middle-aged woman wearing a white shift, with an appropriate headdress. It was clearly tailored and expensive, but paled in comparison to the outfit Moriganne was wearing. Maybe she's one of your body doubles, you know, in case there are assassins here ready to kill you, said Eloise. Don't worry, darling, you're so fade, said Monique. Is that your newest dye test? Asked Moriganne. Or are you still trying it out? It feels good, said Monique with an air of self-importance. Don't you think? Eloise glanced between them, so Moriganne explained what Andromeda had told her only a week before. She likes to put new slang out there as a test of her influence. You know, like putting dye into something to see where the water goes. Eloise leaned back. Seriously? I'm in the business of influence, but if I'm not changing anyone's mind, then I'm doing a terrible job. It gives me a simple way to test which groups are listening to me, and which I need to work on. Last year's dye test was flair. That's crazy. I said that all the time, said Eloise, then glanced to her right. Hey, I have to go talk to someone. It was great meeting you, Moriganne. Maybe we'll be seeing each other again soon. I hope so. The way Eloise ended their conversation had Moriganne hunching her forehead. I wanted you to meet her, said Monique, lifting her chin regally. She's Snake and Tome. Current head, said Monique. If she agrees to your invite, there will be no other discussion. Imagining the look on Blake's face made the corners of her lips tug upward. Does this mean? Not yet. There's something I want you to do for me. No charity for your favorite daughter? A brief flattening of the lips was the only acknowledgement that the comment had been received. Moriganne had been serious, but her mother had taken it for a lark. Monique's fingers moved covertly. A privacy charm. Other attendees could see them, but no sound would leave their bubble. Your father is losing his touch, said Monique. The Celeste business. Monique frowned. He would have never let that get past him before, and he would have punished her for even attempting it, but look at him, sucking up to her like a schoolboy trying to get a handjob from his teacher. The knot of her father and the professors had been joined by the head of alchemists. The statuesque blonde was the son that the others had rotated towards. If it weren't for you and your brother, he'd be knife fighting for hind teat, said Monique, her anger like a bit in the teeth. What are you suggesting? Monique smiled generously. Some of the industrial investors are clamoring for new leadership. Your father is old, and despite all his wealth and power, he won't live forever. Being a null is a major distraction at his age, and frankly, since we're no longer a partnership, the company is suffering. The description of their marriage as a partnership, no romantic allusions implied, said a lot about how the family viewed itself. Would that new leadership be you? Monique held a hand to her chest. Think of the positives. I was always the real brains behind the operation. I have a long life ahead of me, and with a family full of magical children, all well placed in the right halls and societies, we can collectively steer the company and the halls themselves wherever we deem necessary. Without Invictus around, real leadership is needed. The patrons don't have the balls to grab the horns, so why not us? In any other circumstances it would have sounded audacious, but for the Charmer family it was fact. You want my support in exchange for the invite, said Moriganne. Why give him an advantage for nothing, said Monique coldly, nostrils flaring. What about giving your daughter an advantage? Monique stared back. You toil on his behalf. She checked back to her father. With everything she knew about Victor, which was probably only the tip of the iceberg, going against him seemed dangerous. Monique was making a play, but from the outside. She knew Andromeda wouldn't agree with their mother. Victor was the real power, even as a null and at his advanced age. What happens if you fail? I'm screwed, said Moriganne. And it's not like I have a full voting share. If some of his children turn against him, it'll be a signal for the investors. They're watching to see how solid his position is. Change like this is all about momentum, and nothing is certain, said Monique, eyes intent, but if you join with me we'll have a better shot. Besides, he'll punish you for not getting into Snake and Tome. Screwed either way. When we win you'll come out on top, make up for the ground you lost to Aries, said Monique. Your son. It came out harshly, but the comment didn't faze her mother as she thought it should. We all know that you're the best of my children, said Monique. The decision made her dress and jewelry double their weight. The rage inside was tempered by her surroundings. Moriganne wanted to march outside for a breath of fresh air, but there was no escaping the museum. If she'd had a phone on her, she might have called Andromeda for advice. I can't, said Moriganne, knowing in her gut it was the right choice. You're asking too much. Can't you do this because you're my mother? Monique raised an eyebrow. You certainly didn't take my side in the divorce. Everyone cozied up to him because he greased your palms. Why shouldn't I assert my influence with my own children? I can't. It'd be suicide. It'll be suicide to attach yourself to a man who isn't well, and who can't live forever. If he didn't have his wealth he'd be dead already with his health problems, said Monique, inhaling sharply through her nose. Whichever one of your brothers and sisters come over first, I will reward handsomely. The latecomers will only get the scraps. The best that Moriganne could do was smile. Even though it wasn't really her mother, contempt was a brand of steaming ice against her chest. Monique softened her expression. But because you're my daughter, I will give you a chance to change your mind. Final choices for invites won't be for another month, but once that decision is made, there's nothing more I can do. And since your siblings have joined the other societies, I know that you have one and only one choice. She leaned in close and gave her a peck on the cheek. Love you, Mori. I need to mingle. The ache went bone deep. If she couldn't get into Snake and Tome, then she was in trouble with Victor. She'd promised Andromeda and the real Moriganne that she would help them. Hell, she'd promised herself. No more getting walked over by the Ians and Dwights of the world, and if anyone was emblematic of that, it was Victor Chalmer. To compose herself, Moriganne headed to the side of the stage, feigning adjusting her pearl-inlaid belt. She needed air, but a quiet moment by herself would have to do. Moriganne inhaled deeply, practicing the amused indifference that was her mask. It worked until the band headed out of a nearby door, and second in line, holding a cherry-red long-dock guitar, was a familiar face. She didn't even realize her jaw had dropped until the band members looked up, squinting in confusion. It was Darian, the lead guitarist of her old band. Chapter 2. His appearance caught her by surprise. She slammed her lips closed, but it was too late. He'd spotted her confusion. Darian slowed, approached with his head tilted. He had a kind soul, beautiful brown eyes, and a touch of grey in his closely shorn hair. Are you okay, miss? Miss. She was nearly 40 years his junior, but the differences in class were as wide as the ocean. The last time she'd seen him was at her funeral. Emotions welled up, collecting in her throat and making speaking difficult. The other band members floated by, leaving the two of them alone. She blurted out the first thing on her mind. You used to be in Minnie and the Moves. He blinked, his head shifting back in surprise. Wouldn't have guessed you for a fan. He glanced over her shoulder into the increasingly crowded ballroom. Sorry to bother you. I guess I just recognized you and couldn't remember where at first. She paused. Have a great show. Moriganne turned away, catching in a sideways glance that Victor had witnessed the entire encounter. Her whole body went numb. She headed for the bar, mind whirling with concerns. While she waited for the charity's special drink, a Carcade martini, she picked at her fingernail absently. Straight out of the conversation with Monique, she'd been caught off guard by Darian's appearance. As the bartender handed her the cranberry-colored drink, she found Victor standing behind her, red-rimmed eyes creased at the corners. "That musician wasn't bothering you, was he?" asked Victor flatly. Jazz music softly began. Moriganne refocused her attention away from the song and onto her father. "No. Everything's fine. It didn't look like it. I know who he is. I guess an old memory surfaced. Caught me off guard." She smiled, placing her hand on his forearm. "It's good." He nodded. "And Monique?" "Catching up. She's Snake and Tome alumni after all." His gaze narrowed. "A snake is apt for her. Don't let her bamboozle you. She thinks she has influence in this town. She doesn't have shit." He patted her on the arm. "That being said, I assume you've got your invite locked up. Can't have my favorite daughter without a knife to fight with. If I would have been in a secret society, it would have been Snake and Tome. Probably would have taught them a thing or two. You would have killed it, Vic. Don't worry about Monique. She's just being her." He raised his eyebrows. "That's what I'm worried about. But we're good, right?" "We're good." She nodded. "Good," he said real slow. "Now be a good girl and go get that invite. It's critical." He walked off, leaving Moriganne by herself. She downed half the drink before remembering she needed her wits. The dinner would be starting soon, so she circulated through the crowd, engaging in small talk, thankful for Andromeda's preparation, eventually finding her spot at the table with Blake Holston, who had already taken her seat. "Hey Blake," said Moriganne as she slid into her spot next to her fellow stone singer, "you look breathtaking." After a brief creasing of the eyes, Blake responded, "Not as exquisite as you. I've counted 4 Cleos, but you make them look like drugstore Halloween versions." She paused. "Didn't see you this summer anywhere." Anywhere. She meant the elite parties and gatherings. Earlier, Moriganne had thought her invitation to Snake and Tome locked up, but without her mother's support, she'd have to court her own votes. She didn't know what to say until Andromeda's advice floated into her mind. No one does anything for free. If you have leverage, use it. Otherwise they'll think you're weak and crush you. It sucks, but it's the way the world works. It was what Ian and Dwight and countless others had done to her, and it was the part of the music business she'd hated, but look how things had turned out. She vowed to do things differently this time through. "Working for my father overseas. He puts a lot of trust in my opinion. How's the hotel business? I saw your father had to close some branches in Asia." Moriganne raised an eyebrow. "Maybe I could put in a good word. I'm sure we could push some business your way to keep the wolves from smelling blood." Blake's smile never faltered, but the light in her eyes flickered. The old Moriganne had been the dominant one in their relationship, until last year in Stone Singers. "Business is great," said Blake. "We're consolidating some struggling units, but this will help us grow the brand larger. We are the luxury destination of choice." 100 different versions of what she wanted to say flew through her head like a flock of sparrows, noisy and fluttering, making it hard to pick out the right bird. "No hesitating," Andromeda had told her. "It might be wrong, but better than looking like you don't know what you're doing. You can always adjust. Holston was the luxury brand of choice, but you're not anymore. There's a lot we could do for each other, Blake," said Moriganne. The reaction wasn't the one she wanted. Blake's head tilted suddenly, making the impressive architecture quiver, but whoever had wrapped it had done a remarkable job because it stayed in place. The third year glanced towards Monique, a grin forming on her lips. "She's not going to help you," said Blake, who looked like she'd been crowned Empress of the world. "Isn't that delicious? And now you come to me, desperate for a good word. Moriganne dear. I'm not above putting aside petty disagreements, but if you want my vote, it's going to cost you a lot more than having your father's ancient lips getting his spit all over my father's clients' asses." Her eyelids hovered lower and she raised her empty martini glass. I seem to be empty. Be a good little lamb and fetch me a refill. The conversation around the table died. Covert gazes watched the proceedings with amusement and horror, waiting to see what she would do. Andromeda hadn't covered this. Faces. Names. Who was related to who? Those lessons had been simple compared to the social jujitsu that Blake had just performed on her. It felt like a no-win situation. I could use a drink myself, said Moriganne, starting to rise. I'd be happy to grab you one on my way. Blake's expression hardened. No. You're getting mine and mine alone. She held out her glass like a goblet of poisoned wine. Moriganne had no idea exactly how the votes were given in each secret society, but she knew enough that having a single vocal voice against you was a death knell. She collected the glass from Blake and headed to the bar as gasps and chatter erupted behind her. By the time she returned to the table, the air at the table felt barbed. Blake accepted the drink without comment, not that one was necessary. She'd shown everyone the pecking order. Returning to her seat, she found the others had no interest in talking to her. Moriganne was saved from further embarrassment when dinner was served. She barely picked at the duck confit and found herself watching Darian play his guitar on the stage, indulging herself with thoughts of the past. What he was doing wasn't a real concert. The band was meant to serve as background noise. They called these gigs squeezers because they sucked the life out of you, playing for an audience of uninterested patrons. But they paid the bills. Watching him noodle through the standard chords of the soft jazz songs, she was reminded that he'd long been interested in her, but Ian had poisoned that well. Their lives would be quite different if she'd taken him up on his romantic offers. She'd probably be alive in her old body, because the two of them surely would have found a way to make their music careers work. Got the squishies for the guitar player? The question came through the fog. Moriganne shook herself loose. Huh. Blake let the corner of her lips rise. You've been staring at him for the last 10 minutes instead of eating. Moriganne checked her plate to find the glazed duck barely touched. I've had better, she said absently, thinking about the duck, but then realizing that it sounded like she was speaking of Darian. She'd let her thoughts wander. Moriganne sucked in her stomach and refocused. Nothing had gone as planned for the gala. The music mercifully ended, and the band shuffled off stage to be replaced by Monique, who would be leading the auction portion of the event. The items that were bid upon were a mix of artifacts donated by wealthy patrons, and lesser pieces from the museum. As the attendees threw around bids in the six figures, Moriganne reviewed potential openings with Blake, but at every comment, she heard a decisive rebuke from her rival. She wondered if she was cut out for this world. The others wielded their verbal knives like they were born with them, while she fumbled her blade, letting it drop into her unprotected foot. Moriganne. She looked into Blake's brown eyes. The way her name had been said sent chills down her spine. Blake leaned over so no one else could hear their conversation. Everyone was focused on the auction, making her job easier. I saw your lover boy head into the men's bathroom. I want you to go in there and offer yourself to him. Blow him, fuck him, I don't care, but you'd better get him off right there in the middle of the tile floor. That's the price for my vote. Moriganne could barely understand the words, as if a fog had risen up in her mind, but when she realized the scarab on her chest was clicking softly, she knew that Blake was using some kind of charm on her. A burst of heat from the scarab washed away the fog, letting her think clearly. She couldn't say no, but she couldn't go through with it either. While her mind whirled with the awful possibilities, Moriganne nodded as if she'd succumbed to the charm and quietly headed towards the men's bathroom, which was around the corner from the main ballroom. Two men dressed like pharaohs from different eras stood washing their hands when she entered. She didn't know either of them, but everyone was connected to everyone. Word would get out. You're in the wrong room, said the pharaoh with smudged black eyes. Seems unlikely, said Moriganne. I'm sure if I screamed the two of you would be in more trouble. The two pharaohs glanced at each other and then, without turning off the water or drying their hands, hurried out of the bathroom. Moments later, Darian came out of the stall and moved to the sink, already flowing with hot water, raising an eyebrow in her direction but not saying a word. Moriganne checked under the stalls quickly before standing next to Darian, who was in the middle of lathering his hands with bubbly soap. He raised an eyebrow while barely turning his head. "This seems like more than an overzealous fan experience," he said. "You have to leave," said Moriganne. "Let someone bring you your guitar later, anything else just leave it. Leave the MoMA. Take a vacation somewhere for a while but don't stay in the city. Now wait a second. I might be a poor musician but you don't treat me like that," he said, facing off with her. She couldn't have been more proud of him, even if his resistance was misguided in this instance. "I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, but my interest in you from your mini and the moves days has created problems," she said. A man in an outlandish green Osiris mask with a golden whip pushed into the bathroom, until Moriganne spun around and speared him with her gaze. He did a double take and then immediately left. "I'm sorry. It is not your fault, but trust me, you don't want to be noticed." Darian kept washing his hands and shaking his head. "You're crazy, girl. I don't know what kind of prank this is, but you should be ashamed of yourself." Between her father's and Blake's threats, she knew she had to persist, but he was making it hard. "Darian. Please. As she wanted to say friend and admirer, you're making a mistake. I'll gladly send some money your way to help fund this long vacation. Just walk out that door right now. It's a smart move. Take it." Shaking his hands free of water, he eyed her carefully, as if he was starting to take her seriously, but then he squeezed his lips tight. "Nope. I'm sick of getting pushed around. Rich people like you think you own the world. It ain't right. But it's true. Rich people do own the world. Excuse me, miss, but I need to get out of here and get back to my band. We're playing again after the auction," said Darian, grabbing a folded towel from the stack. Moriganne closed her eyes briefly before deciding it was the only way she could get him to listen to her. It was for his safety. "Darian. It's me, Minerva." He froze mid-drying. His lips snarled in anger. "Get my friend's name off your lips." "No. Really. It's me, Minerva. It's a long story, but I got mixed up in these rich people's games and now I'm in here." She sighed. 1998, we played the Dutch Hound in Pittsburgh. Your brother had just died and you didn't want to play, but we sat in the back room for an hour while the crowd got restless, talking about your favorite memories of him, like when you and he were kids and you found this big snapping turtle stuck in a drain pipe and got him out using sticks and a blanket. The longer she talked, the more his eyes widened. "What kind of sorcery is this?" "The real kind," said Moriganne. "Come on. I know our world rarely intersected theirs, but now it has, and you have to take it seriously. Leave. Leave now. I'll send money and when things blow over, we can talk. Until then, don't say anything to anyone. You'll put both our lives in danger." His face was racked with emotion. "I buried you. Grieved you. Darian. Go." He dropped the towel on the floor and stumbled out of the door. She followed, breathing a sigh of relief when she saw him headed to the side exit, glancing behind him. Once she was sure he was gone, Moriganne collected herself and returned to their table. Blake's smug expression could have smothered a nun. "How was he?" she asked, leaning over. "Not there," said Moriganne, trying to keep as neutral as possible. Blake's forehead hunched as she glanced in the direction of the bathrooms. "Shame. He would have had the night of his life." Blake patted her on the hand. "Guess you don't have my vote yet. Don't worry, there's still time." Chapter 3. The first day of school came a week after the MoMA charity gala. Moriganne worried after Darian the whole time but didn't want to contact him in case she was being watched, but returning to the Bloom had her facing the prospect of Blake Holston. Andromeda hadn't thought the gala was a complete tragedy, but didn't have any advice for how to get invited into Snake and Tome. She agreed that siding with their mother was suicide, but had no idea how to get Blake not to veto her acceptance. The disastrous gala disappeared from her mind the moment she saw Audrey in the common area, a pair of headphones around her neck. Audrey! Maury! They collapsed into a hug. You look different, said Audrey, pulling away. More at peace with myself, said Moriganne. She extended her arm. And a lovely tan from the Mexican coast. You look different too. How was the summer internship? Super chill, said Audrey. The owner is an alumni, so he introduced me to a lot of people in the business around Chicago. Not just stone singers but all sorts of halls. That's what it is, you're not wearing an anime or concert t-shirt, said Moriganne, putting a fingernail to her chin. Audrey made a short curtsy in her long pleated skirt and white long-sleeved blouse, which had a cursive M on the front where a pocket might be located. I had to buy professional clothes. Wish I'd taken you up on your offer last year at the boutique, but it was fun to pick out new outfits. This is a Meraki, said Audrey, tugging on the cursive M. Their conversation was paused when Audrey's lips flattened. Moriganne felt Blake's presence even before she turned to look, wishing she hadn't as soon as her rival smirked. Hey, said Audrey, biting her lower lip apprehensively, I overheard some of the upper class talking earlier, something about a bathroom at a charity gala? Moriganne's gut tightened. Completely untrue. Blake's holding an invite to Snake and Tome over my head. I couldn't say no to what she asked, but I couldn't go through with it either. Why do you care about those dumb societies? I don't really have a choice, said Moriganne. My father expects it. Don't do it. Didn't your youngest sister opt out of the family drama? It's more complicated than that, said Moriganne. I wish it wasn't. I wish I could explain, I really do. If she were in Audrey's shoes, she'd have the same thoughts. But she'd seen the power that people like Victor wielded, and how he'd used it for awful things. She couldn't let him continue unchecked. You'd rather deal with Blake? Don't you have a trust or something to fall back on so you don't have to engage in this weird dick measuring? I assure you it's not about status for status' sake. It's about real power. People get hurt all the time because of the decisions men like my father make, said Moriganne. Because we're friends, I'll pretend like I believe you, said Audrey, hooking an arm around hers. Let's go check out our rooms. I'm excited to have a place without noisy neighbors. The guy next to me kept playing heavy metal on his guitar at 2 a.m. when he got home from work, so when I showed up to his door and he slammed it shut on me, I broke down the frame, which admittedly would have been a hell of a lot cooler if it hadn't have taken an hour, but the look. Miss Chalmer, came a stern voice from across hall. Professor Zeng filled the hallway with her presence. Her black robes were still around her slight frame, yet she loomed large. Yes, Professor. A word. Audrey squeezed her arm and pumped her eyebrows before heading the other direction. Moriganne joined the professor, who immediately swept down the hallway, requiring hurried steps to keep up. Is this about? A severe glance evaporated the words on Moriganne's lips. The corridors turned unfamiliar, less uniform. A doorway was tilted on an angle. When she turned her head to check out a cross passage, a twinge of vertigo hit, and sometimes when she looked back the hallway was gone. The strange architecture of the bloom made for surprises, but this seemed even more odd than normal. Are we? Without turning her head, Professor Zeng said, not all areas of the bloom are meant for students, but we need a safe place for you to practice. They came to a pair of stone doors carved with a palace on a high hill, which swung wide when the professor brushed her fingertips against them, revealing a large room filled with old marble sculptures. Moriganne's eye was immediately drawn to a statue of a handsome man with broad shoulders. Horns like a bull's curved from his forehead. But it was the statue of a woman with short hair, clutching a clipboard, an impish smile on her lips revealing dimples that had the professor staring with the corners of her eyes creased. The brief, almost unrecognizable display of emotion was banished when the professor snarled, "Old art projects," as she turned and faced Moriganne as if they were about to battle. She took a step back reflexively. "Professor. Summon your winds." "What? We're starting now." Zheng clasped her hands in front of her, frown plastered on her lips. "Do you need a formal invitation?" No, said Moriganne, settling into a singing position. She inhaled deeply, then stretched her mouth wide like a lion yawning. "I didn't ask you to warm up, Miss Charmer. I asked you to summon your winds." Moriganne cleared her throat and opened her mouth to sing. She'd practiced sparingly during the summer. Andromeda had kept her busy at the ranch. The crack in her voice earned the downward curling of the professor's lips, but Moriganne persisted, letting a low resonance form, then as her throat warmed, added more volume while trickling in phase. She feared that whatever she'd managed last year no longer worked. It felt like it was taking forever, then a breeze tickled her hair, sending blonde strands in front of her eyes and fluttering the professor's robes as she stared back stoically. Moriganne coaxed the winds to greater speeds, swirling around them until the professor's silky black hair was permanently in her face. It felt like the early gusts of an incoming hurricane. Enough. The verbal slice had Moriganne clamping her lips shut. The winds continued apace for a few seconds after she'd stopped singing, which prompted a slight eyebrow raise. When stillness returned, Professor Zheng hooked the hair that had fallen in front of her face behind her ears. The weight of her gaze had Moriganne questioning her demonstration. The black robes made the professor into a judge, but what crime had she committed? "That will do for today." "I don't understand," said Moriganne. "I wanted to see for myself how you control the winds, which will inform the next steps of your training," said Professor Zheng. "We will meet here every other week in the evening. The room is keyed to your hall badge, and you should be able to find it now that you have been here. Arrive warmed up and ready to work. I will not tolerate lateness. You're free to return to the student section. Do not wander." "Thank you, Professor. What is this room called?" "You know, it'll help me find it again." Professor Zheng glanced sideways. "The Crete room." Moriganne excused herself, as the professor stayed in the spot she had been in during the demonstration. She stared at the floor as if she'd been presented with an impossible problem. On the way back, exploring the restricted regions tickled her curiosity, but Moriganne did as her professor asked and returned to the student section of the Bloom. Chapter 4. The first week of introductions to their classes went by in a flash. Then the newly initiated to the 100 halls arrived at the Bloom after completing their Merlin trials. Moriganne was fascinated by their expressions of both exhaustion and wonder. Though details weren't given, she heard the trials had been particularly brutal this year. After Arcane Ensemble class with Professor Williams, Moriganne cornered Audrey, who had her headphones around her neck as she thumbed through her phone. "Could I borrow you for a few hours? I'm meeting someone for lunch." "I don't want to go alone," said Moriganne. Her friend agreed, so they headed to the train station. Moriganne paid for tickets and found the platform. "You look like you've done this before," said Audrey, hunching her forehead. "I thought Charmers only rode in protected limousines and SUVs." "We snuck out as kids to ride the trains because Vic forbade it," said Moriganne. "Slumming it with the poor folks," said Audrey, elbowing her playfully as the train arrived. "I'd be happy to take your private SUV if you're too good for it." "Where are we headed, anyway?" "A little diner in the 6th ward. The person we're meeting doesn't know I'm showing up," said Moriganne, chewing on her lower lip. Audrey's expression fell. "Who?" "Eloise Lake. She's current head of Snake and Tome, 5th year Aura Healers. I thought it'd be easier if we arrived together. Plus she's from Chicago." "I wish you would have told me what you were roping me into before we left," said Audrey. "Would you have said no?" asked Moriganne. "Probably. The secret societies are silly. A bunch of would-be grown-ups playing in exclusive clubs," said Audrey. They're not silly. They're serious stuff. Even if Andromeda hadn't given her the lowdown on each one of them, Moriganne would have only had to know that Victor was interested in them to understand that. Deadly serious. But if you don't want to come, I'll pay for your taxi home when we get off the train if you want, but I could use the help. Audrey gave a little shake of the head. I'll stay, but only because we're friends, though I wonder sometimes. Do rich people ever do anything for the sake of friendship? Or is there always a catch? Thank you. It means a lot. Audrey raised an eyebrow. I still think you should say the hell with it and forget their games. If you don't play the game, you don't get a say in the game, said Moriganne. Did you just make that up? It's pretty good, said Audrey. Moriganne opened her mouth to respond about the decades of writing lyrics, until she remembered that Audrey didn't know who she'd been before. Heard it somewhere probably. After a moment of rumbling silence as the train banked around a corner, brakes squealing, Audrey asked, "So what are they like?" Moriganne smiled. "There are a dozen or so, but only 4 that matter. Chroma and Key. Silence. Well and Stone. Snake and Tome. I don't know why they were formed, but they've been around since the early days of the halls. Some say they were another attempt by Invictus to bind the halls together when they were prone to infighting. They're the reason the rich stay rich," said Audrey. "You're not wrong, but they're more than that." Moriganne smiled to herself. Before this summer with Andromeda, none of this had been known to her, but now here she was, explaining them as if she'd been born to this world. Each society specializes in a particular arcane craft. Like another hall. Sort of. But more focused. Silence deals with augury and prediction, Well and Stone studies phase, Snake and Tome works on charms for influencing people, and Chroma and Key on demonology. Which is forbidden, said Audrey, rolling her eyes, but you know Coterie ignores those prohibitions. Limitless, my ass. She knew that Aries was studying demonology under Professor Sinclair, but only smiled. As long as they weren't trying to summon demons into this realm, they were within the bounds of scholarship. Seems like Well and Stone got the short stick for societies. Audrey shifted her mouth to the side. I think I'd like silence. It'd be useful to know the future. Play the stock market, that sort of thing, but Snake and Tome sounds pretty cool too. She poked her in the arm. But don't you ever use one of them on me. I'd have to get in first, but yes, I promise never to use a charm on you. The butcher's knife was stuck between a yarn store and a wizard's coffee. The counter only seated a half dozen, while 4 sets of booths lined the wall, and the sounds of a sizzling griddle filled the air. Moriganne's stomach clenched when she saw Eloise seated in a booth that had extra room for her wheelchair, shoving a piece of syrup-drenched waffle into her mouth. Eloise, said Moriganne, hating the fake astonishment in her voice, what a nice surprise. The aura healer put her fork down while finishing her bite of waffle. Moriganne. Something tells me this wasn't an accident, but since you've gone through the trouble of tracking down my favorite lunch spot and ambushing me, you might as well have a seat. This is my friend and fellow stone singer, Audrey Knowles, said Moriganne as she slid into the booth. Audrey, this is Eloise Lake. A waitress in a light blue outfit appeared with a scratch pad, chewing gum, looking straight out of the 60s. Before Moriganne could order, Eloise said, 2 more of the usual and whatever they want to drink. I love waffles, said Audrey, patting her hands together. The sugar keeps me going at the teaching hospital, said Eloise, shoveling another bite in. My brother Ivan brews some excellent pick-me-ups. I could get you some. Eloise shook her head. I know who your brother is and I'll pass. Everything's all well and good until he flubs a mix and suddenly the things in the veil can see you. The answer was followed by an awkward silence. Audrey cleared her throat and said, Maury tells me you're from Chicago. I grew up in Englewood. Oh no way, I'm from mid-state really, but after the accident they sent me to the Abilene Children's Research Hospital. Not far from you in Avalon. Audrey leaned forward. Small world. I hope it's not too forward to ask about the accident. No problem at all. We were overseas on holiday when we got attacked by a djinn. Killed my parents and cursed me to never walk again. That's how I ended up at the hospital. I'm so sorry, said Audrey, reaching forward across the table. It is what it is, said Eloise, lifting a fork with a shrug. In some ways, I would say I wouldn't be at the halls if it weren't for it happening. I hope to save more lives than were lost that day. The conversation was interrupted when the waitress appeared with 2 plates stacked with waffles and bacon strips. Moriganne attacked the waffles right away, prompting an eyebrow raise from Eloise. So, you traveled all the way here? I've got a few more minutes before I have to be back, so make your pitch, said Eloise, hands resting in her lap. Moriganne quickly swallowed the waffle. I want to get into Snake and Tome. I know Blake will veto me, but you can override her. At this point, I'm offering a blank check. Whatever you want that I can get, or even things you don't think I can get, I'll make it happen. A generous offer, said Eloise. I appreciate you not flogging the bush, but I can't help you. Monique. Eloise clucked her tongue. She's our most important alumni. She's made it clear that my favor is hers to give, and I'm sorry, Moriganne, your mom trumps you. You're either gonna have to agree to whatever she wanted, or get Blake on your side, if that's even possible. I'm sure you'd have the votes otherwise, you'd bring a lot to the society, but Blake would rather give a handjob to the entire Protector's Hall than let you in. The price she demands is too high. I heard, said Eloise. Sucks that the rumors have crowded out the truth. You know. Of course I do. I figured she tried to charm you. Not sure how you got around that, but I appreciate that you didn't say anything. It's one reason I even invited you to sit down. You know how to keep your mouth shut. She pushed away from the table and maneuvered her wheelchair into the aisle. You'll have to excuse me, I need to get back to the hospital. Don't worry about the bill. It's on me. It was nice meeting you, Audrey, but I'd be careful being Moriganne's wingman. Being her friend can be dangerous. After Eloise left, Audrey turned on her. What did that last part mean? Moriganne sighed. Blake. She's right. I should have thought of that. Blake knows you're my friend, which means that you're probably in her crosshairs. If you want, we can stage a public blow-up and you can avoid me the rest of the year. It'd only be fair. I don't want you to get hurt. The half-lidded eyes and quiet smirk eventually turned into the shaking of her head. That's quite possibly the nicest thing you've ever said to me. She narrowed her eyes. Which only slightly makes up for the shitty thing you did by inviting me. But don't worry. I'm not worried about whatever Blake thinks she can do to me. I spent 4 years of high school as a chubby band geek. There's not a lot that she can do to hurt me. Chapter 5. The failure to get Eloise's vote for Snake and Tome weighed on Moriganne in the week after the diner visit. She was studying in her room, feet on a chair while she sat on her bed with the harmonics of the gods' tome in her lap, but every time she tried to read the text her mind drifted back to her problem. There was no way she could talk to Blake, not after what she'd tried to make her do to Darian in the men's bathroom at the MOMA, which left her mother's offer as her only way out. But that was political suicide. She'd get in the society, only to lose everything she'd worked for with her father. Everything she'd told herself about getting back at those in power, everything she'd promised to the real Moriganne in the graveyard, to Andromeda, it wasn't going to matter because she couldn't do the things they wanted. Maybe Audrey was right, she should cut her losses with her family. Not getting into Snake and Tome would make her an outcast. She could become like Andromeda and have no real say in the family business. It would be a lot like being Minerva, who'd been outside the music industry because of Ian's influence. She was used to that. The phone rang in her pocket. She pulled it out to find Andromeda calling her. Hey Andy, good timing. You know, I've been thinking about this Snake and Tome business. I don't know if there's a way to make the invite happen. Mori. The way Andromeda said her name made her push the tome off her lap and put her feet to the floor. What's wrong? I sent you a link. She heard the sound of soft breathing. I'm so sorry. An image bloomed into existence when she pressed her thumb on it. Darian's handsome face stared back at her. The headline ran, "Guitarist found dead in Undercity." What? Moriganne's hand went to her mouth. Her body curled on itself. Andromeda's voice echoed from the phone, which had dropped on the bed, but she couldn't hear it. The urge to summon the winds and destroy everything around her bubbled up in her chest until she glanced up, seeing the mad glare in her eyes reflected in the mirror, which frightened her. The rage dissipated like smoke. I'll kill her, said Moriganne when she picked up the phone. Who? Blake. She did this somehow, right? No, said Andromeda. It couldn't have been her. That's not her style. I mean, she's capable of some gross stuff, but murder. That's not how the game is played. Victor then, said Moriganne, remembering their conversation after she'd reacted to Darian's appearance. Broken hells, I got my friend killed. Victor had Darian killed because he bothered his daughter. He's capable of a lot of nasty things, but I don't think it's him either, said Andromeda. Too much risk for such a small problem. He'd be more likely to pay him off and send him overseas. One of his maxims is the risk should match the reward. This doesn't stack up. I guess. You'd know him better, said Moriganne as she pressed her fingertips against the bridge of her nose and squeezed to relieve the pressure building up in her forehead. Then who? Who killed him? Did he have any debt issues? Reasons he would have been in the Undercity. That's a dangerous place. Even the police won't go there. It could have been bad luck or a bad choice. No. I don't believe that. Darian was the best of people. He didn't deserve to get mixed up in this business. You don't know it was. I do, said Moriganne. Remember, I'm the one who should have died back in your father's suite. Andromeda cleared her throat. Our father. Yeah, whatever. Moriganne. It wasn't an accident. Not after what happened at the gala. I don't know who did it, but I have to find out. I have to bring my friend justice. Aren't you a little overbooked as it is? You still haven't found a way into Snake and Tome, and without that, forget all the other benefits of being a charmer. But if it was your father, our father, if he was involved somehow, then getting out now is the best. Moriganne pounded her fist on her thigh. I need to get into Snake and Tome. At least then I'll have resources. If I don't, then Vic will keep me out of normal channels, but if I'm in the society, I can use those connections. It's risky. Is there any way I can agree to support Monique, and then back out later? Nope, said Andromeda. She'll have you sign away your life. She has Vindicator blood. A pause. You know, I don't think it's Victor, but if it is, just gaming this out, joining Monique's side will only put you in further danger. You think he'd kill his own daughter? The one he thinks I am? No. There's no way. Even he's not that bad. But Solstice died in the Undercity. There's probably no connection. Going down there is a huge risk. I overheard 2 professors from my hall talking about a trip they took once. Wanted to see if it was as bad as everyone said it was. They barely got out with their lives. You think Solstice is linked to this? No, said Andromeda, that's not what I'm saying. She died 4 years ago to something probably big and hairy down there. Wrong place at the wrong time kind of thing. We knew she was going down there regularly, but thought she had it handled. But if I'm wrong, and I don't think I am. Big if. If I'm wrong, going the direction you're thinking will make what you did in the vault look like giving candy to a baby. You'd better be damn sure you're ready for the consequences. I'm ready. Are you sure? Remember Victor's maxim. The risk should match the reward. It sucks your friend was killed, but even if you did manage to pin it on Blake or Victor, they'd probably get out of it. He's dead, and nothing you can do will bring him back. If you're wrong and it was bad luck, then this path will only lead to ruin. But if you're right and someone was behind it, someone powerful, then that's gonna be hella worse. There may not be any political or financial benefit to finding who killed my friend, but if no one ever stands up to the powerful, then when do they stop? Moriganne leaned forward, elbows on knees. Are you going to keep helping me? You know it, sis. The quick response made Moriganne smile despite the heavy mood. Good, because I won't win if I'm doing this by myself. First things first, I need to notify Monique that I've changed my mind. No, said Andromeda. That's not the first thing you need to do. What is it then? In this world, if you can't put the knife in while staring into your enemy's eyes, then no one will respect you or want to work with you. You need to tell Victor what you're doing and why. Seriously. Seriously. Shit. Cold feet already? Moriganne sighed. I'll do it. When? Next year. 5 years from now. When the moon explodes and falls into the sun. How about this afternoon? He's in Prague meeting with their president until Saturday, said Moriganne. I'll do it when he gets back. That still leaves a few days before the Snake and Tome votes. Mori. What? There's no turning back after this. I know. But I have to do it. I'm going to, whatever the consequences. Chapter 6. Moriganne arrived early in the Crete room. The way there had taken her past passages and doorways she'd never seen before, including an archway that led to a fountain made of crystals, but she did as the professor had asked and had not wandered. While she waited, she examined the statues. First, a sculpture of the man with horns drew her attention. His raw power and trembling sexuality was captured in the curve of his jaw and the intensity of his gaze. But then she found herself staring at the short-haired woman with the clipboard. An odd choice for a subject, but the juxtaposition of keen gaze mixed with mischievousness left Moriganne more deeply curious, especially since the professor had reacted to it upon their first visit. The professor arrived shortly after with an ornate box under her arm, barely acknowledging Moriganne, and only briefly glancing to the statue. Zheng searched instead for somewhere to set her load. When she didn't find one, she approached the statue of a squat dog with a wide face and started singing, coaxing the stone to a new shape. Within the span of a minute, the shoulders and back of the dog flattened until it formed a makeshift table where she set the box. She opened it, revealing 7 colored glass balls, each the size of her fist and matching the rainbow. Professor Zheng pulled out a brass hammer, striking each ball in turn. They emitted a pure note, climbing up the scale, and floated into the air above the velvet-cushioned box as if they were mere soap bubbles. Cool trick. The professor raised her eyebrows slightly. These are Venota stones. They were made for a tempest centuries ago, and now they will be yours while you are in this room. What happened to the tempest? She died when a stone hit her in the head because she lacked the proper control. Smashing. Can't wait to get started, said Moriganne. Give me a middle G using the resonance that make the winds, said the professor. Moriganne had spent the afternoon warming up before she entered the Crete room. The note came more easily than it had in the past. A breeze tousled her hair, but the floating glass balls didn't move. The professor seemed intent on the blue ball, which she assumed was the G note. As the winds picked up, swirling around them and kicking up dust in the forgotten room, the blue ball quivered ever so slightly. Professor Zheng sliced her hand through the air and Moriganne dropped the note. Good. It seems you are a tempest. The ball barely moved. I couldn't do what you just did if I attempted it 1,000 times, said the professor. Why is that? Because you have a high affinity to the element of air. Most mages are generalists when it comes to the 5 elements. They might favor one or another slightly, but the difference is negligible. Occasionally, majors come along that are strongly linked to a single element. It explains why you cannot shape stone because earth must be a null for you or close to it, but in turn you're extremely strong with air. Which makes me a tempest? No. Air affinity alone is not enough, said Professor Zeng, searching her face. Pain and tragedy are the hallmarks of a tempest, but I see nothing but a spoiled rich girl, so maybe we're wrong about how they're formed. The professor reached into a pocket and pulled out 2 bracelets made of dense material. They looked like twisted rocks. Moriganne slipped them on when offered, the rough surface scratching her skin. Zeng whispered a spell, 2 short gestures, and touched the bracelets, which briefly glowed from within before returning to their dull state. I've set the bracelets on the lowest setting. I want you to repeat the G note, focusing your voice on moving the ball. Moriganne wasn't interested in whatever pithy response the professor probably had saved up for when she asked what the bracelets were for, so she launched into the G note, filling her chest with resonance and phase like she had the last time. As soon as the vibration hit the floating blue ball, pain surrounded her body as if she were being encased in 1,000 tiny shocks. The note dropped and the pain went away. What in the broken hells was that? Training. If you can manage to control yourself and the ball during the exercise, then there's hope for you to control being a tempest. But why is it painful? For the same reason that supernatural creatures related to wind and air are always in pain. It's what gives them strength. A banshee cannot exist beyond the veil without it. Wind is too ephemeral for humans to control. Too easy. That's why it cascades out of control like the time you destroyed the stone blocks in my class. Wind is pain. And fire is change, and earth is the maker, and water is life, and spirit is mystery. These are known. If you do not wish to participate, then maybe Stone Singers isn't for you. Moriganne took a deep breath. It just feels like, you know. I do not know, said Professor Zeng, narrowing her gaze. Right, never mind. We'll work through the notes one at a time. Any octave will work, but use what feels comfortable. Moriganne faced the blue ball. Is that what these are for? Training tempests? No, said the professor, they are a weapon for those who can control them, which you are not. They're our patron's property. She is generously allowing you to use them for training. On the second attempt, Moriganne thought she was ready for the pain. The note lasted for all of 2 seconds before the ache in her jaw made her drop her voice. Again. This is the lowest setting, right? Not a mistake. I do not make mistakes, Miss Charmer. Out of curiosity, how high are you planning on going for this training? Said Moriganne. No more than 3, assuming you can even handle the setting on 1. Focus on the task, Miss Charmer. Again. There was part of her that wondered if this was revenge from the professor for last year's transgressions. She took a quivering breath and let out the note again. Her back spasmed almost immediately, and she had to drop it. You're tense. Singing should be with a relaxed pose, said the professor. Singing usually doesn't involve being lightly tazzed across your entire body. Given the truth of that statement, I will respectfully allow that smart response, said the professor, but I will not take constant disrespect and abuse if that is how you are inclined. Moriganne closed her eyes. I'm sorry. This isn't the training I thought it was going to be. I'll do better. Good. Again. For the next 4 hours, Moriganne endured the pain bracelets while harmonizing with each of the Venota balls. Professor Zeng had her use different octaves and various levels of phase. Each try was a bouquet of misery. The longest she lasted was 5 seconds, and by the end of the night she was drenched in sweat. I will see you again in 2 weeks, said Professor Zeng as she quietly replaced the balls in their velvet catches. Leave the bracelets on the table. There was progress. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. How long will I need to be able to keep the stone in pitch? You know, once I'm all trained up, said Moriganne as she scraped the sweat from her forehead and flicked it onto the floor. Professor Zeng regarded her with a tilt of the head. Why, Miss Charmer, as long as you want. The professor left Moriganne alone in the room with the ornate box and the bracelets. She wasn't entirely sure she could make it back to the main living areas without collapsing. Every muscle quivered from exhaustion. Even her hair hurt. You just had to be a tempest, Moriganne. Now I get bi-weekly torture sessions with my favorite professor. She checked her clothing to find it soaked through. Or next time I'm bringing a change of clothes and a portable shower. Chapter 7. Moriganne found her father in the lower floor study. A stuffed matticore head on the wall made her do a double take when she entered, even though she knew it wasn't live. Her stomach had been doing backflips all morning in anticipation of her task, but she'd already sent a message to Monique. The gears were turning, the only thing left to do was tell her father. Victor stood near the window giving terse instructions to two men in suits, while Mr. Thule looked on with lingering disapproval. The air smelled like fear and body odor. If you can't manage even the simple task I gave you, what do I pay your oversized salaries for? I want them destroyed. Annihilated. Make sure they never work in this business again, and if you can't do that, you'd better join them because I'll slit all your throats and let you bleed out in the streets. The pale-faced men backed away, mumbling apologies and promises to do better. Victor stared out the window, clutching a crystal glass filled with amber liquid. Mr. Thule leaned over and whispered in his ear, prompting him to turn, his severe expression softening as he widened his arms. Mori, what a pleasant surprise, said Victor, capturing her with a hug. How is my favorite daughter? Kicking ass for the charmer name. Good, good, he said, nodding and smiling with the ambience of a lion after the kill. Have you locked up your snake and tome invite? I have. That's what I came here to talk about, said Moriganne, hiding her fidgeting hands behind her back, making fists with them and trying unsuccessfully to breathe calmly. Mr. Thule watched her, thin lips pressed together, chalky grey skin like an old black and white photo. She sensed he knew what she was about, and had stayed to watch the fallout from the nuclear bomb she was about to drop. Terrific. Wonderful, said Victor, moving to the bar and pouring a second glass of amber liquid. Let's celebrate. I knew you had it in you after putting aside all that fuckery last year. My little warrior is coming into her own. When he turned, he noticed her expression, and the twin glasses drifted downward. What's wrong? I came to tell you that to get into Snake and Tome, I had to join sides with Monique. She's making a move against you with the industrial investors that feel you're not up to snuff. His congenial expression turned to rage. He squeezed the crystalline glasses. That bitch. Victor's eyes burned hot. When I said get into Snake and Tome, I didn't mean sleep with the enemy. How could you let her use you? I thought you were smarter than that. He handed the glasses to Mr. Thule, who quietly smirked behind the old man. It was my only choice. I had to. Bullshit, said Victor, swiping his hand at her dismissively. There's always another way. Blake was blackmailing me with her veto vote. I couldn't. Then blackmail her back. Dig something up. Make something up. You should have put the knife in her. Then the others would have respected you, feared you, and you'd have gotten your way. Running to your mother only weakened your hand and weakened mine. You did good work with the Celeste deal, and then you just threw it away by siding with her. I said get into Snake and Tome, I didn't say blow up the damn company. He stepped close as if he might hit her. I thought you might be the one to take over for me, but you just proved you're not ready nor will ever be. You lack the killer instinct. He paused, sucked on his teeth. You had it once years ago, but then you lost it. He wasn't really her father. He'd tried to kill the real version of her, so it shouldn't have mattered. Maybe the Moriganne part of her was reacting to his disappointment, or it was her own frustration at not seeing a better way through this mess, but her whole insides felt like they'd been doused in gasoline and lit on fire. Smoke choked her throat, made her eyes burn. Victor had turned away to take a drink from the glass that Mr. Thule had set on a side table. When he set it down, he barked at her. "Why are you still here? Get out of my house. Take your traitorous things and get out. If it's not gone by midnight, I'm having it burned on the roof," said Victor. Moriganne stumbled from the room, trying to make sense of her own conflicted feelings. Andromeda had warned her, but standing in the storm and getting pelted by fist-sized hail was a lot worse than what she'd imagined. On her way to her rooms, she caught Aries watching her from the dining area. His expression was unreadable, which in itself said a lot. He wasn't gloating as she thought he would be, because he'd seen firsthand what it meant to oppose their father. She shared a long look with him before trudging upstairs, and that's when it hit her. She didn't hurt because of what Victor had said. She hated the man. But she'd hoped to find a family within this wasteland of ambition and power. Siding with Monique meant that she'd be ostracized by the other siblings, half of whom she barely knew. Even Andromeda would have to be careful in the future about their interactions. She pulled out her phone. "MC told the old man went as you said it would." "AC, sorry sis, the movers and security are all lined up." "MC, thanks, least I'll be closer to Bloom now." Before she'd arrived at the family suite, Moriganne had put money down on a flat in the 5th Ward, 2 blocks from the Bloom. While leaving her father's favor would remove some resources from her employ, it didn't lessen her financial weight. Monique had made sure each child had a healthy trust in the divorce settlement, a clause that Andromeda thought was to make them each less reliant on Victor, but that had proved irrelevant because the power he held didn't rely on money. Moriganne waited for the movers to make sure everything went as planned. She took Victor at his word that he would burn her stuff if she left anything behind. Mr. Thule was as professional as he'd ever been with her, but maybe that was because she'd no longer be haunting the suite. Victory for him, she supposed. She had everything relocated to the apartment, including the desk that she assumed had been Solstice's. Andromeda showed up after everything had been unloaded and unpacked. The team of 12 movers had worked quickly. "Not sure if I should break out the champagne or cry," said Moriganne. Andromeda said nothing, holding up a finger and wagging her eyebrows towards the ceiling. She pulled out her phone and in perfect diction read off a spell from her screen. When she was finished, a blast of light expanded from her, filling the entire flat. At 6 locations in the room, a mix of the things she'd brought from the suite and fixtures in the flat, including the ceiling fan and refrigerator, pulsed with a red light. They examined each in turn, finding a mix of electronic and arcane spying devices. Once they had disposed of them by placing them in a pan and turning the oven to 500 for 30 minutes, Andromeda said, "The security firm I hired for you will come by tomorrow, but we should be okay to talk freely for tonight." "I can't believe he bugged me. His own daughter. So quickly too. Mr. Thule may have suspected something, or he's just that fast. It won't be the only time. Now that you're persona non grata, you should act like you're being observed at all times. Especially with the Darien business." "We're sure that this security company hasn't been compromised by him?" asked Moriganne. "A fair question, but in this case the owner of the Weave, Jackie, has a personal vendetta against Victor. She had a run-in with him years ago. Vic screwed her out of what he owed her, damn near bankrupted her, but she came back." Moriganne squinted. "And how is it that you were in contact with her?" Andromeda whistled softly with an innocent act. "Purely personal. I knew he was spying on me, and I didn't want him to. Nothing nefarious." She winked. "Not like my big sis. I helped Jackie climb out of her financial hole, and she's always been there for me when I've asked, no questions." "You play this game pretty well for someone who tries to stay out of it," said Moriganne. "When you're born in the jungle, you never forget that everything's trying to eat you," said Andromeda. "So when's initiation? I wish I could be there to see Blake's face when she realizes that you're getting in anyway. The vote is in 2 days. After that I don't know what happens." Andromeda smiled slyly. You'll know it when it does. Chapter 8. The bite came in the middle of the night at her flat in the Fifth Ward. She'd received a note from Eloise earlier in the day saying not to stay at the Bloom. Moriganne was curious what would have happened had she not complied, but after all she'd gone through she wasn't going to risk her invite to Snake and Tome on a bout of morbid curiosity. Loose, comfortable clothes and a silver coin was what she'd been told to be ready with. Nothing else. No enchantments or trinkets. No funny business. We lost an idiot initiate a few years ago because they thought a warmth enchantment wouldn't be a big deal. The bang on the door startled her, despite having seen the black Rolls-Royce Archmage pull up beneath her building. Her heart rate doubled. She found a girl and a guy outside her door. The guy was familiar, but his name escaped her, while the girl she recognized as one of Ivan's friends from Alchemists. Her family owned a major Japanese industrial company that made products sensitive to phase. She wore dark jeans, a blue shirt with kanji and a silk black jacket with a 100 Halls badge. "Hey Tamako," said Moriganne. "Mori-san," said Tamako with a smile which faltered when the guy frowned and shook his head. "You have to come with us." They led her to the vehicle. As she slid into the back seat, Tamako sat in the spot next to her and pulled a black bag out of her pink purse. "I'm very sorry, but I must put this on your head." Moriganne nodded, and the hood was placed over her head. The material was light and they didn't cinch the bottom, which allowed breathing, but the air grew hot. The vehicle lurched into motion. They drove around for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 20 minutes. Everyone talked quietly about classes and other mundane topics. Moriganne picked out that the driver was Simone Calloway, a member of Coterie of Mages, who came from another rich family. Tamako wore a light floral perfume. When the Rolls-Royce stopped, Tamako led her across a wide space that echoed. Moriganne had worn a light blue tailor-made running outfit with black boots. The thin fabric let a breeze right through. She shivered but wasn't sure if she was cold or nervous. The hood remained on while they stepped into a small space which lurched downward. An elevator. "No enchantments, right?" asked Tamako. "Nothing," said Moriganne, though she wondered if the lingering remnants of the Ginger Man's bridge counted. The elevator went down for a long time. A few minutes at least. She realized that this could be a trick, but if it wasn't, they were probably in the Undercity. "Don't worry," whispered Tamako in her ear, "nothing to be afraid of during the ceremony as long as you don't use phase." When the elevator reached the bottom, the doors whooshed open and warm air rushed in. Moriganne stepped forward but was held back with a forearm across the midsection. "An initiate wishes to walk the trial of the Fang," called out Tamako. A voice from ahead, which sounded like Eloise, replied, "Do you speak for the initiate?" "I do," replied Tamako. "Does the initiate demonstrate the tenets of Snake and Tome? Cunning, knowledge, ambition, and above all, the natural glamour of charisma?" "The initiate does," said Tamako. "Moriganne Charmer. Do you wish to join the eternal order of Snake and Tome? The second pillar of the world. The voice that shapes. The aura that binds." "I do." "Then walk the path of the Fang," said Eloise from somewhere ahead. Tamako took her elbow and led her forward over rough ground. It was echoey here too, but the sound bounced more distantly. Behind her, the crunch of Eloise's wheelchair on the gravel and loose stone reduced Moriganne's thundering heart rate. "Step down." She descended a staircase. 23 steps, not knowing if that was significant. Beneath the bottom edge of the hood, she saw the light of flickering flames dancing against her chest from a nearby torch. "The trial of the Fang," said Blake Knowles from somewhere ahead to her right. "Here you must learn to walk amongst serpents, know thyself to find gold in garbage, and lose your fear of death. The only way to move forward is to forget the past. Unadorned. Unenchanted. Unmade. Enter the snake pit, Moriganne Charmer. We pray we see you on the other side." The hood was yanked from her head. The dancing flames of torches made her squint as she stood before a dark entrance. Blake stood to her right with a staff in her hand. The top of the staff was the head of a cobra with open fangs. There were many others surrounding her. She knew a few personally, and the rest were unknown. The darkness went high above, but before her was a hole that went into the ground. Tamako spoke in her ear. "Remember, no magic. There are snakes in there that sense and eat phase. It'll only get you killed." A gentle push and Moriganne walked forward, heading into the darkness. Blake gave her a nod, as if they'd never been enemies before. Right before she went into the hole, she caught a smirk on Blake's lips that sent a shard of chill through her midsection. The darkness swallowed her. Moriganne waved her hand before her eyes but couldn't see it. The flames from the torches outside the snake pit had disappeared as if a black blanket had been thrown over the entrance. She put her right foot forward, testing the ground before resting her weight on it. The floor was uneven, sloping downward. Reaching out, she found the walls of the passage not quite at full arm's length. The stone was moist. She smelled petrichor. The walls stayed at the same width for 20 steps, then widened, leaving her to walk forward without a guide. She stepped on something that felt like a snake shortly after, a cry slipping from her lips. The reptile slithered out of the way, and she placed her left boot on the stone which had flattened. She didn't move for a half-minute. It could have been her imagination, but she heard the sounds of scales on stone, of small bodies dropping down from higher places. In her mind, she could see hundreds of snakes surrounding her, collapsing upon her like a pit of writhing, deadly muscles. "Learn to walk amongst serpents," they'd told her. Moriganne stepped forward, finding another scaly body beneath her boot, then shifting slightly found empty ground. As she readied another step, a snake climbed over her boot, brushing against her ankle. "Breathe, dummy," she told herself, "or you'll pass out and then the snakes will really have a field day." Rather than taking big steps, Moriganne shuffled her boots forward, nudging the snakes out of the way when she encountered them, which was often. There had to be hundreds in the chamber. She couldn't see the walls, but the space felt wider than before. Reaching the other side took 20 minutes, maybe longer. She only knew she'd passed through it when she realized she could see the faint outline of a passage ahead. There was flickering torchlight somewhere deeper, illuminating her path forward. As she reached the entrance, the slithering shapes drew in around her boots. To her right, a cobra had risen up, hood extended, wavering in readiness to strike. Moriganne's heart stopped completely. The cobra was only a meter away. Close enough she could never get away in time. "Learn to walk with serpents. Learn to walk with serpents." She repeated the phrase until she had the nerve to move again. Moving with the speed of a glacier, Moriganne made it past the cobra as it rotated with her, threatening a deadly bite. Once it was safely behind her, she breathed a big sigh and headed towards the light. The walls of the passage had scenes etched into them that she could barely make out. The figures looked ancient. Men and women in robes with torches heading into caves or doing battle with horned men. The room beyond was a wide circle of slick black stone. The air was thick like a jungle. Torches flickered at points around the space. She checked her boots and running pants to find smudges where the serpents had slipped over her. At the far end of the room were 10 piles of refuse arranged in a semicircle. Beyond them, a door with a serpent's open mouth in the middle of the door like a keyhole blocked the path forward. "Find gold in garbage?" she asked aloud as she knelt before one of the piles. It looked like a compost bucket had been upended. Moriganne shoved her hand into the heap, and the wet material suctioned around her hand as she moved it around. After the walk through the snake pit, her mind conjured serpents in the pile, but she thoroughly searched it, finding nothing but decaying mud. The stench of rotting material coated her hand. Moriganne shuffled to the second pile, shoving her hand deep. It felt like rooting around in a sewer system. The flagrant stench got worse the longer she dug around. By the third pile, her eyes burned and bile rose up in her throat. Moriganne had to psych herself up for the fourth pile. She held her breath and shoved her hand in, then squeezed her nose shut while she searched, eventually coming up empty. She skipped to the other end of the half-circle, digging through the pile there, but also finding nothing. The stench hadn't gotten much worse, but her eyes watered and she kept choking back vomit. Fear of anything in the pile disappeared, as she tried to find whatever she was looking for quickly so she could get out of the room before she threw up. Find gold in garbage, she repeated through clenched teeth. No, that's not quite it. Know thyself to find gold in garbage. Know thyself. What does that mean? She looked at the piles of disturbed sewage. What does garbage have to do with cunning, knowledge, ambition, or charisma? Unless, oh, I'm an idiot. Moriganne reached into her pocket for the silver coin that she'd been tasked with bringing. To her surprise, it wasn't the same one she'd brought, but an oblong gold coin with the outline of a boat crossing a river. Know thyself. She rubbed her thumb over the rough edges of the coin. Or don't dig around in garbage or you'll smell like shit. Moriganne placed the coin into the mouth of the serpent on the door. She jumped when the mouth creaked closed and split in half, revealing a lighted hallway of black glistening stone. At the end of the short hallway was a basin of crystal clear water. The water was brutally cold, like an icy mountain stream, but the mud and sewage dissolved off her arms as she sank them deeper into the water. When she was finished scrubbing, she sniffed her hands to find they smelled like pine needles. An archway led to a small room with a stone door on the opposite side. The walls were slick and dotted with hundreds of small holes the size of a quarter. When she stepped through the archway, a hunk of stone slid down behind her, trapping her in the small room. Lose my fear of death, said Moriganne, checking all corners of the room. I really don't like the sound of that. The stone door had raised markings, which were the description for a spell for opening. A year ago they would have been gibberish, but her crash course in the world of magic had left her with the rudimentary knowledge required. But why would they explain a spell after repeatedly telling her not to use magic? The sound of a small body landing on the floor was painfully familiar from the first room. She spun around to find a small snake with a triangular head slithering across the floor, flicking its tongue to taste the air. Remember, no magic. There are snakes in there that sense and eat phase. It'll only get you killed. Tameko's words came back to her, but all Moriganne could think about was the way Blake looked at her right before she entered the snake pit. Was this part of the ritual, or was she being set up to die? Lose my fear of death. Moriganne stared at the spell on the door. They've got to be kidding, right? She caught movement out of the corner of her eye, around head level. A snake poked its head out of a hole, slowly extending outward until it let its body drop onto the stone. 4 other snakes had joined the first. Moriganne didn't know much about snakes, except that a triangular head was usually bad news. If these were the snakes that ate phase, then she was screwed. Before long, the snakes were crisscrossing around her while she stayed motionless, facing the door. More snakes dropped from the walls. If she didn't act soon, there'd be hundreds smashing against her legs, climbing up her body. She reviewed everything they'd told her, wondering if she remembered the exact wording. She hadn't thought to memorize them. The experience itself was distracting enough. Here you must learn to walk amongst serpents, know thyself to find gold in garbage, and lose your fear of death. The only way to move forward is to forget the past. Unadorned. Unenchanted. Unmade. Enter the snake pit, Moriganne Charmer. We pray we see you on the other side. The only way forward is to forget the past. Forget the past. What past? Or does it mean? Moriganne placed her fingertips against the bridge of her nose, massaging softly. Forget the past, forget the past. She reached out and caressed the stone door, running her fingers along the words for the spell. She'd only get 1 shot if the snakes even allowed her a single breath of phase. These were the serpents that ate phase, she was sure of that. Lose your fear of death. Not sure that's possible, but it sounds better than get really acquainted with your sense of death. Moriganne repeated the spell in her mind, mouthing the words until she was confident she could complete it. A viper started to poke its head beneath the hem of her pant leg. She leaned down, gently grabbed the snake, pulled its warm muscular body out and tossed it onto the writhing pile. This was a first for her, casting a spell without having practiced it. Maybe it wouldn't matter because the snakes would kill her as soon as they tasted the first breath of phase, but she didn't want to screw it up in case it mattered. When Moriganne reached to the place at the back of her skull where she accessed phase, the vipers sped up, moving more quickly and squirming more anxiously, as if they were incensed by even the thought of it. There were so many, they covered up her feet. A warm ankle-deep blanket of scaly bodies. The phase came to her lips like an icicle being pulled from her mind. She managed 2 words of the simple spell before she felt sharp pain at the back of her knee. A second snake struck her in the thigh, and then another and another, the collective pain sucking the air from her lungs in a wordless scream. Hot venom coursed through her veins, climbing up her body which was going numb. Moriganne looked down to see at least a dozen snakes hanging from her legs and hips, more slithering over each other to reach her. When the venom reached her chest, her body seized up as if she'd been turned to stone by Medusa. The world rapidly retreated down a long tunnel. Chapter 9. Moriganne became aware of clapping. Muted and distant clapping. She couldn't move her body or open her eyes or feel anything except the cold of stone against her back. A prick in her shoulder brought a rush of warmth through her body, then like being dunked into a tub of ice, she snapped upright with a painful in-breath. The world, which had been distant only moments before, revealed itself as a circle of people, clapping and laughing, as she looked around trying to make sense of what had happened. Eloise was by her side, seated in her wheelchair. She placed a hand on her thigh. Quite an experience. Congratulations. You are now a member of Snake and Tome. What happened in there? Moriganne knew she should be happy, but the stark thought of existence ending was like a burr in her mind. A little trickery, said Eloise. Don't worry. That feeling you have will wear off, especially with a few beverages. You're the last to go through the trial of the Fang. We're headed out after this for a welcome party at Amber and Smoke. Hans helped her off the stone slab, which was decorated with overlapping serpents climbing over piles of books. There were new faces this time, the other initiates by the lingering daze in their eyes. Once she was standing, she checked her legs to find no puncture wounds. That last part was all in your mind. Blake stood near, hands on her hips, hair bound into a chunky braid. She held out a hand and let a smile bloom. Congrats. Welcome to Snake and Tome. No hard feelings. The urge to push away Blake's hand was strong, but Moriganne mustered a matching grin and accepted the handshake. No hard feelings. Walking felt strange, as if her legs had been filled with helium, but by the time they reached the elevator, the normal feeling returned. It wasn't until she stood before the chrome doors that she glanced above her to see the darkness extend above the dome of torchlight. This is the Undercity. Tamako bit her lower lip. A small piece but safe. Cavern is guarded and warded so nothing enters our area, but beyond, she shrugged, you would truly fear death. Moriganne rode up with Tamako and a few other initiates. There were 10 in total. The majority were from the 5 original halls. There was a girl from the Order of Telepaths, Amy Chu, and a guy from Animalians, Dustin Smith, which put the number from the lower-tier halls at 3, but both of them Moriganne was aware of from her years in the prep school circuits. They were younger, having passed the Merlin trials on their first time, but operated in the same circles. The entire society crowded into a warehouse full of expensive vehicles, 2 black Rolls-Royce Archmages, a cherry-red Maserati Fireball, a tank-like Black Creed Warrior, and a few other models she couldn't name. Moriganne piled into Simone's Archmage, this time without the hood. A small vial was shoved into her hand. A present from your brother, said Tamako as she handed out similar vials to the rest of the vehicle. It will help you party longer tonight. He said to tell you congrats. Moriganne bumped her vial against the others. Everyone threw them back. The elixir tasted like a sour apple smoothie. A warm, tingly feeling traveled through her body, washing away the lingering feeling of death. Pulsing, pounding music was turned up until she could hardly hear the conversation. A drink was shoved in her hand, and she was laughing, forgetting the horrors of initiation. The line of vehicles stopped at Amber and Smoke, an exclusive bar near the obelisk, which meant it was usually filled with coterie majors. It was owned by the DuPont family, whose son Brock was a first year in coterie. Andromeda had dated him in private school, but said he kissed like a dead fish, so she'd broken up with him. Tonight, the upper floor of the bar had been reserved for the Snake and Tome party. They passed through the bottom floor. The music and the lights flashing through an herbal fog made it feel like she was on a ship in outer space. The customers at the bar had dazed expressions as they sampled the alchemy-enhanced incense. People moved through the smoke like ghosts. A handsome guy in an all-white suit had his hands in a girl's lap while her head hung low. The upstairs had quieter music, a roaring jet rather than the full-fledged hurricane below. A drink that looked like the inside of a lava lamp was shoved into her hand. The next phase of the evening passed in a haze of backslapping and shouted conversation, promises of support for whatever life brought. A warm glow uplifted Moriganne, who'd always been on the outside before. Her experiences as a fledgling pop star had been nothing similar. She'd always felt like a living, breathing pile of money that people grabbed with their dirty hands, shoving handfuls into their pockets until there was nothing left but a few scattered bills swirling in the breeze. As a singer, she'd been a piece of prize meat placed on a stage for auction. This was different. She wondered if this was what Ian had felt like as her producer, shaking hands with the music execs, making deals in smoky back rooms. Nearly everyone except Eloise and a guy she didn't know from Protectors had come from a wealthy family. There were various levels of wealth, with hers at the top, but most probably had multiple million-dollar family homes and hefty voting stock in major international companies, if they didn't own them outright. Clutching her fourth or fifth drink of the night, Moriganne was leaning against a table trying to make sense of what her life had become, when Eloise rolled up. "Nice work tonight," she said. "Not that we're keeping time, but you made it through fastest." "Really?" asked Moriganne, hearing herself slur slightly. "Everyone gets through the first part fine, but most dig through all 10 piles of sewage before they figure out the riddle. Not many get it at half. Then the last part. We've had initiates wait in the death chamber for hours trying to figure a way out, without using magic. Snakes were up to their armpits." "How did you?" "You know, with the stairs at the beginning, the coin in the snake mouth," said Moriganne, feeling like an asshole as soon as the words were out of her mouth. "That sort of stuff." "You mean how did I navigate the trial in a wheelchair?" Eloise smirked and touched a pair of buttons on the left-hand rest. The wheelchair lurched, and Eloise started rising up. Moriganne leaned to the side to see the wheels shifting and lifting the seat to a standing height. "A clever tinker mage made it for me. A mix of technology and magic makes sure I'm mobile in all situations," said Eloise, as her upper body matched the same height as Moriganne's. She clicked 2 more buttons and the chair lowered back down to the sitting position. "Sorry about ambushing you at lunch," said Moriganne. Eloise screwed up her face. "You're not who I expected." "At lunch?" "No, in person." Eloise gestured to the room. "I'd heard stories about you for years. Everyone said you'd be the next head of Charmer Inc. by your mid-20s. I was expecting a bitch. That gets things done, but sure, we can call it that. Not that I'm saying that you don't get things done, but you know, when you showed up at the diner, I expected a tougher sell." "Not everyone has to be your opponent," said Moriganne. "See, that's what I mean." "You don't sound like a charmer," said Eloise. "I'm drunk," said Moriganne with a lift of the shoulder, trying to play it off. Eloise glanced to the entrance of the second floor, prompting Moriganne to turn around. Her mother, Monique, was entering the room in a sleek black bodysuit, slender wrists adorned with silver bangles, which clattered together when she raised her arms in greeting. "Maury, darling." They exchanged air kisses. An aura of perfume so thick it watered Moriganne's eyes surrounded her mother. "Congratulations." I knew you could do it. Eloise pumped her eyebrows and rolled away. The part where you forced me to go against Victor, or making it through the trial without killing myself. Monique rolled her eyes and gave a smug grin as she wavered against the table. Come now, child. You know how this works. You're picking the winning side anyway. When all this goes down, you'll be the most handsomely rewarded of my children. I'm meeting some of the investors next week for lunch. You should join me. Her mother surveyed the room as if she'd forgotten that she'd asked a question. I have a busy schedule, said Moriganne. But if I'm free. Good darling, she said, patting her hand while staring at a handsome Arcanium fifth year. The guy caught her mother staring and raised his glass in her direction. Miss Charmer. A voice from her right had Moriganne turning to see Blake striding to the table, eyes clearly on her mother. Blake. Monique exchanged air kisses with the dark-skinned third year. You look stunning. Fit as a lioness, and your style is brilliant. You might need to give my daughter a few tips. She's gotten complacent. They said to wear something. Not tonight, Mori dear, I know that. But you know. She waved her limp wrist around. Lately. It's like you got stuck in time from 2 years ago. Blake could barely control her smirk, gaze dancing between them expecting fireworks. Moriganne turned, ignoring the comment. How's arcane architecture going? I overheard Professor Larson say you're the most talented architectural engineer he's seen in a generation. Blake's lips flattened. She glowered. Monique put her hand on the table. Engineer. Blake's not going to be an engineer. Seriously, said Moriganne as Blake crossed her arms, I saw the model she shaped of the new art center in Philadelphia. The professor thinks she has a good chance of winning the bid. It's quite brilliant. The veil motif is both inspiring and horrifying, especially because the structures defy gravity. Confusion racked Blake's expression as she tried to find the barb in the compliment. Moriganne was being serious. She had overheard the professor say those exact words, and the model was spectacular, especially for a third year. Thanks, said Blake as she glanced around expecting laughter. Don't worry, said Monique, patting her arm dismissively. You'll do much better in life than an architect. It was lovely seeing you again, Monique, said Blake, before fading away from the table. Poor girl, said Monique with a contemptuous sigh. You don't join the halls for a career. Not everyone has resources like we do, said Moriganne. Monique tilted her head. I'm not talking about them. She made a shooing motion. Anyway, maybe she's not as cut out for this kind of business as I thought. Poor girl tracked down that musician you almost had to give your daisies to at the gala. A rivalry is fine, but don't wear it like a bloody trophy hunter. The urge to grab Monique's arm and shake the information out was strong, but she calmly turned her head. The musician. Monique rolled her eyes. Had a kink in her tights about it. Couldn't understand how you subverted her charm. She should know better than to trick a charmer. What did she do? Monique shifted her mouth to the side. What does it matter? Play in the mud and you get dirty. That's what the second trial is all about. Don't soil yourself digging for gold. It was a base attempt at bringing you shame. Another reason she's not made for this game. Not like you and I. She gets too hot over petty slights. You'll burn out if you let things get to you like that. Not like you, Mori. Going against your father takes guts. Real guts. You don't have time for trivial games of hopscotch and hula hoops. Did she do something to the musician? Hurt him or something? Asked Moriganne, her heart rate doubling. Questioned him about the gala. Wanted to know how you'd avoided her trap. He probably wasn't so lucky, said Monique. Moriganne checked back to Blake, who was talking to Eloise near the bar. If she'd charmed Darian, he could have told Blake who she really was. Not that the claim would make sense to her, but if it got out, or if she realized the leverage would give. But would she have hurt Darian after the questioning? Her mother was making eyes with the handsome Arcanium student when she turned back. Monique. Mom. Yes, dear. Now that I'm a member of Snake and Tome, I'm curious, what kind of charms will I be taught? I mean, how powerful are they? Monique patted her hand. Don't worry about it. There'll be time enough later for schoolwork. Besides, the real charms don't require magic. Find yourself a boy for the night or girl or whatever and have fun. This is bite night. You're supposed to let off steam after dying in the trial. It's not the first time I've died, she thought, but smiled instead. But you know how powerful. Monique raised an eyebrow in her direction. Blake nearly made you chrome that musician's instrument in a public bathroom. Do I need to elaborate how powerful they can be? True. Strong enough to convince someone to head into the Undercity, where natural or unnatural consequences would take care of the problem. Moriganne didn't think that Blake was cold-hearted enough to kill Darian outright, but she might have been cruel enough to send him below, thinking a good scare would serve as misguided revenge. Good night, darling, said Monique, as the Arcanium student crossed the bar and took her arm. She winked. Try and have some fun tonight. Chapter 10. To Moriganne's surprise, Tamako contacted her a week later about learning the secrets of Snake and Tome. They met at an old mall on the decline in the 11th Ward, near the Ring Road, practically outside of the city as far as anyone from the inners was concerned. Tamako had told her to dress down, which was like asking the Pope to wear something casual. The least expensive item in her closet was probably worth more than some people's entire collection. It had taken a trip to a thrift store and studying the girls her age to get an idea how to dress, which was strange, but after a year in Moriganne's body, she no longer second-guessed her expensive tastes. Fashion was one of the few things they'd had in common, which had made it the least confusing aspect of her complicated life. The road-facing stores of the mall were discounters and aging brands, the only bright spot being the ubiquitous Wizard's Coffee and an old-school pinball arcade that Andromeda would love. I don't know how you managed to make peasant clothing look like the latest trend, Mori-san, but I feel I must have a snap, said Tamako, pulling out her phone briefly. Her outfit was fishnets under blasted jeans, a black crop top beneath a black leather jacket, orangish red hair the color of a sunset that Andromeda had helped her enchant, and a black cap pulled over her straightened hair. It hadn't felt that daring to Moriganne, but it was comfortable. You look smashing too, said Moriganne. Tamako made a little curtsy, showing off her casual kawaii outfit, bubblegum pink skirt over striped red leggings, unicorn sweater and a pair of cat ears that moved realistically and lit up with hidden lights. Nice ears. Tamako reached up and caressed the right one. My father sent it. New product. They sense phase and act accordingly, and can be trained to react to your mood since we exhale small amounts of phase when we're not paying attention. Moriganne reached out and then retracted her arm. Those are amazing. Tamako winked and both ears bent slightly at the tips. Then she made an angry face and the lights flashed a warning red. See, she said, holding a flat hand by her head like a product model. With the demonstration finished, they hooked arms and headed into the old mall, which felt like stepping into a land time forgot. It seemed like there were only two age groups, seniors exercising or having coffee in the quiet spaces, and latchkey kids with their skateboards and tattoos nodding along to the music blasting in their earbuds. Bored clerks watched the two groups pass their stations, clearly aware that few would venture to buy a single item. I haven't been in one of these in decades, said Moriganne, forgetting herself. Decades? You're funny, Mori-san, said Tamako, squeezing her arm as they strolled past the stores. Why are we out here? Seems like a strange place to learn charms. Tamako smirked and led them to the food court, which was the busiest part of the mall. The smells of fried food and grease made Moriganne want to take a bath to wash it off. Her fellow Snake and Tome brought them to a crowded ramen shop at the far end, filled with shouts and the sizzling of grilled meats. Tamako ordered for both of them, and after a few minutes, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were handed over, along with a paper bowl with breaded pucks and 2 large sodas. They found a table apart, outside an electronics store. The only employee was sitting in front of a screen, playing a shooter game with headphones on. Moriganne picked at the delicious and spicy ramen, collecting the slivers of fatty pork and noodles and slipping them into her mouth. Tamako deftly devoured her ramen, occasionally lifting a breaded puck with her chopsticks and taking a voracious bite. The two ate in silence, except for slurping and grunts of culinary pleasure. Moriganne engulfed the food, even the strange breaded puck packed with rice and a greasy brown paste, washing the delicious fare down with a bubbly fountain soda. The spice of the ramen left a sheen of sweat on both their foreheads. When they were finished, Tamako let loose a belch behind her hand that made the cat ears light up and quiver with excitement. A moment later, the two of them were laughing like little kids. "That was amazing," said Moriganne. "Wasn't expecting that much in a place like this." "Hi," said Tamako, pushing the tray away and clasping her hands on the table as if she were in primary school. "Su deseni. I answer your question now. Snake and Tome has been around since the beginning of the halls. We are the second society to have been formed after Well and Stone, and we are the ones entrusted with charms and influence." "Why?" "To protect the university and further the lives of our members," said Tamako. "Protect the halls? What's there to protect it from? Seems like the university is the most important institution in the world," said Moriganne. "True. At one time there was much suspicion and mistrust. But now we live in the age of sorcery, and the first mission has become less important." Moriganne was starting to see why Victor wanted her to be a member of Snake and Tome. Influence was his bread and butter. Placing his daughter in the society would lead to more power for him and his company. To what end? As far as she could tell, power existed for the purpose of acquiring more power. A never-ending cycle of greed. The society knows dozens of charms, elixirs, and enchantments, and you'll be expected to commit them to memory, but today we'll only go over a few, said Tamako, sliding a surprisingly thin pamphlet across the table. When Moriganne picked it up, the interior shimmered with words and symbols meant to represent spellcraft. As she tilted the paper, new sections appeared, then disappeared when she tilted it back, much like a hologram but with dozens of images rather than only 2 or 3. "This is a Rolkov paper." Tamako nodded. "It's keyed to you. No one else can read it, and after a month it will disintegrate, so you must have it memorized before then." Even after 71 years of living, the wonders of magic never ceased to amaze her. Moriganne rotated the paper back and forth, picking out fragments of the instructions. "What's this one?" She held it up, then remembered only she could see it. Huge list of ingredients, looks like alchemy, something about a blue drink. "Blue Tiatan," said Tamako with a nod. "We won't be learning that one. It's only used for a specific ritual. You should find the early pages. There's a simple spell that we call a wave charm because the somatic component looks like a hand wave. It makes the target more friendly to whatever you have to say. It will not make someone do something they're not willing to do under normal circumstances, but it's helpful during negotiations with non-majors, for everyday things like wanting to cut in line at a concert." As Tamako spoke in a confident tone, Moriganne realized that the cutesy persona that she indulged was her own style of influence. After all, her parents owned a major Japanese company and had sent their eldest daughter to the halls. She wasn't here for giggles and fashion, but finding advantage for her family's company. Victor wasn't the only parent using the halls for personal gain. Tamako went over a few other spells from her memory. This one is for reducing anger to minimize a threat. This one is a two-parter in case the target is warded. These are used for speaking to a large crowd to make you sound more appealing. This one applies a charm to an item that triggers upon touch. Here is one that works upon a single word and causes confusion in your foe, and so on. Moriganne nodded along, committing to memory the explanation for later prioritization. When Tamako was finished, she asked, "What about warding or blocking the charms?" "I think you are quite adept at that," said Tamako with a grin. News about what Blake tried to do to her was well known amongst the societies. It had hurt her former friend's social standing, and bolstered Moriganne's aura of being untouchable. "I like to be prepared." Tamako nodded. Wards are easy to acquire, but can be suppressed. Charcoal makes a surprisingly good antidote for elixirs, breaking up the alchemical agents that create the effect. But the most effective trick is to return fire with the same spell, focusing on yourself, which counteracts the impact of the charm. "Like discordant waves blocking each other out," said Moriganne. Tamako wrinkled her nose and made a noise in the back of her throat. "Musicology. Stone singer theory stuff," she said. "Like when two ocean waves hit at the right time, cancelling each other." "Yes, like that," said Tamako with a smile as she rose, gathering the plastic tray and her empty soda cup to throw in the bin. They started walking back the way they'd come. Tamako took a call, answering in Japanese. She stepped away, shoulders hunched and chin pulled to her chest, the complete opposite of the confident girl that had just been walking by her side. The conversation went on for a few minutes, until Tamako ended the call and stared at the ground for a few moments before looking up to Moriganne with an unsettled smile. "Everything okay?" The corner of her lip twitched. "My father. He expects too much." "I understand that." Tamako looked away, clouds in her eyes. "I must do my best for the family. They need me." She inclined her head slightly in a bow, her speech returning to a clipped version. "I'm sorry, Mori. I'm not a very good teacher today." "No, it's fine. Like I said, I understand." A pause. "So, am I supposed to practice these charms here?" asked Moriganne, glancing at the skateboarders gliding past in practiced ambivalence. "No, you must practice them in private." Tamako let loose another belch as if it were a private joke, eyes glittering with amusement. "We came for the spicy ramen. My favorite in the city. Lesson over. Don't forget to study. Eloise-san will ask you to help soon." They parted in the parking lot with a hug and an air kiss. Tamako took a taxi while Moriganne headed to the train station. She could have afforded her own taxi and it would have been faster, but she enjoyed the time to think as she rode across the city. It was the one thing she did that truly reminded her of her old life. And if she was going to make headway with Darian's murder investigation, she needed to figure out which charms would be useful. Chapter 11. The colors of autumn had descended on the city of Invictus by the time Moriganne learned the details of Darian's death. The picture in the paper had his professional headshot, the one his agent sent around, but she wanted to see what the police had from the crime scene. Darian had few living relatives. A cousin that lived in Colorado Springs and a 94-year-old aunt in Seattle. His funeral had been attended by fellow musicians. It wasn't the star-studded affair that Minerva had received, but his life was well celebrated. She'd hated not going, especially because their interactions had probably gotten him killed, but she was in danger already, and there was no good reason she could come up with why a 20-year-old socialite would attend, especially after the gala. Moriganne tried calling the police station as a member of the press, but they quickly shunted her to their PR person, who declined to further elaborate. The only thing that was offered was that the case was closed. Marked down as USD. Unexplained supernatural death. She showed up to the police headquarters in the 3rd Ward wearing dark blue slacks and a matching jacket over a white silk shirt, carrying a nearly empty briefcase. The angled pillars in front of the station looked out of place against the box-like structure, as if the designer had tried to capture an otherworldly feel, but then the bureaucracy had changed everything but the outside. A uniformed guy with a mustache was chewing on a yellow pencil, while he hummed to himself behind the front desk. She approached. When he noticed, he brightened, shifting his feet off the accompanying chair and onto the floor. "Well, hello, Princess, what can I do you for?" he asked in a Boston accent. Moriganne set the briefcase on the floor, unlatched it, and opened it enough to pull a document from the interior. She placed it on the desk. "My name is Moriganne Laurent. I'm the family lawyer for Darian Williams. He was found dead, USD, in the Undercity last month. I'm here for the case details about his death to settle the will. This document should satisfy your requirements for disclosure." She'd found the template of a legal document on the internet, but a real lawyer would put their nose up if they read the legalese it contained. The real purpose of the paper was as a conduit for the charm she'd placed on it. She needed him to touch it for the enchantment to take hold. "I'm not the guy you need to talk to, Princess. The real desk clerk is sick and we're all taking turns." He used the pencil he'd been chewing on to push the paper back towards her. "Come back later. Like next year. Unless you'd like to go on a date with me, then I might be able to make things happen sooner." He wagged his eyebrows while making a clucking noise in the back of his throat. Moriganne kept up a professional grimace and pushed the paper back towards him. "Excuse me, Officer Lippens, but I require this information. I'm not here for a date." "But you could be," he said, winking. "If you read my paper, I'll consider it," she said. Officer Lippens leaned over without touching the paper. "Yeah. Don't understand a word of it. Maybe if you didn't write with so many big words, I coulda helped ya. You'll have to contact the normal channels for this. Which I've already done, but no one has been helpful. That's why I came down here. In person. What you say we go on a date tonight? I know this bar that has great wings. Unless you're too good for that," he said. Moriganne couldn't tell if he was messing with her, or if he really was a caricature of an Invictus PD officer. She knew the Herald wasn't too kind to them, given the regular unsolved murders and heavy-handed tactics, but he wasn't making it easy. She regretted her crisp professional suit. She'd thought she was dressing the part, but she'd picked the wrong one. She probably would have had more of an impact dressing like Audrey. It was too late to change now, and besides, she just needed to give him the paper. After that, the charm would do its work. "I wouldn't suggest wings, Officer Lippens. They just get in your impressive porn mustache, and that's not a good look for you considering," she replied, picking up the paper and holding it out before him. He held up his arms as if the paper was contagious. Hey. If you're gonna be mean like that. I happen to like my mustache, and so do a lot of the ladies that I get with." He smoothed the bristly hairs on his upper lip with both sets of fingertips. The gesture made her shiver inside. Moriganne had created the charmed paper, so she wouldn't have to cast a spell in the middle of a crowded police station. It was one of the new spells she'd learned from Snake and Tome. But as she considered other means of influence, she saw their little interaction was drawing the attention of his fellow officers. A lot of smirks and sideways glances were being passed amongst the officers, mostly men. "Look how Officer Lippens is greasing up that pretty young thing," their eyes said, making her insides squirm. A second officer appeared on her right. An older man with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and the resigned expression of someone who didn't want to be at their job. "Sergeant Johnson," said Moriganne, quickly reading his name tag as she held out the paper. "I'm looking for the file on Darian Williams." "We really don't." The word stopped short the moment his fingers touched the paper. "I could use your help," she quickly added while the enchantment was fresh. "Mr. Williams' family needs closure." "Closure," said Sergeant Johnson absently. Officer Lippens looked from her to the sergeant and back with the corners of his lips tugging downward. She desperately wanted to nudge the sergeant into action because he was staring dumbly at the paper, but she didn't want to create more suspicion. In the city of sorcery, most of the officers weren't magical, but they were trained to detect it and had tools available that made them at least magic adjacent. She needed him thinking about things other than why his superior officer started acting strangely. "Maybe it'll be Sergeant Johnson who'll be taking me out tonight," said Moriganne. What you talking about? He couldn't get it up if you spotted him a half-chode, said Officer Lippens. You'd treat me right, said Moriganne, placing her fingertips on his arm, hoping to allay concerns. Flirting and misogyny was allowed. Sorcery was strictly forbidden. I would, said Sergeant Johnson, staring intently at her hand on his arm with a delirious grin on his lips. When are we leaving? After you help me with my request, said Moriganne, winking at Officer Lippens. Just you and me in the file storage room. The sergeant turned, and she followed as Officer Lippens glowered after her. The officers in the general pen laughed, a few of them making bird sounds at Lippens as his cheeks turned crimson. She hurried after the sergeant as he led her down a long hallway and took out a keychain. After a minute of jangling search, they entered a long room filled with grey boxes on shelves. Closed files are kept in here for 2 months before they get moved to long-term storage, said the sergeant, still staring at the paper. Where do I find it? He hesitated to set the paper down on the desk near the front. After relinquishing it, he plopped down in front of a computer and searched for Darian Williams. No one by that name in the system. Her stomach dropped. She'd come all this way to find that the file didn't exist. Are you sure? Alternate spellings. The grey-haired man's fingers pounded on the keyboard as if they were an old-school typewriter. Nothing. Moriganne put a hand to her forehead. Wait. Try Darian Musa. She'd forgotten his father had been Nigerian. Darian changed his name when he joined the music business. Yep, said the sergeant as his forehead hunched with concern as if the unconscious part of him knew something was wrong. Aisle 5, Section 8B3. She took a step away, then leaned back and handed the sergeant the enchanted paper to keep the chains on his mind. Thanks, Sergeant. You're doing great. I'll just be a moment. The knot in his forehead smoothed away. She hurried to the correct row and searched the shelves for the proper box. She pulled it out and set it on the floor. The long container was filled with manila and accordion folders. She found Darian Musa's near the back. It was a thin file. A photo and the report written by an Officer Sanchez. A quick glance at the comments revealed only a terse description with no real analysis. A disappointment. When she switched to the picture, it slipped out of her fingers when her gaze fell upon it, landing on the faded tile floor upside down. Her heart pounded. The brief image seared into her brain. It looked like Darian had exploded from the inside. With trembling fingers, she willed herself to retrieve the picture to examine it further. But as soon as she lifted it up, she heard the sound of a second person in the file storage room. Moriganne stuffed the documents from Darian's folder into her briefcase and shoved the grey box back onto the shelf. Peeking through the gaps in the shelves, she saw Officer Lippens holding an opaque stone the size of his fist over the enchanted document, while the sergeant stared absently at the stained wall. As she rounded the corner, pink mist filled the stone at the same time Officer Lippens' eyes found her. He gave a little shake of the head. Disappointment. You know, charming an officer of the law is a federal offense. You majors can get away with a lot of things, but not that one. I need to know why my friend was killed. I'm not hurting anyone, and no one would respond to my request for information. Please, Officer Lippens. There's no real crime here. He thumbed back towards the central pen. Other than making me a fool in front of my brothers and sisters. I've got a smart mouth. Gets me in a lot of trouble. He tilted his head. More than a smart mouth. Look what you did to poor Sergeant Johnson. He's 2 months from retirement. You've gone and made him an idiot, and he barely had 2 dimes to rub together as it is. He'll be fine when the enchantment wears off, said Moriganne. But you won't, said Officer Lippens, licking his lips. The officer blocked the door. She was certain she could hurt him with her voice if it came to that, but then where would she be? The shout would bring more officers, and then she'd be screwed for sure. How much will it cost me to get out of this? Asked Moriganne. Name your price. "You're pretty ballsy for a girl trapped in the Invictus PD," said the officer. "And you look like you could use a few grand in cash." "Think of it as a paperwork fee," said Moriganne. When the crinkles around his eyes relaxed, she knew he was at least considering her offer. "What about half-chode here? Or if something else happens because of this?" "Him? He won't remember a thing. That's the beauty of the enchantment. As for the rest, this is exactly what it looks like. My friend died in the Undercity and I just want to know why. Nothing good happens in the Undercity. You should mind yourself and stay far away," he said. She straightened. "I'm a mage and I have resources, enough to pay for your silence." "What's your name, princess? Your real one?" She hesitated. "Moriganne Charmer." His eyebrows rose at the last name. "Like the company?" "The very one." Officer Lippens pursed his lips, which made his moustache undulate like a furry caterpillar. He looked down at the ground as the corners of his lips tugged in that direction. A sullen weight slipped through the cocky bravado she'd seen outside. "Okay. You can have the files, but I don't want your money, I want a favor. Nothing too illegal, but I don't want my name attached to it." "What is it?" "Give me your number," he said, the last word coming out like number. "I'll send you the deets later. But you gotta promise that you'll do what I ask. No questions." "How illegal? Or immoral?" "The illegality depends on you, but it's barely immoral, or maybe not at all," said Lippens. Moriganne squinted. "On one condition. There was an Officer Sanchez on the case. I'm sure he saw more than he wrote in the file. I want every detail he can think of. Not the crap in that report. As if the murder had happened in the city and not underground." "I can't promise you that he'll be that forthcoming," said Officer Lippens, juggling the pink stone between his hands. She realized he was smarter than he'd let on at the front desk. He was shrewd. Which could work for or against her. "You're resourceful, I'm sure you can convince him," she said, ripping a scrap of paper from a pad and writing her number down. "If I find out this is fake, I'm going to be very disappointed," he said. "It's not." He took one last look and left the room. She closed her eyes and exhaled, collecting herself. Moriganne grabbed the enchanted paper from Sergeant Johnson before she left the file storage room. She strode out of the police headquarters. A different officer was at the front desk. She worried about the favor for Officer Lippens, but it was a small price to pay considering the alternative was being in handcuffs. Moriganne resisted the urge to study the documents on the train ride back to the Fifth Ward. When she reached her flat, she disabled the door wards with a few practice gestures. After entering, she re-engaged them. She took a circuit around the apartment, checking for signs of entry. All other wards were still in place. Then she pulled up her laptop and reviewed the security cams, seeing nothing unusual, only a calico cat that wandered into the hallway near her door, then scurried away when it got too close and the wards bristled. Once she was certain she was alone, Moriganne pulled out the documents she'd liberated. She steeled herself for the photo. Fortunately, Darian's head was looking away, so she didn't have to look into his dead eyes, but seeing his mangled body left her in a cold sweat. "Why would someone do this to you?" she asked the photo, hand on her chin. She looked closer into the photo, but recognizing the bloody rope sticking from his internal cavity as his intestines, she rushed to the sink and gagged a few times. Moriganne threw water in her face and approached the photo as if it were a live bomb. Upon her second attempt, keeping her chair slightly pulled away from the table in case she needed to rush to a bathroom, Moriganne forced herself to study the photograph. Darian's body lay at an angle in the picture, his arms splayed out. He'd been wearing the dark jeans and Western-style button-up that she'd always thought made him look like a kind sheriff in the Old West. The ground around his body looked clean, except for the pool of blood near his midsection. It was so hard to get past seeing that her friend was dead, that she didn't see the drawn line on his right arm at first. Moriganne put her face right up against the photo to see the faint outlines of a marker that had been rubbed off. Darian had mellow brown skin, which hid the signs, and she'd thought it was a tattoo until she remembered he'd never gotten one. A quick review of the report shed no other light on his killing. Officer Sanchez had marked it down as USD, but in the comments added that either it was an unknown creature or the work of a sick individual. The presence of the marker on his arm suggested that the killer was intelligent, but it wasn't just that. During her education that summer, Andromeda had shown her a picture she'd gotten from Kitty, showing a goat tied to the ground with stakes. Paint marker symbols had been drawn over the poor creature's dusty white fur. Silence used animals to foretell the future, reading their entrails and blood splatters. But what if animals weren't the only things they sacrificed? What if they'd killed Darian to know the future? Some people would do anything to get an edge, especially in the stock market. Moriganne hadn't known what to expect from the police report. She'd hoped it would point towards Blake Knowles, her former friend and chief suspect, given that she'd met with Darian a few days before his murder. But now she wondered if her sister's secret society, Silence, was involved. Chapter 12. Pain, Moriganne learned, was not something that had limits. She lay on the floor of the Crete room at the feet of the horned man statue, breathing heavily, sweat soaked through her designer workout clothes. She kept expecting the word again to be spoken, readying a flinch. The 7 colored Venota stones floated above the velvet catches in the ornate box. The blue one was slightly out of the row. "Do you require a break?" asked Professor Zeng, standing on the other side of the table with her hands clasped in front. She rarely moved from the spot, observing her efforts and repeating the same awful word that led Moriganne to restart the pain. There was something accusatory in the way the professor asked the question. It sounded more like "you can't do it." Moriganne had tried a Shruti rub over the note, anything to reduce the agonizing pain, but it had been like sticking her finger in a light socket. Her knees had given out. The answer she wanted to give was that these exercises were stupid, and that she must be using the Venota stones incorrectly. No one should have to feel this much pain to use their magic. But the image of Darian's exploded guts was a permanent vision for Moriganne these days, a reminder that the city of sorcery wasn't safe, and that if she was going to find Darian's killer or survive her new family, she had to be more than a simple stone singer. "No," said Moriganne, climbing to her feet, while ignoring the way her legs quivered from exertion, as if she'd spent the last 2 hours climbing a mountain rather than singing. "I can continue. I tried something last time that didn't work. I think I'll stick to the regular notes." "The ball moved an inch," said the professor. "Maybe you learned something useful." Moriganne had learned in her 4 lessons that arguing with Zeng was like trying to paddle up a waterfall. It took a lot of effort and you just ended up back in the same place, drenched and feeling foolish. She planted herself before the floating blue ball, feet placed at shoulder width, arms at her side slightly back to allow for good breath control. Moriganne shook the pain bracelets on her wrists. The rough stone no longer scratched at her skin. The note came at her beckoning, followed by the shroud of pain that descended over her entire body. Professor Zeng had never been clear if she was trying for time or distance moving the ball, but she tried for both. "Breathe, Mori," she scolded herself when she felt her chest tightening, amplifying the pain. The more she relaxed, the longer she could maintain the note, but every second twisted her muscles, making them prone to spasms. "Good. Don't fight it. You are a rock in a riverbed, and the pain is the water flowing over and around you. Let it go. Let everything go." Easy for you to say, she thought, which only broke her concentration, the muscles in her sides rippling with the threat of completely seizing up. The hardest part about the exercise was letting go while simultaneously pushing the blue ball through the air. It went against every instinct in her body. She managed to shift the ball a 1/4 inch before the muscles in her diaphragm seized up, forcing her to double over. The knot right below her ribcage pulsed until she pushed her fist against it, working out the tension. "How long was that?" she asked when she could catch her breath. 8 seconds, said Professor Zeng. Your longest yet. 8 seconds, said Moriganne, disappointed because she thought it had been twice that time. She grabbed a rag from the table the professor had shaped their first day in the room and wiped the sweat dripping from her nose. Give me a second and then I'll be ready again. No, I think we're done today. The shakes are getting worse. The professor gestured towards her traitorous knees, which trembled like a leaf in a breeze. She reached into her robes and held out a small vial. Drink this. It'll help replenish the muscles. The elixir tasted like hot sauce mixed with purple drink. Moriganne chugged the rest of her water to wash it down, but the thick liquid had coated her tongue like a paste. I'll see you here in 2 weeks, said the professor, gaze lingering. Hopefully. Moriganne threw her things in the gym bag she'd brought while Zeng headed back to the main area of the bloom. Her stretchy workout shirt had salt shadows around the armpits. She picked at the crust, hoping it would come out in the wash. It wasn't like she couldn't afford a new shirt, but there was so little time. She had a test in echoes and unintended vibrations with Professor Leach on Friday she still needed to study for. With the bag over her shoulder, Moriganne trudged into the hallway, content to let the weird magic of the bloom take her back to her room. A greasy burger with a plate of cheese fries had seared itself into her brain, encouraging gurgles from her stomach as if the two were working together. She was imagining running the end of a thick, perfectly browned and salted fry around the gooey cheese when she caught sight of Blake in a cross hallway. Moriganne threw herself against the wall. What is she doing here? She checked to see that she was still in the restricted area. Professor Zeng had made it explicitly clear that she was to return to the main area after lessons, but Blake's presence confused her. Moriganne hurried to the crossway, peeking around the corner to see Blake headed towards a misshapen doorway at the end of the hall. Even curiouser were the workmanlike boots, jean jacket, backpack and coiled rope on her shoulder as if she were an explorer. Blake disappeared through the door and Moriganne hurried to catch up. She placed her ear against the surface and upon hearing nothing, turned the handle and leaned against it enough to see through the gap. When she saw no sign of Blake, Moriganne entered the room. Dozens of cabinets, wardrobes and armoires crowded the space like it was a lost antique shop. She circled the room, not understanding where Blake had gone until she saw a tall wardrobe with the door hanging open slightly. Inside there was no floor but a hole that went into the darkness. The smooth undulating walls suggested that the passage had been created by voice, and metal rungs had been installed. Where does it go? Moriganne hesitated to follow. The elixir had barely begun to work, her legs and arms quivered with exhaustion. Climbing down an unknown ladder seemed like a dumb move, especially when she didn't know where it went or how long Blake would be down there. But Blake could have been involved with Darian's murder. She was one of the last people to have seen him. She had to find out why, even if it meant pushing her body a little harder. The muscle at the bottom of her calf protested with a spasm when she shifted her weight onto it, climbing onto the ladder in the wardrobe. Her hands felt like stone mitts, and occasionally she hooked her arm around a metal rung to rest. The hole went down 100 or maybe 150 feet, depositing her into an old tunnel entombed in darkness. After a 20 count, during which she listened for the presence of her rival, Moriganne brought a bloom of light into existence. She could have used the dark vision spell she'd learned over the summer, but the warm colors of light were preferable to the grays of the modified vision. She tossed the ball of illumination into the air, to hover above her. Finally able to examine her surroundings, she couldn't tell which way Blake had gone. The floor was dry and clean of dirt to reveal footscuffs. Moriganne traveled up and down the tunnel, finding multiple crossways, but not wanting to explore too deeply and get lost. But there was no sign of Blake. She'd disappeared. Moriganne had heard that there were hidden ways to get into the Undercity. Why else would Blake have a coil of rope on her shoulder? The urge to continue searching was countered by her weakening energy. If she did find a passage to the Undercity, she was in no shape to explore. Magic could smooth away a lot of problems, but it didn't have a lot to say for a grumbling stomach and exhaustion, brought on by 4 hours of wading in a river of pain. But she felt like Darian wouldn't forgive her if she didn't figure out what Blake was doing. Just a little further. Using the notepad on her phone, Moriganne wrote the directions as she explored, marking unusual features of the tunnel-like divots or the occasional pipe that bisected it. After an hour of shaky leg trudging, she found Blake's rope. The tunnel ended at a large duct. Its front grate had been removed, and Moriganne peered into the darkness to see the rope heading down. There was no way she could climb given her weakened state. She wished she had one of Ivan's pick-me-ups. Then she could have managed it. Moriganne stayed near the hole, eyes closed, listening for sounds. After a few minutes, she thought she heard pounding. Drums. Someone beating on a wall. When the percussive noises stopped, she couldn't decide if Blake had accomplished her task or was coming back up. Fearful of getting caught spying on Blake, Moriganne decided it was best to return to the Bloom. She could explore at a later date when she was fed and rested. The climb back into the antique room took 3 times as long as descending, and by the time she was back in the building, she wanted to pass out from hunger. Moriganne thought she heard a noise behind her as she slipped out of the room, but after pausing heard nothing more. She headed straight back to the main areas, not bothering to change before hitting the cafeteria. About 10 minutes after she sat down, devouring the burger and licking the grease from her fingers, Blake appeared, looked around the space, and then upon seeing her, walked straight back out. The feeling that Blake knew she'd followed her was strong, but given their rivalry, it was hard to tell. Either way, she needed to figure out what Blake was doing in the tunnels below the Bloom. Chapter 13. The request from Officer Lippens came not from a phone call, but a packet that she received at her flat. The manila envelope had her name written in black marker. It was leaning against the door when she got home from the Bloom late on a Friday. She tended to stay at her place on the weekends, which gave her a chance to practice the new techniques they were teaching in privacy. Inside the packet was a black and white photo of a family taken from a distance, but zoomed in for details. An attractive blonde woman in workout tights was pushing a grocery cart next to a man in a suit chatting on his phone animatedly. A girl around the age of 8 was holding Mom's hand on the opposite side. They looked like a normal little family. The note from Officer Lippens read, "I have more details from Sanchez. Interesting stuff that should help you with your friend. All I ask is that you send a message to the gentleman in the picture, Gus Avison, that he needs to drop his pursuit of full custody for my daughter Emily. If Gus calls off his lawyers, I will hand over the information you seek. Trinity will follow his lead, so don't bother with my ex. Also, don't try to go around me with Sanchez. He knows our arrangement." A pit formed in her stomach. She needed the information about Darian, but was it worth interfering in a situation she didn't understand? Officer Lippens seemed like a sleazeball. He'd said his request was illegal but not immoral. He was right about the first. She assumed that Gus was his ex-wife Trinity's new husband. Andromeda came over when she called for advice. Her features had been morphed so she had a triangular face like a praying mantis. The crimson eyes made it hard to sit in her presence. She took one look at the picture and shrugged. "You charmed a police officer to steal files from the station, but you're balking at a little blackmail." "They look nice, happy," said Moriganne with her fingers resting on the 2 sides of the picture. "Why is my problem more important than theirs? If you're going to get anywhere in this world we live in, you're going to have to get over these little moral speed bumps," said Andromeda. "Little moral speed bumps? Your friend got murdered," said Andromeda. "I don't know if I believe it, but you do. If it was for nefarious purposes, then what's a little custody battle amongst friends? Is it right that this Lippens doesn't get to see his daughter anymore? You haven't met him. He hit on me when I was asking for the documents. Called me princess. No offense, but you look like a princess. If the gods had designed a more perfect face, I haven't seen it. I don't think I could look as good as you do if I tried. I bet even Celeste is jealous of you. Guys like him are gonna fall over themselves and say stupid things, said Andromeda with the lift of a shoulder. I'm not sure I can blackmail someone. Shadows below, I don't even know how, said Moriganne. Vic's favorite technique is to have a photographer stalk someone for a few weeks, taking covert pictures of every little thing they do. Eventually you get a few that look way worse than they really are. Then using that photo as inspiration, he'd concoct an awful story related to it, and then use that when he'd approach his opponent. Opponent? You mean victim, said Moriganne. I stand by my description. I figure if they had clean hands they would have fought him. Some did, but then he just resorted to buying them out. When do people ever just run their business? Shouldn't they try to win in the marketplace of ideas, asked Moriganne. Why do they always have to break the rules? Andromeda's face went through a variety of emotions, none of which she could piece together on account of the alien modifications. But the sense that she thought Moriganne was being naive was clear. Vic never broke the law. He always couched the information as a friend and fellow businessperson. The risk should match the reward. He'd never get gummed up in a legal case over a minor business deal. But those little edges add up. Pressure points, he called them. An innocent but compromising photo. A few legal challenges over minor details. A whisper campaign that undercuts their support. It's like trying to fight a locust swarm. You used to fight like that. Moriganne raised an eyebrow. I wish I remembered. Don't you know you have her thoughts and experiences? Asked Andromeda. Moriganne gave a tight shake of the head. Little snippets. Flashes of memory or moments of déjà vu, feelings like I've been places before but no thoughts or voices like last spring. I thought you were supposed to meld together. I did too. But the ginger man said it had never happened before. He'd never put two complete souls in the same body. Sometimes I think she's still there. Separate. I get echoes of her thoughts. She can't hurt me that much, I'm sure, or I'd still be wearing the Dream Maze bracelet. Yet. Moriganne pursed her lips. I'd do the same if I were her. Hide out. Stay alive, if it could be called that, for as long as I could. She's like a shriveled raisin. Shame, said Andromeda. You could use her ruthlessness right about now. What if I don't want to step on innocent people to get my way? Who said they're innocent? Who said they're not? Replied Moriganne. Speaking of ruthlessness, how's putting the shiv in Vic going? Asked Andromeda. I've mostly stayed out of it. Met with Monique a few times to go over the agreements. Signed off on a letter of intent for the board, that sort of thing. I wish I understood the business side more to understand who was winning. Right now, the way I see it, Monique is, but never count Vic out. There's a reason he's survived all this time. Andromeda punched her lightly in the arm. You called me for advice, said Andromeda sincerely. If you want help with the blackmail, I can do that. But you're going to have to get over operating in these grey areas. Thanks, Andy. I'm gonna have to think about it. If Darian was murdered, then doesn't he deserve justice? Asked Andromeda. That night, Moriganne met Audrey for dinner at a swanky restaurant called the Fourth Ace. She'd picked it not for the food, but rather because she knew they had high-class security, and she wouldn't have to worry about being spied upon. Audrey was leaning back in her chair, fork and knife in her hands, eyes rolled in the back of her head. I didn't know food could taste this good. I would kill for these lamb chops. I mean, like, actually kill someone. Moriganne had ordered a dish of bakavari, which came from another realm, she couldn't remember which one. The pink flesh was dotted black, the crystals exploding on her tongue in a riot of flavors. There'd been no price listed, but those were things she never worried about as Moriganne, even with getting kicked out of the family suite. I need your advice, said Moriganne when her plate was finished. She'd intended on talking during the meal, but she'd been unable to pause long enough to ask. Audrey had her knife digging into the bone to dislodge the last remnants of the lamb meat. My dad always said that advice amongst friends usually leads to resentment, and that people just keep asking new people until they find the advice they wanted to hear. Okay, not advice. You're helping me decide then, said Moriganne, reaching for a glass of a turquoise drink that the waiter had recommended. Decide what? Moral relativity, said Moriganne. Is it fair to do something kinda shitty if it's for a good cause? Do I get the details? No, said Moriganne. Audrey frowned and set down her turquoise drink. If you can't tell me, then the answer is probably no. She grabbed her napkin. Is this about your father's company? No. A personal matter. I'm trying to find out what happened to a friend, and someone else is holding back that information in exchange for a favor, said Moriganne. An unpleasant favor. You got it. Audrey squinted. I wouldn't have guessed that this would cause this much indigestion. Sometimes Moriganne forgot that other people knew the old version of her. She smiled. I'm trying to do better. I don't think you should do it, said Audrey. I'm guessing from the way you've been shifting back and forth on that chair that you have to put the screws to someone that doesn't deserve it, and that's what's bothering you. My Nana always told us if it makes us feel uneasy, that's our little goblin trying to tell us maybe we should reconsider. Moriganne snickered. Your little goblin. Audrey rolled her eyes. It sounds stupider coming out of my mouth, but when she said it, it felt real. I always imagined a little green guy in a nice suit with lots of buttons giving me thumbs up or thumbs down when it came to those kinds of things. If only it were so easy, said Moriganne with a sigh. Audrey put the turquoise drink to her lips before setting it down. You look like you're in search of a reason to go through with whatever it is you think you have to do. I am. Sorry, Audrey, maybe your dad was right. Audrey hid a belch behind a silk napkin. If giving advice involves eating a meal that I would kill for, sign me up. Maybe I'm hoping for a third way, she said, an idea brewing. Something that achieves my goal without hurting anyone. Chapter 14. Blake Holston knew doubt to be a weakness, a flaw like constructing a house on sandy soil. The first good shake, not even a full-fledged earthquake, would turn the ground into liquid and the whole structure would collapse. None of her friends, fellow Snake and Tome members, or anyone who was anyone would let an inkling of doubt cloud their eyes, or the pack would see the disease and tear them to shreds. Yet, there she was, sitting upright in a hardback chair in the maze's end study area, dressed in white tights and a blue jacket, the new patron saint of doubt, Moriganne Charmer. There'd been a time that Blake had looked up to her, wanted to be like her, dressing in colored tights and private school jackets, until Moriganne had made an offhand quip about her being a drugstore knockoff that had left her gaggle of friends cackling with laughter. Blake had found her own style after that, silk jackets and ties. She'd thanked Moriganne for that lesson, not to her face, but in the privacy of her own second ward mansion. The fact that they'd been friends once when their parents attended the same dinner club, and they played 5 elements in the backyard when no one was looking, left her with a lingering connection she couldn't quite let go of. The change had happened 4 years ago, when Moriganne's sister Solstice died. Everyone whispered about it behind closed doors and at the underground parties in the 4th ward that had been the fashion that year. Blake was certain that the tragedy would only make Moriganne stronger. She'd argued that point whenever the topic came up. Everyone had always said Moriganne was like her father, and he'd survived the murder of his first wife in Prague and then an assassination attempt after his second marriage. Nothing could hurt him. The same would be true for his favorite daughter. Blake didn't know anything was wrong until Moriganne failed her first attempt at the Merlin trials. It was simply unheard of. Not with her preparation and ability. It was like finding out that the Earth really didn't go around the sun. There were rumors of sabotage, payments to some wannabe mages to interfere with the now eldest Charmer daughter, the assumed heir to her father's throne. But who would dare go against Victor Charmer's family? Tangling with him was suicide. The larger cracks weren't apparent until the second failure. Moriganne stopped attending the big parties. She'd disappear from society for weeks, turning up looking like the Moriganne of old, but Blake knew. She'd studied her since they were children. She could see her fade like colors after too many washes. When Moriganne got into Stone Singers, a second-tier hall, Blake was both disappointed and elated. To the rest of society, Moriganne had been knocked down a dozen pegs, but to Blake, she was still the girl who confidently took the stage at the Bastille charity event, announcing her arrival to the world by taking over for her brother's misstep. Blake took it upon herself to organize Moriganne's revival. Whatever had happened, she was still the same person she'd admired, and to help her climb to the summit would be even better than if she'd never left it. Like the myth of her father who could never be bested in business or life, it would burnish Moriganne's image and Blake's by proxy. Then a year ago, after a weekend at her father's suite in the First Ward, something changed. Moriganne almost missed a stone shaping test, seemingly forgot everything she knew, and blew off an important return to society with a couple of coterie boys. If she didn't know any better, Blake would have thought Moriganne had been replaced with a doppelganger, but there was no way her father would let something like that get past him, especially with a matri as a house manager. All the favors that Blake had called in to get Moriganne reinvited were trashed the moment she skipped out. Derek had laughed at her, then punished her by not inviting her to the winter ball at his family's London estate. Adding to insult, Moriganne started palling around with Audrey, the dumpy first year with bad taste in clothes. But then after failing the first two tests, Moriganne somehow passed the coders. Had her father intervened or was it something else? Blake had put it out of her mind until the new semester, when she heard Moriganne was angling to get into Snake and Tome after everything she'd done. How could she dare? To her and everyone's surprise, Moriganne went against her father to maneuver an invite to the only secret society that would take her. That's what confused Blake as she stared at her rival across the study area. Moriganne no longer wore an unreadable imperial expression that could as easily call for an execution or a grand ball. She consorted with the unmentionables and no longer served as the model of fashion, but managed to secure a prized invite and smash the trial of the Fang in record time. There was something different, strangely compelling, but Moriganne glanced up, that perfectly sculpted face hunched in thought, then upon seeing her, a quaint smile graced her lips. Real emotions. She gave a friendly wave that reminded her of playing Five Elements in the backyard while their parents drank martinis and gossiped about their friends not in attendance. Blake strode to the study area as if it were a catwalk, fearing the judgment of the old Moriganne, knowing the new one didn't care. "I was looking for you," said Blake in case Moriganne had noticed her staring for an abnormally long time before entering the room. "Here I am," she said, tilting her head, curiosity in her eyes. There it was again, naked emotion. How did she get away with it? She'd worn her polite mask at the gala, suggesting the old Moriganne had returned, and then subverted her charm that should have ended her chance at joining Snake and Tome. Blake was perplexed and intrigued. There was something more going on with Moriganne charmer than anyone could guess, and she felt like she was the only one to see it. "Have you been studying the charms that Tamako taught you last week?" "I have." "Good," said Blake. "We have a job to do." Straight from Eloise. "I know you don't have any classes right now, so you have to do it." Moriganne closed her book, setting it on her lap flat with hands clasped over top like a straighter student at the head of class. "Okay. What are we doing?" "Having lunch at Precipice." "Come on, bring your books if you want, but make sure you take off your pin once we leave the Bloom," said Blake, wondering what the younger version of herself would think about giving orders to Moriganne charmer. Moriganne shoved her books in a backpack and slung it over her arm as she stood. "I was getting hungry." They walked side by side. Moriganne texted a few people and Blake resisted the urge to peek at her phone. No one she would be texting should be important enough for her to care. It was probably that Audrey girl. While they waited for a taxi outside the Bloom, Moriganne asked, "So what's the job?" "Favor for Wellandstone," said Blake. "There's a researcher from Mathemagics grad level that's found some new interesting things about how phase exists in our world, and the alum who runs Lifestone wants a peek at that research. We're going to sit nearby and use a 2-part aura charm from the next table over to make the offer to him more appealing." "Is that the purpose of the societies?" "A circle jerk to make ourselves even richer." The question came from Moriganne, but it was more of a statement. "A little ironic coming from your family." "True." The taxi arrived, and they climbed into the back seat. Moriganne sat with her hands on her lap, looking like she was barely even breathing, as if she were trying her best not to exist in her presence. "You're going to do your part, right?" asked Blake. "Of course," said Moriganne. "That's why I joined the society." Blake turned on her. "Then why didn't you take my help last year? You wouldn't have had to go through everything you did to get in." The serene expression on Moriganne's face made Blake want to scream. She had the audacity to look innocent, when she knew everything Moriganne had done over the years. "Is that why you tried to sabotage me with the guitarist?" asked Moriganne, her lips squeezing to a point. "You've done worse." "To closer friends," said Blake. "Besides, I put my neck out for you and you let it get chopped off. It was hard enough getting stuck in stone singers when everyone else was in coterie or alchemists, then you stood me up when I tried to help." Moriganne's expression faltered. She looked away and then back. "I'm sorry. That was shitty of me." Blake leaned back, examining the comment for hidden barbs, inexplicably finding none. The taxi arrived at their destination, saving them from further awkwardness. The hostess led them to their table in the back, as they were expected. The owner was a member of Chroma and Key. The normal anti-spell protections in the high-end restaurant would be disabled during this time. Smoky glass walls segregated the sections, but they had a sightline to a table with a middle-aged man in a suit speaking to a young man in jeans, and a hoodie with mathematical symbols on the front. Almost as soon as they sat down, the tone of the conversation changed as the gentleman in the suit asked a question about research. Blake grumbled to herself. He'd barely given them a chance to sit down. She gestured to Moriganne, who nodded, pointing to her wrist where a watch would be, and then to herself. Researchers or anyone with valuable secrets commonly carried or wore bracelets or other items that could detect if spells were being cast upon them. The 2-part aura charm required the first mage to suppress the detector, and the second to apply the actual spell. The charm wouldn't last long, but they'd apply a trigger word that could be used later to regenerate the effect, so they could ask him questions again if needed. Moriganne had signaled she wanted to be the suppressor. Her lips moved while her hands were beneath the surface of the table. Excess phase tickled Blake's nose. The spell was sloppy, nothing she would expect from someone with Moriganne's pedigree, but the researcher was explaining to the guy that his research was private and unproven, and didn't notice that the faint glow on the gem of his bracelet had dimmed. When Moriganne gave the nod, Blake let the spell flow, quietly smirking at her smooth application of the charm. She caught the hitch in his voice, the mellowing of hard edges. With the job complete, Blake motioned for the waiter. In the silence after their order, Moriganne looked up from staring at the tablecloth and asked, "Were we friends?" The question caught Blake off guard, as she'd been contemplating how Moriganne might have evaded her charm at the gala. When she'd tracked down the guitarist, he'd said Moriganne had rushed into the bathroom and told him to leave immediately, which he'd complied with only because she'd offered payment at a later date. "Sometimes. When we were younger. Before you know all of this." Blake gestured to the room with her eyes. "I thought we were friends. At least until last year when you ditched me." "I was going through some things," said Moriganne, flinching. "It wasn't you. Bad timing, I guess." There it was again, doubt. The old Moriganne would have told her to deal with it, or that she shouldn't have been so needy. "It's hard to have friends in this world, isn't it?" said Moriganne, rubbing the edge of the table with her fingers. "It is." She looked like she was going to ask something else, but then the waiter appeared with their food. Moriganne picked at her meal, then excused herself with a lame excuse that would have been an insult from anyone else, leaving Blake alone with her thoughts. What game are you playing, Moriganne charmer? Chapter 15. Moriganne had never been a fan of gyms, even when she used to work out 3 hours a day. She preferred the sanctity of her apartment, where no one was staring or trying to give her advice on how to use the equipment. It was worse in the later years, when she was on tour using the hotel gym, and some well-meaning guy would come up and try to give her pointers on lifting technique. She entered pump, getting a trial pass from the attendant. The guy offered to show her around, but she declined. The huge open area had rows of stationary equipment. In back, a line of workout bikes and ellipticals were set before TVs. The bike next to Trinity was open. Seeing her up close brought an increased heart rate. The woman was in her early 30s, with dirty edges to her blonde hair and the faraway gaze of someone trying to fit 2 lives into one. When she looked over, she offered a smile, probably relieved that she wasn't some dude coming over to hit on her, before turning back to the daytime show on the TV. "Hi, you're Trinity." The woman popped her earbuds out. "Hi," she said suspiciously as her pace slowed and she sat back on the bike. "I work with your ex-husband," said Moriganne, receiving a slow head nod from Trinity. "My condolences." She squinted. "You don't look like a cop." "I'm not," said Moriganne. "Call it a temporary situation." The way Trinity stared back made her wish she'd decided on a straightforward charm rather than this moral route. "I'm here to offer some help in exchange for a favor. I know you're trying to get your daughter Genoa in that private school in the 3rd Ward, but the wait list is long and the yearly fees are outrageous." At mention of her daughter, Trinity stopped operating the bike. Curiosity turned hard and skepticism curled the edges of her lips. "What is this? Who are you?" "You're way too good-looking and put together for Cecil," said Trinity. "You're not wrong." She narrowed her gaze. "Is he in debt to the mob?" "I always knew he was dirty." "I'll make this simple. In exchange for dropping the full custody case, I can get Genoa into the private school you want and pay for the first year." "It's the mob." "I knew it," said Trinity, eyes watery. "It's not the mob. Call it a favor for a favor." "No," said Trinity right away, nostrils flaring. "Not doing it." Moriganne kept her expression neutral. "What can I do to make it work for you?" "Nothing's off the table." "More money." "Does Gus need a promotion?" She had no idea if she could get the last item. "No way. Genoa is doing fine. The private school was a pipe dream. We're doing the full custody." "That's final," said Trinity. "Why? Is Officer Lippens mean to Genoa?" "Other problems?" she asked. "No," said Trinity, clearly upset, but she needs a stable family. "Gus and I can provide that. Cecil's out with his cop friends all the time at Dewey's bar. He's not a bad father, but he's not the best father either." "Are you sure?" "There are a lot of resources I can offer. Legitimate resources." "I'm not the mob," said Moriganne. "Then who in the broken hells are you? You look like you should be on a poster or at the halls not bothering me about my daughter's custody," said Trinity. "I'm kinda wondering that myself," she thought. "Thank you for your time." Moriganne left the gym feeling like a colossal screw-up. She'd been trying to thread the needle between getting what she wanted and staying out of the grey areas, but it was proving harder than she thought. Later that night she received a call from an unknown number. "I told you not to talk to her. I know my ex-wife. She was never going to make a deal with you." "You're right, Officer Lippens," she said, pacing around her room. "Well, now they're saying they're going to bring this up to the judge during the case. I was barely gonna have rights before and now I'll have nothin'. I'll never get to see my baby girl again thanks to you." "I'm not done yet," said Moriganne. I'll fix it. You'd better, or maybe we'll have to get a search warrant for your flat in the 5th ward to find out what other kind of mischief you've been up to, he said. You don't have to do that, and you wouldn't find anything anyway. But I'm not done, said Moriganne. Good, said Officer Lippin, sounding close to tears. I don't want to have to call back. Moriganne sighed and slumped onto a chair when he hung up. She was sure that Victor would have people to do this kind of dirty work for him. A few days later, Moriganne found Gus Avison outside his office building in the 6th ward. He was an insurance salesman who specialized in the risks of the alchemy business. The gated parking lot had wrought iron fences. She bribed the attendant more than she probably needed to. He looked ready to do anything she wanted based on her looks alone. Gus Avison, she said, approaching him as he fumbled with his keychain before a cherry-red RT-8 Valorant. He recognized her right away, his eyes widening as he squared off with her. You're that girl, said Gus, his lips bunching up. Did Trinity explain the deal? The answer is no, said Gus. Moriganne exhaled through her nose. I don't think you understand the level of resources I can bring to bear on any problems you might have. Why? Why are you doing this for Cecil? Is he dirty? It's a favor. An honest favor. I don't trust you. Neither does Trinity. We say yes to this and then there will be something else, said Gus. This is all it is. I promise you. Drop the case, sign the extension of the current agreement, and you won't see me again, said Moriganne. Gus yanked his phone out of his pocket a little too forcefully, almost fumbling it. I'm calling security. Whoever you are, you're bad news. Moriganne checked around the parking lot. Except for the attendant, who was sitting in his little building on the chilly November day, no one else was present. The spell came to her lips effortlessly. She'd been practicing it in the apartment for weeks since she'd learned it from Tamako. Stop what you're doing, she said as she approached. His finger hovered over the phone screen as he blinked. We're friends. Good friends. I'd like a ride in your car. Yeah, hop in, he said, replacing his phone with his keys. Once they were both inside, he started the car and sat there with it running. The problem with these quick charms was they worked great, but you had to instruct the target or they just stopped what they were doing. Let's head to the 11th Ward, Enochian District, she said. The brief rounding of his eyes was followed by him putting the car in gear. She rode in the passenger seat, renewing the charm on the 40-minute drive. A few times she thought about giving up what she was about to do, but she kept coming back to the image of Darian's body, ripped out from the inside. He deserves better, she kept telling herself, and if she could help Blake with that corporate espionage charm then she could do this, since she wasn't trying to profit from her magics. When they reached the district, she had him drive around until they found a bridge with ratty tents and tarps filling the space beneath the underpass. This was the riskiest part of the plan. She patted the roll of bills in her pocket, hoping they wouldn't incite more problems than they could fix. Come on, Gus. He followed her like a child after their parent, arms hanging loosely at his side, chin slightly dipped, expression slack. She led them through a gap in a chain-link fence, moving down the angled concrete embankment. Their approach stirred the homeless people beneath the bridge. No drugs here, called an old guy sitting beneath a blue tarp with a mangy dog at his feet. He had the brown weathered face of someone who spends all their time outdoors. Not looking for drugs, said Moriganne. She hadn't seen many people upon approach, but now that they were under the bridge, she realized there were 20 or 30 homeless, all looking at her like a stake in a lion's cage. If they mobbed her, the spells she knew wouldn't do much to protect her. Who would like to earn some money? I need help with a photo shoot, said Moriganne, holding out the wad of bills. You can have this entire thing to split amongst yourselves. Suspicion turned to greed, and the hard expressions relaxed with the idea of earning an easy payment. She glanced back to the old man at the entrance, who stared at her with disappointment. Okay, Gus, we're going to do a photo shoot here. Unlock your phone and hand it to me, then go over there, said Moriganne. Who wants to take the pictures? An old lady wearing duct-taped sweaters raised her hand first. Moriganne handed over her phone, a burner she'd picked up for this purpose. All right everyone, my friend wants a lot of pictures of him hanging out. Have fun, play with it some. And you, Gus, do whatever they say. The homeless folks got into it right away, sensing what she was after. They had their arms around him, kissing his cheeks, sharing their food with him. A few acted like they were putting a needle in his arm. While the photos were being taken, Moriganne scrolled through the pictures on his phone, but all she saw were family photos, pictures at a skating rink birthday party, and the other mundane events of a newly formed family. What are you doing? She muttered to herself. She'd hoped to find something incriminating that would appease her concerns, but he was as normal could get. She snapped a few photos with his phone before closing it up. When someone started digging through Gus' pockets, Moriganne yelled, "Okay, that's enough. We got a good spread of photos. Come on, Gus." Moriganne took the phone from the older lady, checking the pictures and finding plenty to work with. "Thanks," he said, throwing the woman the wad of cash. "Distribute fairly. Everyone gets an equal share." She let the charm run its course while he drove her to a train station. He started to come around when she climbed out. "You remember what we just did?" His gaze narrowed, but then he nodded. "Good. Check your phone. You can see some of the fun you just had, and if you like that, think about what else I could have you do if I wanted to," she said. "I understand." "Good. Drop the custody case. I don't care what you tell Trinity. I'll keep the slot open at the school she likes if you still want that. Not paying for the first year now though, so keep that in mind." Gus drove off, tires squelching. The scared look in his eyes when he reviewed the photos was proof enough for her that she wouldn't have any further trouble with him. She was a decent read of people, but more importantly, she knew what it was like to be stuck in a hard place. Chapter 16. After a knock, Moriganne found a second manila envelope leaning against her door. It didn't feel much thicker than the first. She peeked into the interior, skin prickling with electricity and her mouth going dry. There were more pictures and other documents. She dumped them out, hand clasping over her mouth in surprise, then rushed away to dial Andromeda, who said she'd be right over once she explained. By the time her youngest sister arrived, Moriganne had the documents spread across the table. Pictures matched with the report explaining the circumstances were organized by date from left to right. "Merlin's balls," said Andromeda when she saw what Officer Lippens had sent. Darian wasn't the only one. A note on the first picture said, "Thanks for the help with the lawyers and the school. Good luck. CL." "Who knew the cops in this town could be helpful," said Andromeda. "But why aren't they doing anything about it? What happens in the Undercity stays in the Undercity. Seems like a terrible loophole to leave open," said Moriganne. "On the other hand, whoever's doing this probably wouldn't care anyway. This is way out of their league." "And it's in ours?" asked Andromeda, swallowing as she touched the pictures with fingernails that had been morphed into claws, her hair shifting from blue-green to pale yellow. "I see some pretty gross stuff at Eastomance's, but these are a horror show. Whatever happened to Darian, it looked like he got the cleanest death. This first one doesn't even look like a person anymore. Officer Sanchez calls whoever is doing this the occult killer. 7 bodies over 5 years, said Andromeda, catching a glimpse of her hair in her peripheral vision and snapping her fingers, turning it jet black. I bet there are more they haven't found, gotten eaten by something or just decomposed. Moriganne walked away and took a long drink of water to clear her head. I don't think I'll be eating for a week. Yeah, said Andromeda, leaning over the table, her forehead hunched. This guy looks like ground beef. Wait, no. Girl. Can't tell. What the hell, even the bones are shattered. What does this? Looks like some sort of creature got them. Maybe we need help from someone in Animalians, said Andromeda, chewing on her lower lip. No who? said Moriganne, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand while still holding the water bottle. It's not a creature doing this. Look at the areas around the victims. Andromeda leaned close, squinting as she examined each one in turn. Yeah, so. Nothing there. The images were seared into Moriganne's memory, so she didn't have to return to examine them again. Exactly. They're clean as Victor's conscience. Oh, I see. I think. During the trial of the Fang, which was in the Undercity, I remembered the scuff of gravel and little living things crawling across the stone. There's nothing in these pictures around those bodies. Not a pebble, not a drop of blood. People don't explode from the inside and then clean up after themselves, said Moriganne. Broken hells, you're right, said Andromeda. Nice job, Nancy Drew. It's as far as I've gotten. No link between the victims, those that could be identified. Andromeda tapped on a picture with her claw. They're poor. Or at least not rich. This is all cheap clothing, nothing designer. Darian wasn't poor, said Moriganne harshly. Hey, I didn't mean it that way, said Andromeda. I still feel like I got my friend killed somehow. Andromeda stood up, lips pursed with sympathy. Still think Blake is involved? No, said Moriganne, staring at her shoes, not directly, but she could be part of it somehow. I still don't know what she was doing below the bloom, and she was the last person to see Darian before he died. There are too many things that line up for me to set her aside. She looked up. Do you think they look like silence work? Like the goat? She shrugged. A little more gruesome than the goat, but I guess it's similar. In the coroner's report, there was a mention of trace silver found on a lapel. Does silence use that in their auguries? Asked Moriganne. No. Silver. That's used for summonings, said Andromeda. Summonings. Demons. Salt alone will keep a demon from escaping the circle while you question it, but if you really want to lock it down, silver works best. For real? Andromeda nodded. For real? She squinted. Hey, you're really sounding your age these days. I'd put one down in the nurture column. Hard not to absorb the lingo, surrounded by it all the time. Remind me not to hang out with other old people should I make it that long again, said Moriganne. Demon summoning, said Andromeda, shaking her head. If that's what this is, I don't understand the bodies. Why summon a demon and leave a person inside the circle to get eaten? No, that's not right. They weren't eaten. Food. They don't eat people. Who would that leave as suspect? Andromeda arched an eyebrow which suddenly turned a riotous pink, prompting a reaction. Something changed on my face. Moriganne gestured. Your eyebrow just turned an angry pink. I may have screwed up the enchantment yesterday, said Andromeda with a sigh, and I haven't been able to get the colors back in control. Last night, while I was trying to sleep, they started pulsing like an all-night rave. She snapped her fingers near the rebellious eyebrow, which returned it to black. As for suspects, really anyone with phase can attempt it, but if we're looking for those with the background and knowledge, I'd say our two biggest suspects would be coterie of mages and Chroma and Key. Does that put Aries on our list? He's head of Chroma and Key and a fifth-year coterie studying demonology with Professor Sinclair, said Moriganne. Aries may be a lot of things, but he's not this, said Andromeda, tapping on the reports. He wants more than anything to please Vic, but I couldn't ever see him presiding over ritual murder. Besides, these killings go back more than 4 years. He wasn't head of Chroma and Key until this year, and didn't start studying demonology until a year ago. It's not a subject they allow you to learn about when you show up to coterie. Okay, so that puts everyone in Chroma and Key, coterie and silence on our list. And well and stone, added Andromeda. Why? Andromeda sighed. Everything that happens in the Undercity is an obsession for Well and Stone. They're charged with the study of phase, which collects in the Undercity for reasons I don't understand. Groups of them go deep into the places others fear, but no one knows why. I asked Ivan one time, but he just laughed. So all the societies are implicated, said Moriganne, wishing it would be easier. Even Snake and Tome. Blake, replied Moriganne. Right. Blake. Moriganne put her hands behind her head. I thought this information would help narrow things down, but I feel like it's only opened it up. Our list of suspects has grown exponentially, and we don't even have a motive. Maybe Moriganne should have gone into protectors, said Andromeda with a smirk. Be serious, Andy. I am, said Andromeda, staring intently at the photos with a frown. The motive is power, if you're wondering. It's always power. Power comes in a lot of forms, said Moriganne. Where do we begin? A party. Andy B. Moriganne was going to tell her to be serious again, but her younger sister's expression hadn't changed. She stared at the pictures as if she were trying to commune with the dead. Why a party? If the societies or coterie or maybe another hall are involved, then you need to hit the party circuit. The one you used to be the queen of, said Andromeda. The societies may be about giving each other golden handjobs, but they don't just pair up randomly. A lot of deals and partnerships happen at these parties. If you don't know where to start, then these are the best place for you to go. Us to go. Andromeda's eyes went wild like a cougar trapped in a cage. No. I gave up that scene when I joined the weird circus. I'd rather turn my tongue into a snake than go back to them. Come on, sis. I need you. She gestured to the papers. They need you. The gala was one thing, but this is completely different. I'm out of my league. I need you as my wingman. Andromeda closed her eyes as if she were in pain, shaking her head slightly. No. I hate them so much. It's like all the worst parts of middle school but with alcohol and drugs to crank up the expectations and shame. Andy. She glanced to the table with a heavy sigh. Fine. But I'm going as myself. I'm not dressing like them or acting like them or even liking them. Moriganne smirked. I wasn't looking forward to going until now. It'll be fun seeing their faces when we show up. The disgraced former mean queen and the rebel with claws. When do we start? I overheard Ivan talking about a well and stone party this Saturday with Aries. Moriganne smiled. Where's it at? You're not gonna believe it. Chapter 17. The SUV dropped them off near an alleyway in the 9th Ward a few minutes past midnight, a block past the fish market. Moriganne stepped over an oily puddle in her 5-inch platforms that radiated a ghostly blue light, while wrinkling her nose and glancing around at the uninviting surroundings. She wrapped her glittery black and silver jacket tighter around her. It stinks here. Are you sure this is the right place? She asked. Andromeda slipped out of the back and tapped on the roof to let the driver know he could leave. She looked like a fallen angel, complete with black feathery wings, eyes like pools of ink and scrawling tattoos that moved like serpents under her flesh. There's glitter smudge on that brick wall, said Andromeda. The party shouldn't be too far from here. I don't understand why it's being held here, said Moriganne. Some assholes think having a party in a place like this is edgy, said Andromeda. Watch out for that dead rat. Thanks, said Moriganne. Stepping over the motionless creature and turning the corner, she found the entrance, which was conveniently marked by a neon sign with an arrow pointing into the darkness. Faint pulsing music echoed from inside. Written on the walls in glowing script were dozens of phrases around a central theme: the end is nigh, and repent, and last chance party. Childish drawings of nuclear mushroom clouds, hordes of zombies and tentacles rising from the ground littered the space as the stairs descended towards ever-increasing throbbing sound. An iron door that looked like it belonged in a submarine or a military facility was guarded by 2 enormous men in black clothing with earpieces. The larger of the 2 held out his hand, no comment necessary. Shove a dick up your ass, said Andromeda, and let us in. The guy didn't react but kept his meaty hand out. Moriganne reached into her glittery jacket and produced 2 tiny scrolls the size of cigars. What my sister means to say is that we're here for the party. The door guard pulled a brass bar with runes out and hovered it over the scrolls, which revealed a phrase across the length: "Get laid before you die." The bouncer grunted and nodded to the second guy, who spun the rusty dial. "Or, I'd forgotten these things are like a frat party with less morals," said Andromeda, as the scrolls disappeared into Moriganne's jacket. The opening of the door released a cacophony of beats and sounds that overwhelmed. They stepped inside, onto a metal platform that overlooked a huge underground party. A staircase curved around to the floor 30 feet below, covered in gyrating partygoers in club attire. One guy was covered in tiny balloons, except for a few that had been popped around his genitals. 2 girls were dressed like festive versions of the twins from The Shining. The outfits Moriganne could see from the platform were a mix between Halloween and a psychedelic breakdown. "I can't believe some guy thought there was going to be a zombie apocalypse and had this underground bunker built," said Moriganne, shouting over the music. To be fair, he was a famous alchemist. "He was worried he was going to accidentally start it," said Andromeda. "Remember what I said?" "Yeah, be careful," said Moriganne. "I'm serious. These Wellandstone assholes think it's the height of hilarity to slip you their latest alchemical mixture, which does who knows what. Before Ivan got in, he drank one of their experiments on a dare and thought he was a fish for 3 days. Vic nearly threw him out of the suite because he kept flopping on the ground, claiming he was drowning." "I would have paid to see that," said Moriganne. "You did? Right. Noted. Should we split up?" "No," said Andromeda right away. "Stay alert, make sure no one puts anything in our drinks." "We don't have any." The effect of Andromeda rolling her eyes was barely visible with her completely black eyes. It only made her more otherworldly. A bar made from old car parts and tires, as if it had been cobbled together from an apocalyptic wasteland, had a crowd jostling to the front. Andromeda grabbed Moriganne's hand and forced her way through, facing no resistance once the partiers turned and saw her black eyes and wings. There were mumbles and curses, but no one blocked their passage. A few eyebrows went up when they saw Moriganne. When they were almost near the front, she leaned close to Andromeda's ear. "Aren't we being rude? Going to start a fight, a mage duel or something?" "This is the nub bar, the one in front for the people who got in but really shouldn't have," said Andromeda. "If we didn't push our way through, they'd think we were weak." "Why not go to the other bars?" asked Moriganne, craning her neck to see differently lit rooms off the main room. "Because those are the ones you have to worry about. That's where the societies or top hall mages hang out, in the room parties, the party within the party." Andromeda reached the front, leaned over the bar, and pulled the bartender away from taking orders to a couple of wide-eyed girls who looked like they'd snuck out of St. Jude's to attend, probably much like she had when she was younger. Moriganne wished she had some of those memories. She'd been in a lot of venues over the decades, but this felt different. Club owners had to worry about the safety of their guests. If something went wrong here, there'd be no one to blame. She wondered if whoever was doing the killings was finding their targets at these parties, but remembered the clothing and ages of the victims. None of them were this young. A drink that smoked like a volcano about to blow was shoved into her hand. A sip revealed an icy smooth liquid that reminded her of orange sherbet but with a chili kick. "So who are we looking for?" asked Moriganne, swaying lightly to the music while clutching her smoking drink. "Anyone important, which is like nobody nearby." Andromeda's mouth shifted to the side as she saw someone approach. Moriganne spun around to find their brother Ivan striding up dressed like the Mad Hatter in bright oranges, succulent greens and violent reds. "Which of those slimy sentient oozes they call bouncers let you two in?" said Ivan, laughing as he took a sip from a translucent yellow teacup, then with teeth extended crunched a piece from the edge, chewing and swallowing the candy. "Go blow yourself, Ivan," said Andromeda with a curtsy. "Assuming you can get it up." The insult had Ivan nearly doubled over, spilling the amber liquid from his edible teacup. Is it really the apocalypse? Because I can't think of any other reason you two would grace us with your presence after the last few years of sticking your middle fingers up everyone's asses. He tilted his head when he glanced at Moriganne. Or is it because you punted the trials and feared to show your face after that? Now that you're in Snake and Tome, everything's different. Something like that, said Moriganne. Or maybe I was bored with the petty slights that went for social discourse and hoped things might have improved, but it still looks like the same Jim Jones Kool-Aid crap. Andromeda snorted behind her drink, while Ivan grinned bigger than a moon. Man, I missed you at these things. Both of you. Sweet wings. He gestured with his head towards the rooms. Aries is around here somewhere pontificating to a bunch of bored girls who will probably need therapy after listening to him. Kitty? Asked Moriganne, resisting the urge to check over her shoulder. Yeah. Look for a smudge of shadow that wants to shove a knife in your gut, and you found her, said Ivan as he reached into a hidden pocket in his voluminous outfit. He pulled out what looked like a cinnamon stick. Want some? It's a new formula. He held up his hands, rigorously tested on yours truly. It'll keep you going late in the night, make you alert even if you happen to take a little too much of whatever, and make things a little bit better all around. To Moriganne's surprise, Andromeda snatched the stick from his hands, snapped it in two and handed over half. Following her sister's lead, she put the brown stick in her mouth. It tasted like dirt and iron filings. Yeah, it tastes like something you found on the bottom of your shoe. The better they work, the worse they taste, said Ivan. A cute girl with skin that glowed ebony wandered past in an oversized frilly pink doll's dress, catching Ivan's eye and rotating him as if she were magnetic. Hey, I have a thing, he said with a maniacal grin. Just tell her it's like Cinderella's pumpkin, it doesn't work past midnight, said Andromeda as their brother disappeared into the crowd. Why'd we eat those drugs? Asked Moriganne, taking a big drink to wash away the awful taste. Eat those drugs? Come on, old lady Mori, she said with a smirk. When he says it works, they work, and I'm not going to get through this hellscape of hormones and bad judgment on spite alone. They wandered through the crowd, dancing as they moved with an air of bored resignment. A few times faces loomed out of the crowd, someone she should have known from prep school or her old life. Andromeda would repeat their name for her, which sometimes triggered the lessons from the summer, other times not. Either way, she barely responded until the fawning admirer disappeared. I feel like an asshole, she told Andromeda after the last two girls, people she'd supposedly known since kindergarten, faded into the crowd. You're doing great. If you get bogged down with those people, you'll never get what you came here to do, said Andromeda. Moriganne glanced around the room at the gyrating bodies and dayglow atmosphere. It's hard to remember why we came. A shiver went down her spine, and then her jaw tightened as if she'd bit down on a piece of aluminum foil. A surge of energy traveled up from her gut, and she had the urge to whoop with joy. Did you? Andromeda leaned back with a delirious grin. Yeah. She extended an arm which made the right wing beat once. There's some of your Snake and Tome group. We should make an appearance. A yellow school bus had been covered in dayglow graffiti and hung from the ceiling with the side cut out. The seats had been turned to face the dance floor. A metal staircase led up. Hey bitch, said Tamako, raising her hands in greeting. She wore a big red latex dress and carried a giant red lollipop that glowed with an inner light over her shoulder. A heart appeared on the lollipop as Moriganne shared a hug with Tamako, genuinely happy to see her. Nice boots, said Tamako, arms raised in greeting. Moriganne charmer. Back from the dead. A number of other Snake and Tome were sitting inside the bus like gods on Mount Olympus. Eloise had a guy on her lap who wore nothing but a plaid diaper and carried miniature bagpipes. She was running her fingers down his abs and whispering in his ear. A few of the other new initiates were seated with the ones Moriganne knew, including Simone and Blake. Mori, said Eloise with a grin as she tweaked the guy's nipple and nodded towards the dance floor. Go on, Jake. I'll catch up with you later. Plaid Diaper kissed her neck and trotted down the stairs, blowing his bagpipes, which brought a victorious reaction from the crowd before they returned to the throbbing music. "Nice surprise to see you out." "Hey Andromeda, nice wings," said Eloise, smiling with the half-lidded gaze of someone who had been drinking for some time. Andromeda made the wings beat twice as she shimmied back and forth, then after raising an eyebrow at Eloise, moved over to Byron from Dramatics, who was doing his best impression of Semyon Simple, who'd been a big hit at the Orpheum years ago. He reached out and stroked a wing. "It's good to be out," said Moriganne, smiling at her sister enjoying herself. "Where the change?" "I thought you'd given this scene up," said Eloise. "I kicked the family hornet's nest," said Moriganne by way of explanation. "Right, Vic. How's that going?" "Must be weird to be in the middle of a proxy fight between your parents," said Eloise. "As they say, it's just business," said Moriganne with a shrug. None of it made sense to her. Family was family and business was business, but for a charmer, they were one and the same. "Where's your friend?" asked Eloise. Moriganne squinted. "Audrey. Here." "Yeah, you should have brought her." Eloise jutted her chin up. "I need to look out for my fellow Southsiders." "Maybe next time," said Moriganne. "That was some nice arm candy." "He's fun," said Eloise, smiling at the plaid diaper-wearing guy on the dance floor bouncing from foot to foot, tooting the bagpipes. "Nice work at Precipice, by the way. I'm glad working with Blake wasn't an issue. I know you two have a history." "It's complicated," said Moriganne, which she'd learned was a good way to shut down further conversation about a topic. "But any time I can help out the society, I'm your girl." "Great," said Eloise, half smiling and glancing into her lap for a moment. "I was a little worried, after all the drama with your parents and everything I heard about you, from before, that it wouldn't be a good fit. But I'm pleased that we invited you to Snake and Tome." Moriganne chuckled. It was always weird having people reference a version of her that had terrorized everyone during their private school years. Tamako slid up and hooked her arm around Moriganne's, dragging her towards the stairs. "Come with me. I want to see Wonderland." She checked back to see Andromeda deep in conversation with Byron. He seemed to be enamored with her youngest sibling, who was enjoying the attention. "Could you tell my sister?" she said to Eloise, who held up her drink as confirmation. As Tamako led her towards the back of the huge room, they passed Blake, who was wearing a subdued black leather catsuit but seemed distracted as she trudged up the metal stairs to the hanging bus. "Where are we?" Tamako didn't seem to hear her as they stumbled through the dances towards a wall with a giant painted tree. Hanging from two poles outside the entrance were glass boxes holding translucent creatures inside that reminded Moriganne of ghost lizards. A guy wearing a court jester's outfit touched one of the boxes, and a pulse of dark energy knocked him onto his rear, much to the laughter of everyone outside. A guy at the entrance wearing rabbit ears held out two shot glasses as Tamako shuddered to a stop. Her friend started to throw the drink back, but remembering what Andromeda had said, Moriganne pushed it away. "You have to drink it to go in," slurred Rabbit Ears with half-lidded eyes. "See? It says drink me on the side." "How about you drink them and then we'll have a fresh one," said Moriganne. Rabbit Ears sneered at the two shot glasses before retrieving and setting them back on his tray. He nodded towards the opening. The outer party was industrial and day-glow, something copied from the parties in the 1970s before her career had died. As she stepped inside the room filled with colorful plants that looked edible and bubbles floating through the air filled with smoke, she sensed the labor that had gone into creating the illusion of Wonderland. In corners behind the foliage, men and women lounged on couches that looked like mounds of lush grass, smoking hookah pipes with glassy eyes. "Your brother's the genius behind it," said Tamako, craning her neck in all directions. "Have you seen him?" "Not since we came in." The colorful bushes to her right shifted. "I didn't expect to see you at these anymore, Mori." A handsome guy wearing a white tailored suit with thick horizontal cream stripes and a top hat with big yellow eyes and cat ears strolled up with a cane. Alton, screamed Tamako. I love your Cheshire cat. Alton Lockwood. The name sent a big red flag through her mind. When his name had come up during their summer cram sessions, Andromeda had called him a roofie with legs. He'd solicited to join Snake and Tome, but had been vetoed by every woman in the society who'd met him because they knew he only wanted to learn their charms for his own purposes. I was curious if you were slithering around these parts, and hey, what do you know, Alton Lockwood still crawls on his belly like a worm, said Moriganne. I see you still resort to name-calling instead of a personality, said Alton, leaning on his cane. Moriganne hooked her arm in Tamako's to keep her close. And you think the thing between your legs is all the personality you need? Alton stared back with menace before tipping his top hat. Try the flowers. Everything in here is edible. He slammed his shoulder into hers as he went past, spilling her drink into the grass. Asshole. What's with him? Said Tamako, taking a sip from her drink. You went to St. Jude's together. If she'd gotten into the halls on her first try, she'd probably have been in coterie with Alton. Moriganne didn't have to wonder what the old version of her thought of him, because Andromeda had told her the story. We kissed at a middle school party, but when he shoved his hand up my skirt, I punched him in the face, giving him a black eye. He tried to get revenge by fabricating a diary that he claimed was mine, until I stole his phone, broke into it, and showed everyone the hundreds of pictures of his junk that he was taking, trying to find the best one to send to the girls he liked. Sometimes he took them with a measuring stick, or weirdly enough, next to a cucumber or squash. For fun, we would fill his locker with those plastic grade school rulers or leave cucumbers on his desk. Gross, said Tamako, snarling her lip. And I thought he was cute. He preys on the unsuspecting. Stay away. Far, far away. She wiped the sticky liquid from her arm. Bastard killed my drink. Let's grab one here, said Tamako, pulling her towards a hut that looked like a giant red mushroom. Or maybe eat one of the flowers. No. No drinks or flowers here. Why do you think everyone in here looks stoned out of their mind, said Moriganne. Half of them are going to wake up somewhere with more regrets than an over 40 first-time mother. Tamako glanced around. Oh, you're right. I'm so glad I brought you, Mori-san. She squeezed her arm. Here, have some of mine. I got it outside. Her drink was icy blue and tasted like blueberry cobbler. She drank deeply as if it might erase the interaction with Alton. Arm in arm they wandered the pathways in Wonderland as the colors exploded off the plants and flowers. A warm, gooey bubble of good feelings rose up from her feet, filling her chest with a bout of breathless euphoria. Even her eyelids wanted to break into dance. Faces leered into view, cackling and bright-eyed, their voices like escaping balloons. There was a brief period of concern, but that feeling was swallowed by the waves of ecstasy and wonder. A girl like a sparkling orange starfish lay across a couch, an octopus tangled around her. Moriganne couldn't remember when her arm was no longer wrapped with Tamako's. The infinite hues of a flower caught her eye, pistils waving from her exhaled breath. The urge to extend her teeth and take a bite was countered by a thought deep in her mind shouting from beneath a mound of exquisite sensations. Her leg vibrated as if it might fall off. She slapped at it as if it were a bee until the annoyance stopped. The music that had once been overwhelming had slowed to a pulse like whales mating. I used to be a pop star, she told either a painting on a wall or a colorfully dressed and thoroughly comatose person. I won a battle of souls, she told another. Her leg buzzed again. She managed to pull the offending device from her pocket, pressed the weird red mustache icon. A voice shouted from the thin box. Where are you? Blake got a call. I'm follow. Too much noise. Too many thoughts. Moriganne stuffed the thin annoying box back in her pocket. Where did Tamako go? As if through a dream, she saw the bright red lollipop floating over the plants next to a top hat with cat ears. There was something important about those items. Moriganne hunched down by a blue mushroom that pulsed with music and light, trying to remember why she'd come to this strange place. A drink was shoved in her hand, a couch found its way beneath her legs. Comfort. A temporary refuge. Maybe I'll just take a nap or fly amongst the stars. The world complied, and Moriganne disappeared beneath a kaleidoscope of darkness and colors. Chapter 18. A hand slid from her knee to the upper expanse of her thigh. At first, she thought it was someone else's leg. Why else would someone's hand be up there? When she realized the wetness against her neck was a pair of uninvited lips, she tried to jab her elbow in his sternum, but her arm was made of rubber. Get off me! A guy dressed like an orange and blue caterpillar clung to her side, munching on her neck like a leaf. Her arms felt like lead weights and her lower body was encased in concrete. A figure appeared before the couch. A slice of night in the riotous carnival that was Wonderland. The caterpillar was launched from her side to slap against the ground like a bag of mulch. Her thoughts moved through molasses as she tried to make sense of what happened. The figure in black kicked the caterpillar in the side before looming into her vision. Kitty. Those assholes drugged you. I thought you were smarter than that, drinking their crap. I didn't. I only drank what we brought, said Moriganne with a tongue as big as a slug and just as uncooperative. Eat this, said Kitty. It'll counteract their elixir, though you seem to be doing better than most. Ivan gave me a cinnamon stick, said Moriganne in a haze. Something small and hard was shoved in her mouth. It tasted like hazelnuts and started working immediately, dragging her out of the pit. Caterpillar Guy was groaning on the floor from the kick Kitty had delivered to his ribs. Moriganne memorized his face for later. Thanks, he told Kitty. I'm feeling better already. How did you know I was here? I didn't. I got bored and found you by accident. A stabbing migraine hit right behind the eyes, doubling her over. Oh yeah, those have a hell of a kick as they wash the toxins from your system. Be warned, it's not going to be pretty. Moriganne exploded from the couch, rushed over to the bushes covered in edible candy cherries, and vomited into the undergrowth, her body shuddering with each convulsion. Kitty rubbed her back until the worst was over. When her insides no longer wanted to be outsides, Moriganne plopped onto her rear to catch her breath. Merlin's tits. Alton left with Tamako, she said, the memory rising from the depths like a bubble. That's not good, said Kitty angrily. I'd gut him if I thought I could get away with it. He's a menace. Let's find him and do it together, said Moriganne with a hand from Kitty to return to standing. He's probably in some back room here, said Kitty with fists at her side. On the way out, Moriganne kicked the caterpillar in the jaw with her 5-inch heels. He was crying when they left him. As they ducked through the entrance, Kitty grabbed the container of liquor and dumped it onto the floor. The guy at the front tried to grab her, but she moved like a blur, hitting him 3 times before he even lifted his fist. He fell back onto the chair, dazed and bleeding from his nose and lip. We should split up, said Moriganne as they peered down concrete hallways covered in colorful graffiti. Better chance of finding them. Kitty loomed into her vision, and for a moment Moriganne thought she might catch a flurry of fists. Why are you doing that to Dad? Dad. Not Vic. Moriganne searched her sister's face. I had to get into Snake and Tome. He gave me no choice. Kitty's lips came to a point. Up close, Moriganne had the idea that the twins were the comedy and tragedy masks. Not that, said Kitty, eyebrows rippling with thought. Moriganne pulled away from her sister. We don't have time for this. I need to find Tamako. The corners of Kitty's lips tugged downward and then she nodded. I'll check the other society rooms. You look in the main area. The people on the dance floor looked like they were melting candles. Moriganne pushed her way through. A guy tried to grind on her leg but she shoved him backwards, then no longer caring about propriety, elbowed her way to the other side as the music pounded on her fledgling migraine, threatening a full tsunami. Moriganne spotted the tall form of Aries, rising above a group of infatuated underclassmen. She charged into their midst, pulling her brother aside to the protests of his clingy crowd. "Back off or I'll leak your grade school pimple pictures to the Herald," she told them. Moriganne wasn't sure if it was her comment or the realization of who she was, but they evaporated faster than a drop of water on the surface of the sun. "What are you doing, Mori?" "Looking for Alton Lockwood. He drugged me and Tamako and I think he took her somewhere." "What?" "I saw them about 10 minutes ago." Aries' jaw pulsed with anger. "I'll put my fist through his nose." He held up a hand wrapped in bandages. Moriganne wanted to ask what happened, but time was of the essence if she was going to rescue Tamako. "Do you know where they went?" "Headed out," said Aries, nodding towards the vault door at the top of the metal stairs. Tamako was laughing and stumbling. "Stoned out of her mind. He must have dropped it in her cup and I took a big drink, thinking it was safe. Come with me. Or wait, Kitty's searching too. I'm going after them. You find Kitty and follow." His expression softened. "I can't leave. But I can find Kitty for you." She didn't have time for explanations. "Fine." Moriganne hurried up the stairs, glancing across the dance floor. The Mount Olympus bus was empty of Snake and Tome, or she would have enlisted their help. When she pushed outside the party, she turned on the two bouncers. "Where did Alton Lockwood and the girl in the red latex dress go?" The thick-necked men glanced at each other, giving twin shrugs. "Look, you wannabe Iagos, I know you know because this is a Wellenstone party and that means Alton was involved. And if you're not aware, my name is Moriganne Charmer. You can imagine the level of resources I can use to destroy every inch of your pathetic lives for aiding and abetting Alton's depravities." The bigger of the two bouncers tilted his head. "We called him a ghost taxi. He's taking her back to his apartment in the 10th ward. An address will suffice as penance," she said, poking her finger in his meaty chest. "And I suggest no longer taking his calls in the future." The bouncer gave her the address. Moriganne rushed to the street, calling for a ride, and she noticed missed messages and calls from Andromeda. "What's going on?" she asked her youngest sister when she answered. "Where have you been?" "I've been trying to get a hold of you. I got drugged, and now I'm trying to track down Alton, who took Tamako out of the party." "That 3 bags of warm garbage in a trench coat," said Andromeda. "What's so urgent?" Andromeda sighed. "I overheard Blake talking to someone on the phone. Something about the Undercity and a ritual, and that it had to be tonight." She looked conflicted and then left right away, not even saying goodbye. "I followed her." "Great, you can stay with her while I track down Tamako." "That's the problem. She went into the bloom." "I can't follow. I've been standing outside trying to get a hold of you," said Andromeda. Darian's face rose up in her mind, a reminder of what was at stake. Moriganne had thought that Blake was probably not involved, but this new information changed everything. She'd probably gone into the restricted area, using the hidden passage in the cabinet to reach the Undercity. "Mori?" "Yeah, thinking," she said as the taxi pulled up. She threw herself in back. The driver turned his head. "Where to?" Andromeda spoke in her ear. "You know, I didn't believe you before, but hearing the other side of her call convinced me that she's involved somehow. I hate to do this to you, but I think you should come here. Alton is a creep, but he's not murdering anyone." "Yes. You know you start paying as soon as you climb in," said the driver. Moriganne thought about sending Andromeda to Alton's apartment, but she was in the 5th ward, the opposite side of the city. It'd take her too long to arrive, while she was in the 9th, which was only a few minutes away. "I'm going after Tamako. I can't leave her to Alton." "Are you sure?" "No." She pulled her face away from the phone and told the driver the address. The taxi lurched into motion. "I'm going to hang up and try Kitty. If I can get a hold of her, maybe she can help at Alton's." Moriganne dialed Kitty, willing her to pick up the phone. When there was no answer, not even a mailbox to leave a message, she knew she wasn't going to be able to help. Moriganne sent a text and then prayed that Kitty received it before it was too late for Moriganne to redirect to the Bloom. The apartment was a 3-story shotgun-style brick house in a gentrified neighborhood near the edge of the Second Ward, close enough to probably have a rent 3 times the price of those a few blocks further in. Moriganne burst out of the taxi, seeing a light on the second floor. She pressed her face to the window next to the door, hoping to catch a sign of Alton, but the decor said traveling businessman ordering from airplane catalogs. The door resisted her efforts to open it. She couldn't hear anything that suggested Alton was inside. If the bouncers had given her a fake address, it was going to be really embarrassing when she busted in on some old guy in his tighty whities, readying for bed. Her voice shattered the lock, splintering the heavy wood around the metal handle like a disheveled porcupine. Moriganne shouldered through, searching for a staircase. Halfway up, she heard the muted protests of Tamako, too drugged to make vigorous objections. Moriganne burst into the room, finding Tamako on the bed, red latex dress around her waist and Alton's pale ass staring at her. She grabbed him by the hair, yanking him backwards, the slacks around his feet tripping him onto his back. "You!" His fingers moved with the implications of retaliation. Moriganne lifted a 5-inch heel over his partial erection and said, "You'd better not miss or you'll never use it again." Alton froze, eyes hazy from whatever he'd been self-administering. He struggled to sit up, but she pushed him back down. "My sisters are on their way here, so I wouldn't get cute if you'd like to leave the night with that poor excuse for a cock you've got between your legs." When she checked back with Tamako, she saw her panties had barely been yanked down. She sighed, relieved that she'd arrived in time. "Bitch," said Alton as he reached down to pull up his underwear. "That's all you got? At least you've correctly identified my role in tonight's festivities, but your creativity is lacking. I shouldn't be surprised given that this is the only way your dumb ass can get laid." She looked down as Alton struggled to put himself back into his underwear. "Maybe I shouldn't have been worried. Even your dick refuses to work for a sicko like you." "I'm gonna kill you," said Alton, rage on his lips. "No, you're not. Because you know my family, and despite being the biggest creep in the halls, you know what they would do to you if you dared to lift one finger to hurt me, and that scares the lights out of that little pea-brain of yours. Victor would destroy you, and your family, and anyone you ever cared about. So you're going to sit on the floor and wait for me to take Tamako away from here, and you're not moving a single inch until I'm gone." She wasn't sure what surprised her more, that the words had come to her lips so effortlessly, or that they worked. A cowed and cornered Alton Lockwood sat with his arms around his bent knees on the floor like a kindergarten in timeout. She thought about calling the police, but guys like him always got free. Moriganne helped a delirious Tamako sit up, wishing she'd grabbed one of those hazelnut-tasting counters for the drugs. "Mori-san." "Hey Tamako, I'm getting you out of here." She pulled her upright and helped her tug her latex skirt down. "Come on, follow me." Alton glared at her from the floor, but she knew his type. Deep down inside he was a coward. He wouldn't do anything. Not to her. It would be someone without her resources, who would be in danger. Eventually he was going to tangle with someone who didn't have her level of restraint, and in a world of nearly unlimited options, she hoped it was bad, really bad, and then she'd like to meet and thank them. Outside, she let Tamako sit on the sidewalk while she dialed another taxi. It was past 4 in the morning. By the time she got Tamako back to Alchemists, and then hit Stone Singers, whatever Blake had gone into the Undercity to do would be over. She sent a message to Andromeda to let her know she could leave, and then another to Aries and Kitty about Tamako's rescue. The night had been a disaster. The only takeaway she could muster was that Alton would probably never mess with any of her friends, and that she'd had more interactions with her siblings than any time in the last year since she'd been trapped in Moriganne's body. By the time they reached Alchemists, Tamako was partially lucid. She kept tugging the bottom of her latex dress, even though it was as down and tight as possible. After she climbed out of the taxi, she leaned into the open door and bowed. "Thank you for coming for me, Mori-san." Exhausted and ready for her bed, Moriganne bowed in response, and then she was speeding back to the Bloom as the city of sorcery woke. Neon lights traded for sunrise, clubwear for business suits, alchemy-infused drinks for mocha lattes. As she stared at the glassy towers of the financial district, she wondered if there was any difference between the two worlds. Chapter 19. The body had been found a week after the party, a middle-aged woman who was in a bowling league, and had 2 kids that had moved away from the city. The report that had been slipped under her door couldn't confirm the exact date of death, but the range of 5 to 10 days put it squarely in the middle. The photo was similar to Darian's, except the damage to her interior cavity hadn't been as severe. Moriganne wished she could see the murder scene herself, but Officer Lippens declined to provide that information as it jeopardized sources inside criminal gangs. Andromeda had said it was lucky that someone had found the body, as it confirmed Blake's involvement. Moriganne wasn't so sure, since it had been found about a ward away from where the Bloom was located. Circumstantially, her former friend was the leading candidate, but that didn't say a lot, given their lack of concrete evidence for anyone. "How did they even find the body?" asked Andromeda on a snowy December afternoon at the apartment. "Reported by some gang that found her. I guess they use the Undercity for transporting drugs or stolen goods or something, since the police don't operate down there," said Moriganne. "Probably planted it there, dirty bastards," said Andromeda, leaning back on her chair. The wings disappeared after the party, but she'd kept the black eyes on account of how unsettling it made people feel around her. "Lippens is feeding me information about the murders at least." Andromeda raised an eyebrow. "After you carried out his blackmail. Do you have to remind me? I feel like the longer I'm in this family, the more compromised I get," said Moriganne, regretting the words as soon as they slipped from her lips. Andromeda's boots slapped onto the tile floor. "The family? Excuse me, but the last I checked, they didn't have anything to do with you breaking into Invictus PD or these murders." "You're defending them now?" "No. I mean, yes, or sort of. I'm just saying that for all the problems, this isn't one of ours. Vic wouldn't do that." "Vic tried to have my soul stolen," said Moriganne. Andromeda looked at the floor, lips pursed to a point. "I shouldn't be here. People get murdered all the time. Why do we care? My friend got murdered. I care. You realize that if Vic finds out you're investigating this, he'll suspect that you're not really his daughter. Are you sure you want to put yourself in danger for something that's already over? Is that your solution to everything? Running away? Making yourself a pariah so you don't have to get involved with real consequences while you spend Daddy's money?" Andromeda jumped to her feet, put her hands on the table as if she were going to flip it over, then spun away towards the exit. When the door slammed, the gust of air knocked half the carefully organized photos onto the floor. "The Manson family was more functional than this one," she said, picking up fallen photos, wishing she hadn't insulted Andromeda like that. She was setting 2 photos back onto the table, the first and last murders, when she paused, glancing between them. Something tugged at her thoughts, a difference that she couldn't quite see but knew in her gut was there. In all the photos, the limbs were splayed out as if they'd been tied, but there was no evidence of bindings or rub marks from a rope on the wrist. Her phone rattled across the table, startling her out of her thoughts. She looked back to the photos, hoping to recapture her line of thinking, but the buzzing scattered them like grains of sand across a glass table. "Monique." Moriganne grabbed the phone, wondering why her mother was calling. "Maury, darling, I was wondering if you were ignoring my calls." "Of course not. What's up?" "Your father has called a meeting with the family and the board, including some of our primary investors. I need you there." Moriganne paced away from the table. "I thought I signed away my involvement. Isn't that what you wanted?" It was. It is. But this is different. He's either going to propose a deal, or he's hanging the laundry on the line for everyone to see. There are a number of investors who are on the fence, and having the eldest daughter, the one who was once considered the heir apparent, at the meeting, showing support for my position, will go a long way towards swaying their votes. I'm not the eldest. Eldest living. You know what I mean, dear, said Monique. Let's focus on business. Do you miss her? She asked, truly curious because the oldest child was an enigma. A pause. Of course I do. She was an angel. I loved her dearly, just like I love all of you. She was probably too good for this family, and I fear everything fell apart after she was gone. There was a sniffle on the other end, followed by a clearing of the throat. Mori dear, I don't have time for this reminiscing. I need to focus on the business. That's what your father is doing. He's sparing no expense in bringing the investors back over to his side. Can you be there? It's important to me. Of course. When? This afternoon. At your father's suite. His suite? Why are you letting him have the meeting there? She said. He's the chairman of the company. There's little I can do about it but rally my forces. Be a dear and try not to antagonize him. Moriganne stared at the phone incredulously. There was so much she didn't understand about this family. I'll be there. Wonderful. Put that charm to good use. I need it, or this whole adventure is going to fall apart. After Monique hung up, Moriganne circled her apartment with her hands on her head. Attending a stupid business meeting with her parents was the last thing she wanted to do, but there was no avoiding her family's machinations. Darian's investigation would have to wait for another day. The meeting was in a little over 2 hours, which was barely enough time to get ready for battle. Chapter 20. A thin woman with a hawk-like nose greeted Moriganne when she climbed out of her personal SUV. She wished she had a briefcase or datapad to occupy her hands. Miss Charmer, I can lead you into the suite. Moriganne almost responded that she knew where it was and how to get in, but remembered her access had been cut off. She was a stranger as far as her father was concerned. I love your outfit, said the woman, eyes glittering with envy as they rode up in the elevator. The peach jacket over a dark blue body contouring dress with a patterned scarf that lightly imitated a tie had taken her most of the prep time to assemble. Thank you. Yours is cute too, she said without even looking, and the woman dipped her chin. The doors opened to a thin-lipped Mr. Thule wearing a grey jacket. He put his hand out when she tried to walk past. Security check. I'm sure you understand, he said with his trademark sneer. Fine. He pulled a brass bar out of his coat and hovered it over her like a metal detection wand at the airport, except this one, she assumed, would identify enchantments or other magical modifications. You really should add some color to your wardrobe, Mr. Thule. I think you're more of an autumn than a bucket of coal. The attendant who had ridden up with her snorted lightly, receiving a searing glance from Mr. Thule, which made her blush and excuse herself to return to the elevator. All clear, he said, but when she moved towards the sounds of conversation in the grand hall, he put his arm across her midsection. You really like touching me like that, which confuses me because I thought the maitre could only get it up if someone shoved a fire hydrant up their ass, she said, smiling serenely. I will never trust you. I don't care who is in that body because you have been extremely disrespectful to your father, even before last year. He's a visionary who has done everything possible to give you a head start, and you've spit in his face. The worship in the maitre's eyes surprised Moriganne, but she managed to gently push his arm out of the way. I guess we know why we never see any whores in my father's study, she said as she strode away. Antagonizing Mr. Thule wasn't the greatest of plays, she knew that, but his naked animosity brought out the worst in her. Besides, she knew she couldn't say anything remotely close to Victor, and laying into Mr. Thule made her feel at least partially in control. The crowded room had 24 men and women in business attire, circling around the twin magnetic poles of her parents like moons. A few had been captured by her siblings in attendance, Aries, Kitty and Ivan, which proved the weight of the charmer name when it came to the business. You've caused quite a stir in such a short time since you joined the halls. Why am I not surprised? She turned to find Celeste striding into the room from a side passage. Moriganne's gut tightened. She forced herself to look Celeste in the eyes despite the overwhelming urge to avert her gaze. I'm a charmer. That you are, said Celeste with a wink. Excellent detective work with the financials last year. Meraki is performing splendidly. Someday I'll pry you away from your parents and get you on my team. The alchemist's patron swept away, leaving Moriganne's thoughts swirling in her wake. Her presence and the comment reminded Moriganne that these events were purely business, a fact she needed to etch into her bones if she wanted to survive in the family. Mori, said her father, opening his arms graciously for a hug as the investors looked on. He had chosen a navy blue blazer over a buttoned-up midnight blue knitted shirt and comfy grey slacks. Vic, she said, letting him capture her in his embrace, then regretting it for the symbolism. The proof that she'd made a mistake was in Monique's heat-seeking gaze from across the room. She'd been surprised by his advance after the ambush from Celeste. He leaned close to her ear while everyone looked on, even her siblings. Kitty wore her trademark stoicism, Ivan was talking too loudly and narrowly avoiding spilling his drink, while Aries silently fumed at her usurping his place in the family once again. He had a cut on his chin and bags under his eyes as if he hadn't been sleeping much. You picked the wrong fucking horse, Victor whispered while maintaining a grandfatherly smile. You know what they do to old horses, she replied back, teeth clenched in a grimace. Victor pulled away, holding his arms up. All right, we're all here. Time to get out your measuring sticks. He chuckled lightly, the assembled following his lead. Moriganne made her way to Monique, who was wearing a black sweater and black skirt, presenting a smile that could have hanged a dozen men. How could you let him do that? She whispered as they moved to their side of the table. It was an ambush. This is war. You can't let yourself be ambushed. Moriganne glanced around. Where's Andromeda? He said everyone's here. Monique nodded toward Victor at the other end of the table. He was speaking in hushed tones to his cronies. She lets him decide her vote. Monique put a hand on hers. I see that look, but your sister's a coward. She gave up a long time ago. Makes me sad, but not all of your children can make you proud. Moriganne was about to respond, she's not a coward, when a familiar gentleman took the seat on her left. Ready to run down your father with a sharp lance today? Asked Silas with a smirk. You have a real gift for mixing business with fashion. I say your outfit outdoes the one from the Gala. Hello Silas, she said. But all fashion is business. Look at my father's choices. He's signaling that he's not taking our advances seriously. He's the bored lion, fending off the attack with the flick of his claws. Silas turned and studied Victor, then raised an eyebrow. Quite astute. Maybe you should give me some lessons. The comment could have come off as a come on, but he added a curt nod. Moriganne took it as serious. She wished she understood how the game was played as well as she did her clothing choices. That was one thing that her career on the stage had prepared her for with this new life, she understood how to present an image. Alright everyone, I've got a fucking business to run, so let's try to do this quickly, Victor said with a smile, prompting laughter from his side. Since we have a smaller board structure, I thought it best to do this together. Monique has brought a challenge to my position, which is her right, and she has assembled enough votes to make this interesting, but we all need to lay our cards on the table. I think when we do, everyone will see I have a straight flush and they have a weak two-pair. While he was speaking, Moriganne's phone buzzed. Kitty had sent a message. She was sitting halfway up the table with Ivan at her side, wearing a black turtleneck sweater with a grey jacket. The short black bob she wore was shorter than her twins, which came down to his collar. CC, glad you got to Tamako before Alton. MC, me too, heart emoji. Her sister smiled demurely and stared into her lap. Now, said Victor, leaning forward, since it was my lovely eldest daughter who tipped the scales to make this vote happen, I thought she should have the floor first and explain how she thinks that they can do better running this company than I can. Moriganne had been waiting for a response from Kitty, when she realized that Victor had put her on the spot. Everyone in the room was staring at her. Monique kicked her in the ankle and muttered under her breath, "Say something." "Say something," she responded as she leaned over to her mother. "I agreed to support you. I'm not masterminding this." "Ladies." Monique sat tall. "I think it would be best if I spoke since I'm the one who brought the challenge." "I agree," said Victor, "but there has to be a reason. Come on, Mori. If you're gonna kill the old hog, you gotta wade into the pig pen, get a little dirty. Best be wearing your mud boots. Tell us why you supported her over me." The weight of their gazes pushed down on Moriganne, threatened to shrink her. These weren't adoring fans but cutthroat businesspeople. It felt different. She cleared her throat and looked across the table at Victor Charmer, red-rimmed eyes, liver spots on his hands, gums peeling back. "I won't need to kill the old hog. He's going to pass from old age. Better the family company prepares for that eventuality," said Moriganne, sitting back as she caught subtle nods and careful considerations of her comment. Victor slapped his hand against the table, startling everyone and bringing their heads around. "That's all you got? The old man is old. That's old hat. Old news. It's an oldie but not a goodie in this case. I'm 78, but that's young nowadays with the technology and alchemy available. I could live another 30 years in good health. Barkley, the bastard that runs half the news stations in this country, he's 92 and just had a newborn with his 6th wife. That's hardly the down ramp." Victor enjoyed the aura that his rebuke had brought. He'd been expecting her to say that. It was improvised but not completely. "Mori," whispered Monique behind a forced smile, "he's winning." Moriganne glared at her mother, then turned back to the table. Her mind had emptied out. She could almost hear the last gurgles of thought going down the drain. There were no favorite songs to sing to bring back the crowd's favor, because this wasn't a concert but a knife fight, and she'd showed up without a weapon. Charmer Inc. could use a rebranding. More celebrities, musicians. "Blah blah blah," said Victor. "We've heard that song and dance before. Resident mouthpieces are good but they're not a strategy." The empty mind was followed by a blanket of numbness. Even though it wasn't really her father, the way he had dismantled her in front of the others, including her siblings, left her shaking inside. Monique tapped on her glass with a pen. The weak sound barely cut through the glowering and considerations. "I propose a brief break. It's my fault. I didn't prepare Mori for this meeting. She's been busy with the halls and hasn't had time for reviewing my plans." Victor looked down his nose. The arrogance made Moriganne want to scream, but only because she knew he'd cut her throat and pushed her into the shark-infested waters without a life jacket. "Objections?" he asked, and receiving no answers said, "Granted." "Mori, really?" said Monique in an aside. "I thought you knew better." Silas was speaking from the other side, and other men and women in suits huddled around. The many voices overwhelmed, and she said, "I need a moment to freshen up." Moriganne barged out of the meeting without waiting for someone to give her permission. She cut through the library to the nearest bathroom, nearly running into Kitty. "Oh hey," she said, smiling, "thanks again for your help." Kitty stared back, lips flat and eyes blank. Without a word, she spun on her heel and headed in a different direction, probably to her room in the suite. Alone, Moriganne pushed into a marble and gold bathroom with a row of 4 stalls. She went straight to the basin to wash her hands. She really wanted to throw water on her face, but it would mess up her makeup. She leaned on the counter and stared into her eyes. Moriganne's eyes. I wish I had your thoughts, your memories, then maybe I would have expected this. She flicked the water from her hands and then the door swung open, revealing Victor. He smiled briefly before leaning towards someone right behind the door. Don't let anyone bother us. Moriganne faced him with hands dripping. You shouldn't be in here. It's my suite and I knew you weren't on the throne. He stared at her like a predator eyeing its next meal. You're an asshole. You didn't come all this way, get all prettied up just to say that. Why are you here? Because Monique asked me to. He shook his head disappointedly. No, really. Why? You don't care. I do actually. The business is important to me. I'm trying to make the best decisions I can for it. If you can't understand that, then I don't know why you're trying to put your dick in the spokes. It's not going to work out for you. I told you before I needed into Snake and Tome. You wanted me there. This was the way I got it, she said. I don't understand, Mori, he said, shaking his head. You know the way to get what you want. I've seen it. Never seen better. Is this about that old business? You're not still mucking around in it, are you? No. Good. That's a good girl. But what about this? He pumped his eyebrows and nodded his head towards the room where everyone was waiting. What do you want, Vic? I want to retain control of my company and I want to know what your price is, he said. It's not about a price. It's always about a price. He rapped his knuckles on the marble. I wonder if I spoiled you children too much. You've always felt like you earned this life, when you were just lucky enough to be born into it. A little adversity creates grit. He made a fist, held it up, smirked. Maybe you don't have it. She couldn't speak but flared her nostrils. She knew about grit. Minerva knew it. Had been knocked down so many times and gotten up every single one. I'll prove you wrong. I'd like to see that, he said, and she almost believed him. But since we're here, I want to offer a deal. I already signed over my position to Monique. He waved dismissively. I know. But that doesn't mean you can't sell your stock to me. I'll buy you out at a premium. A golden parachute. You don't seem interested in this world, so why not get out, enjoy your fancy clothes and fancier parties. I won't bother you anymore, but you won't bother me either. We'll lock that up in contract. The offer was astronomical. She knew from the summer with Andromeda that they each had billions in equity. A premium offer could be 2 or 3 billion, maybe more. She'd be free of Victor and the awful struggles of the family. She could lay low for a while and then return to a singing career, using her experience in stone singers. She'd never be the same as her old self. Her voice had none of those qualities, but singing was more than just the tones, and now with her magical abilities she could do something more. Part theater, part performance, all her. But she knew if she agreed, the contracts would be brutal. They'd lock her out of anything to do with the family. The interaction with Kitty was proof of that. He owned them. Whatever relationship she had with Andromeda would be nuked from orbit. The investigation into Darian's death would be strangled by her loss of influence. Sure, some of that was of Moriganne's manufacture, but so much came from the font of Victor. He knew it too. If I don't. He spread his arms wide. I'll win today, use my leverage to solidify my position, and end up stronger than I was before. Then I'll cut off the dividends and change the liquidation rules, so you'll find yourself slowly squeezed out of this life without a bankroll. Filthy rich but no way to touch it. Take it now and you'll get to spend it. Try to sell it later, and it'll be for pennies on the dollar. Can I think about it? No, he said. The offer stands until we leave this room. Moriganne had no idea how possible those threats were. She hadn't learned enough to know. He could be bluffing, but it was a hard way to find out. Freedom and wealth or justice and destitute. It wasn't as simple as that. Maybe she could walk away from the murders, though she hated herself for even considering it, but what about family? She'd always wanted siblings, children, a group of people that stood by you no matter what. But was the Charmer family like wishing for a dog and getting a worn, packing, falling out stuffed animal with one eye missing? It counted as a dog only in the barest sense. Mori, an answer. I'm walking out. She looked away, closed her eyes. She hated him for putting her in this position, but that's why he'd done it. Wouldn't it be easier to escape from this world? She'd been given the gift of youth and magical ability, but once she was gone, she'd never get a say in anything the Charmer family did again. Okay. Yes. I'll sell. You will. He almost seemed surprised. That's good. I can have my lawyers draw up the contracts. The look of victory in his eyes burned. She felt like she was staring at the sun. Then she remembered her promise to Moriganne at her own grave, and the look of betrayal she'd get from Andromeda. She barely knew the others, Aries, Kitty and Ivan, but she'd like to know them more. And Darian. The photos of the murdered. And something deeper, an acknowledgement of the rot she'd seen. The Dwights and Ians of the world. The victors. No. I changed my mind. I'm not selling to you. I'm playing this out. He licked his lips and stared at her as he leaned on the marble counter. The moment lasted forever, and then he made a noise in the back of his throat and left the women's bathroom, leaving her alone. Her hands shook. Not because she was afraid of him, but that she'd almost given it up, given in. Professor Zeng's lessons with the Venota balls came back to her. Pain. How much were you willing to endure? That was what counted in this world. The business was an all-out scrum in the ring, and whoever could take the most blows and give the most back would be the one left standing in the end. Chapter 21. Classes for the semester had ended, leaving Moriganne with nothing to distract her from the failure at her father's suite. After she'd returned to the table, Monique had given a lukewarm presentation that Victor mocked under his breath, much to the laughter of his side of the table. The attempted takeover wasn't dead yet, but it was on life support. Monique had brushed by her without a word, leaving Moriganne even more alone than she had been before. Not even Andromeda was responding to her calls or texts. Sure, she got a quick note saying she was spending the holidays at Victor's and couldn't be seen communicating with her. It was an excuse, but a painful one. Moriganne was back to where she'd been before her soul had been stolen, sitting in an empty apartment, waiting for her fortunes to crash against the rocks. She filled the time researching the murders, finding background on each victim, looking up missing persons for other potential killings, and learning the history of the secret societies, searching for anything that might help, all the while knowing she was trying to distract herself from her situation as much as find the truth. So it was with excitement and apprehension that she agreed to participate when Eloise Lake contacted her about a ritual with the other societies that would happen on the third day after the new year. The meeting place was at a Korean grocery store near the statue of Invictus. She was told to dress as if she were attending a casual party. Standing outside the store in over-the-knee leather boots, plaid pants and a charcoal grey jacket, waiting for someone to arrive, Moriganne took the time to examine the enormous statue at the center of the open space. Tourists were few as it was late in the evening, and a heavy snow was coming down in thick bunches. Moriganne had seen the statue of the founder on previous occasions, but it felt different as a member of the halls. He didn't look like a friendly sort. Instead, he seemed like the kind of stern, disapproving teacher that would make Professor Zeng cuddly in comparison. He also looked too mean to die. Nice boots. Blake came striding in from the opposite direction, a huge, sagging with something heavy inside designer handbag on her shoulder. Moriganne couldn't help but think about how Blake had left the party and disappeared into the bloom on a mission. Was she standing in the presence of the killer? Despite the evidence, Moriganne couldn't imagine how this one girl was behind so many murders. But maybe she was part of a larger conspiracy. After all, she'd taken a phone call from someone before rushing off. I like your coat. Blake looked away, tension in her jaw. Yeah. Where are we supposed to go? Blake exhaled through her nose, sending out plumes of mist. Thick flakes were trapped in her curly hair. Follow me. A little bell rang as they went into the Korean grocery store. An Asian woman sitting in a chair behind the desk, reading a romance novel, looked over her glasses at their entrance. Hey Miss Park, said Blake, pulling a small gift from her bag and handing it over to the woman. Have a good time, said Miss Park with a smirk, tucking the package under her counter and returning to her book. Was I supposed to bring something? No. Blake led them into the back and pushed through the employee door as the fluorescent lights flickered, the ambience making Moriganne feel like she was wandering through a dream. They went through what looked like a broom closet but was a long hallway between seeping wet walls that made her squeeze her shoulders together to avoid damaging her coat. A stainless steel elevator at the end glimmered with enchantment. Blake made a sign and the doors opened, revealing an interior that looked like her father's private lounge. There were no floor buttons. As soon as they stepped inside, Blake made a familiar society sign at the glowing wall, and the elevator lurched downward. What is the convergence? Asked Moriganne. Something that happens every 4 years. That's about all I know, said Blake with a lift of her shoulder. Only the 5th years know. Then what's in the bag? Things Eloise asked me to bring. Don't worry, you'll see soon enough. Eloise had called the place they were meeting the Benahaja, a word which had no meaning to Moriganne. After a long ride down, the doors opened, revealing not the darkness of the Undercity as expected, but a space that could have been a bar like the amber and smoke. There were 80 or 90 people milling around the outer sections of the room, where 4 bars had been set up beneath a badge signifying each society. Blake rushed off to a group of 5th years, including Eloise and Aries, crowded around the center section, which was lower than the social area by about 10 feet, and connected by 4 sets of stairs. A wooden ramp had been set up along the Snake and Tome side. Moriganne spotted most of the members of her society in the room, along with the twins, who were speaking quietly together. Kitty spotted her but made no attempt to wave. She leaned close to Ivan's ear, and he made a poor show of hiding his examination of her. Mori-san. So glad you could make it, said Tamako. Shouldn't there be more people here? This is as many that could make it, said Tamako with a tight shake of her head, sending her silky black hair into her face. Some were out of the country when the call went out. Shouldn't they have warned us? Seems strange, said Moriganne. Only the 5th years know, said Tamako. I heard it used to happen on the winter solstice, but there were always too many students gone for the holidays, so they moved it back to a more convenient date. I didn't even know this place existed. I've been here once. It's used for meetings between the societies, and if a tribunal needs to be set up for punishment. Moriganne unbuttoned her coat. I can't imagine what you'd have to do in the societies to get in trouble. A twinge in her sternum had her turning around. Is he? Tamako's nostrils flared as her eyes widened. No. Good. Things were weird enough without adding Alton Lockwood to the mix. After her threat, she wondered if he'd found a reason to be busy today. It was also a reminder that if she'd let Victor buy her out of the family, then she'd be more vulnerable to people like him. Everyone, I need your attention, said Aries. Behind him, a short guy with glasses and lustrous black skin was pouring out a thick salt line in a circle. I'm sorry we weren't able to give more warning about tonight, but the secrecy is important for the ritual. If too many people know ahead of time, then things can go wrong. This looks like a summoning, whispered Moriganne to Tamako. I thought those were illegal. It could be an augury, she offered, but didn't look confident about her prediction. Aries held his hand up as if he were in class. I will need a volunteer from the underclasses. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen, and you won't remember a thing, but you will get to say that you've experienced something completely unique. I volunteered my year. Moriganne checked back to the twins to see if they had prior knowledge, but they looked as confused and concerned as she was, whispering between themselves. Raise your hand if you're interested, said Aries, spinning slowly around. Moriganne had no intention of raising her hand. She couldn't risk the dual souls or the remnants of the Ginger Man's bridge interfering. Much to Moriganne's surprise, Blake's hand went up first, followed by a first year from Wellandstone. 3 more hands went up, then a long pause, and right as Aries opened his mouth, a 6th and final hand went up from her brother Ivan. He gave her a shrug when she tilted her head at him. Aries gathered the 6 volunteers at the center and spoke to them quietly. A fluttering of nervous laughter burst from the group like birds before they returned to the intense discussion. A rune-covered brass pyramid that fit in his hand was brought out, and each volunteer held it, the object glowing slightly with varying degrees of intensity. After each person had held the pyramid, there was another round of laughter, and everyone but Blake left the circle. She looked nervous but kept up a smile as she chatted with Aries. We have our volunteer, said Aries, holding out his hands about to clap. Give it up for Blake Holston. Moriganne applauded with the rest of the assembled, checking around her to see if anyone else thought this was as odd as she did. At least half had drinks in their hands, as if they were watching a sporting event. During the ritual, no one except those with a part should speak or make a noise. For Blake's safety, we must treat this with reverence. The wrong word could disrupt it and ruin what we've come here to do. A mason jar filled with a blue liquid was handed over from Eloise to Aries inside the almost completed salt circle. Moriganne recognized the blue Tyartan elixir from her lessons with Tamako. Her older brother approached Blake, holding the jar gingerly in his hands. They were smiling and laughing softly as if they were on a date, rather than at the center of an unknown ritual. Aries held the jar to Blake's lips, and she took a long drink, as if she were receiving communion at a Catholic mass. When Aries pulled the jar away, her lips were a bright shade of blue, the color of a clear sky. Blake's eyes unfocused, and the playful banter disappeared beneath the effects of the elixir. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, prompting a lazy nod before she collapsed into a cross-legged seated position at the center of the circle. Aries carefully stepped out and the salt circle was completed, trapping Blake inside. She knew nothing about demonology or protective circles, but Moriganne had the impression they were meant to keep dangerous things from getting out. Why would they place Blake inside? Similarities to the murders left a stone in her gut. While the rest of the society members watched in quiet rapture, sipping their drinks or speaking to their neighbors under their breath, Aries crouched on his knees and began drawing symbols around the salt circle in a purple paint marker. Standing up, he nodded to someone behind Moriganne, and the lights dimmed. Moriganne thought the reduction was for ambience, until Aries strode out of the circle with his fingers and lips moving and purple-blue mist burst into existence and bumped against the barrier where Blake was trapped. Once he seemed satisfied, he stood on the chroma and key side of the room and began chanting in a guttural language that reminded her of the Ginger Man. Nothing happened for a time until the pressure in the room increased, and the hairs on her arms and the back of her neck rose to attention. The other society members felt the same thing because they were checking their arms and glancing around the room, foreheads furrowed and lips pinched. Moriganne's ears popped as if she were climbing a mountain, and the shadows forced their way into the room until she couldn't see the 4 bars or the badges above them, only a ring of darkness trapping them inside. The petite girl who was head of silence, Marion Goldberg, stepped forward when Aries nodded. She wore a frilly pink skirt and cream sleeveless shirt, which seemed antithetical to her expression and the strange surroundings. Shaitan Asra. Day 1 Secretonium. Heed our call. Now is the convergence, now is the time for answers in the Benahaja, the 5th well, the one that is closed. The calls were repeated when there was no answer. Moriganne watched Blake, who sat perfectly still, half-lidded eyes staring forward, wrists resting on knees, blue lips passive. Marion kept speaking, eyes darting with expectation, but nothing happened. There was a brief glance between Aries and Eloise, who shook their heads and made small shrugs. Whatever was happening or wasn't happening wasn't what they were expecting. Shaitan Asra. Day 1 Secretonium. Heed our call. Now is the convergence, now is the time for answers in the Benahaja, the fifth well, the one that is closed. After what felt like 10 minutes of Marianne's repeats, Moriganne let her focus wander. Maybe these society kids were playing at real rituals, or someone had made a mistake setting up the circle. She caught movement at the edge of her vision, and stared into the darkness surrounding them, wondering if it was a trick or an effect of the ritual. Deep within the dark, distant lights beckoned. She looked away and then back to find them coming closer. Thin, red, ghostly motions. Moriganne found it hard to breathe, but when she checked around her, she found no one else was having the same reaction. Her chest ached and she wondered if she were having a heart attack. Then she knew. The presence in the darkness was coming for her. Should she run or scream? She stared at the approaching crimson, and like blots of blood spreading out, they grew larger until she realized they were eyes. Huge, menacing eyes. A voice whispered in her ear. Summon the tempest, quickly, it's your only chance to drive the Meja away. The voice sounded like molasses packed with gravel and sharp glass. It hurt to hear, made her want to clamp her hands over her ears. Aries' warning not to speak or make noise left her checking around her for help. She didn't trust Blake, but she didn't want her to be hurt. Atuam Ru. Only you can stop it. You bear the Lost Prince's sigil. Had the ritual actually worked? Or was it a trick? An elaborate game? She couldn't know, but the crimson eyes loomed over the ritual like furnaces of embers and blood. She tilted her head back as a presence as big as a skyscraper folded over the circle, threatening to engulf it. No one but her seemed to notice that Blake was choking. Moriganne checked back to Tamako, who seemed bored by the repetition. The others stared into their drinks or at their designer sneakers. A few whispered in each other's ears, the glitter of resigned amusement in their eyes. How do I stop it? As soon as she asked the question, the answer came like a flood into her mind. At the intersection of the bridge and tempest, a path revealed itself. Moriganne opened her mouth, and a sound like 1,000 shards of broken glass erupted, pain ripping through her as she shrieked with the ferocity of a hurricane. The furnace of eyes glowed brighter, then retreated into the darkness, and as her voice faltered, the world condensed into a pinpoint. Chapter 22. The weight of an avalanche sat on her chest. The world was upended. A circle of faces was looking down upon her. She'd fainted. Mori, mouthed Tamako, are you okay? Moriganne was pulled to a sitting position. The mix of glares and sympathy left her uneasy. She shook her head, then shrugged, holding out her hand to be pulled to standing. Aries glowered at her from the edge of the circle where Marianne had kept up her vigil, her voice growing hoarse in repetition. Shaitan Asra. Day 1 Secretonium. Heed our call. Now is the convergence, now is the time for answers in the Benahaja, the fifth well, the one that is closed. Almost as soon as Moriganne recovered, checking back to the circle of darkness for the furnace eyes, Blake's eyes popped open and her lips snarled with speech. I answer. A chill went down her spine as she recognized the voice coming out of Blake's mouth as the same one that had been in her head. The society leaders glanced between each other in confused relief. Shaitan Asra, said Marianne, eyes darting. As per agreement, you are bound to answer the questions of the convergence. You know nothing of the agreement, snapped Blake in the other's voice. This is but a dim shadow of the original, and tainted by one who hides in plain sight. A few glances came Moriganne's way. Marianne faltered until Aries motioned for her to continue. For the steadfastness of the ardent four, answer these questions, said Marianne. You are neither steadfast nor ardent, but query your desires just the same, said Blake, head snapping to the side unnaturally. How close grows the gate? Asked Marianne tepidly. Too close. Within your lifetimes, but not sooner than the ends of your scholarship will you find it open. The stiffness of the society leaders told Moriganne that this answer was unusual. She could only guess the meaning, but either way, it was ominous. Aries shrugged and motioned towards Marion. Where will the gate open? Blake's head rotated back and forth like a fish swimming upstream. There is only darkness. The answer seemed to reassure Aries, who nodded as if he'd heard it before. Marion took a deep breath. Who will guard the gate? Blake's head turned unerringly towards Moriganne, lips twitching with a smile before addressing Aries directly. The twin soul, the maker of truths, the poisoned one and the many minds. Others will stand and fall, but upon these four will the world depend, said Blake. Marion's pale skin flushed as she jawed at the air at the unexpected answer. She stuttered to start again. How do the wells fare? They crumble like burning wood. Will they fail? Asked Marion hurriedly, eyes darting to Aries. Blake spoke in the guttural language, then grinned wide, the blue lips turning her into a marionette. That isn't one of the questions. End the ritual. Free me from your bonds. Aries spoke again in the strange language. The words were brief, and when he fell silent, the pressure released from the room. Blake slumped onto the floor. Locked in thought, trying to understand what had happened that no one else had seen, she didn't notice Aries' approach until he was looming over her. You were supposed to be quiet. You almost got Blake killed, he shouted, fists at his side. I didn't, it was a voice, an accident. An accident? How could that be a fucking accident? Inside the now broken circle, Marion helped Blake to a sitting position, and fed her a vial of thick grey liquid. The experience had turned Blake's skin ashen. She sucked down the drink, sputtering and coughing as she returned to awareness. I don't know. The fact that no one else had seen or heard what she had informed her decision to stay silent. Do you have to destroy everything you touch? Asked Aries. You're worse than Solstice. One of the others pulled him away, leaving Moriganne with her arms clutched around her midsection. Eloise approached in her wheelchair. Are you okay? I don't know, said Moriganne. I'm sorry, I almost screwed up the ritual. It happened, I don't know how to explain. She caught the general unease of the entire group. That wasn't what you saw last time, was it? Eloise took a long time before answering. No. Last time it was more like a fun ritual game. Like a Ouija board at a grade school sleepover. The answers were the same as they'd been for a while anyway. What was it about? The questions and the answers. No one really knows exactly what it means. We assume the gate is the barrier between this world and the demonic one, which is concerning given the answer. The rest, all speculation, but I assume the guardians of the gate are the four societies. The poisoned one being Snake and Tome, the maker of truths is Silence, the other two must mean Chrome and Key and Well and Stone, but I don't understand the description. Tamako spoke up. Maker of truths could be Snake and Tome. Eloise blinked. Yes. I suppose that's right. Anyway, we've all had quite an experience. That's it. We just do that and then go home. Yes. Eloise nodded. Shouldn't we consult someone? Alumni? A patron? Eloise shook her head vehemently. That is against the code of the convergence. If others who weren't here have input, then it might change the reading. This was part augury, part summoning. We must respect what we learned. Take its counsel to heart. The good thing is that the opening of the gate isn't imminent, and even then, we don't know what that means. She smiled. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. I'm fine. Ready to get out of here, said Moriganne. Yeah, normally everyone sticks around for a party, but I don't think it will be the same after this one. On the other hand, a glass of good whiskey would go a long way towards cleansing my unease. I think I'll go home if it's all the same, said Moriganne, who couldn't help but think that whatever had happened was related to the string of murders. But since she suspected the involvement of the societies, she had to keep it to herself. Tamako walked her back to the elevator, and they arrived at the same time as a wobbly-legged Blake, who was being held up by Aries. The smoldering glare from her blue-lipped former friend had her slowing to allow them the elevator. "I'm sorry," she told Blake, even though she knew that she'd probably saved her, maybe even saved them all. "I'm glad you're all right." No acknowledgement came, and Aries helped Blake into the elevator, and the two of them stared her down until the doors closed. Chapter 23. Moriganne was sitting at the back of Maze's End near the statue of the Minotaur, studying the 13 techniques of creating sound mass for large-scale magical fields, when she realized Audrey was leaning on the shelving. "Avoiding me?" Moriganne winced. "Not on purpose. I'm pulling my hair out with too much to do." "It's all that Snake and Tome crap," said Audrey, and she mimed drinking from a champagne glass with her pinky out. My Charles, shall we see the new play at the theatre tonight, or have a good roll in our vast piles of money?" "You forgot spitting on the little people from our sky-rise balconies," said Moriganne, chuckling. "Is that why it always feels like rain when I pass Charmer Inc.? I'm sorry, Audrey. I'm not avoiding you, I really have been slammed with things to do. On top of schoolwork, it seemed like every other week, there was a request to help one of the other societies out with a charm. Plus there was the investigation into Darian's death, which was currently going nowhere. Come to lunch with me. I found this great little place in the 4th Ward that serves the most amazing pizza, about the closest thing to Chicago style I've found here. I've been dying to go but didn't want to go by myself, well again anyway, but please, come with me," said Audrey, pressing her palms together. At that moment, Moriganne's phone buzzed. It was a message from Eloise, which probably meant another charm request for the society. Audrey's gaze flicked to the phone and the corners of her lips tugged downward. Moriganne sighed internally. She had so much to do, but Audrey was the only true friend she had, especially since Andromeda had been avoiding her after the failed board meeting. "Yeah, screw it. I'll worry about this later." She swiped the message from her lock screen. "Let's go. I'm starving anyway." Audrey clapped her hands and bounced on her heels. "Great." During the train ride, her friend talked non-stop about her holiday break, which included an uncle, it was always an uncle, who got drunk, spewed nonsense about the world coming to an end soon because of the reliance on magic, then passed out between the couch and a potted plant before dinner. Moriganne's phone buzzed 3 more times, but she silenced it and kept her attention on her stories. After being such a terrible friend for the last few months, it was the least she could do. The pizza pan was near the statue of Invictus, across the block from the Korean grocery store. It had only been a few weeks since the convergence ritual, but the event seemed hazy and distant as if it had happened last year. Tourists filled the square, passing by their window booth while they chatted and ate their pizza. The crust was thick and chewy, and the sauce sweet with a hint of garlic. It was fine by Moriganne's standards, but nothing special. She supposed it was the memory of home and family that had made it appealing to Audrey, a powerful draw even if it did come with a delusional uncle. "So how was that society party last month? I saw you and Blake all dressed to the nines. I heard it was really slammin'." Audrey rolled her eyes. "Anyway, like crazy room parties and crazier drinks." "It wasn't that great, honestly. Some of those guys are awful," she said. "You're just saying that to play it down. It's okay. Give me the gory details," said Audrey, leaning forward with a piece of crust dipped in sauce in her hand. "I'm serious, it was..." The words died in her mouth when she saw Aries' hulking form pass the window, outside on the street, wearing an uncharacteristic hoodie, a duffel bag over his shoulder. "Mori." She pressed her face against the window to see Aries jog across the street, heading directly for the Korean grocery store that led to the society meeting room. She reached into her wallet and threw a couple of bills on the table, and hurried out with Audrey on her heels. "Is something wrong?" "Hurry." Aries had gone into the grocery store. She peeked in through the glass door. There was no sign of her brother inside, which meant he'd headed to the Benahaja. What was he going to do down there? And why dressed like a burglar? Who are we following? Moriganne sighed. My brother. He's headed into the Undercity. Audrey screwed up her face. Through a Korean grocery store. It's a society entrance. There's a fancy meeting room below. I want to find out what he's doing. Why? I'll explain later. For now, just follow my lead. Audrey looked excited by the prospect, but it only made Moriganne's stomach hurt. She pushed through the door, and the little old woman behind the counter looked up from a magazine with a faint smile. I'm catching up to Aries, she said, adding a whiff of charm with the wave of her hand. We won't be long and you won't remember. Moriganne headed straight through the aisles past freezers of frozen fish and seafood. She paused at the door, glanced at the mirror where the old woman was watching, and gave a short nod before entering. What is this place? Asked Audrey as they shuffled down the hallway oozing with moisture. And will that work back there? I honestly have no idea, said Moriganne. I didn't want to use a longer or more complicated charm. The stainless steel elevator doors didn't open when she made the society sign. Still taking him down. Down. Like to the Undercity. Yeah. You're kinda freaking me out, Mori. She opened and closed her mouth, changing her mind on telling Audrey about Darian and the investigation. Better not to involve her, especially when it probably implicated the societies. This is a bad idea. I have an excuse for going down there, but if I bring you, it could be a problem, said Moriganne. Why don't you head back to the Bloom? I'll catch up later. Audrey hunched her forehead. Is this why you haven't been around? Is there something going on with your family? Or is it the societies? It's dangerous. I don't want you to get hurt. Audrey tilted her head. I'm a mage of the halls just like you. I can handle myself. I'm not sure I can handle this, and some of these dangers don't care about the halls or magic. Please, Mori, I'm your friend. Let me come with you. The look in her friend's eyes was a little too excited for her taste. It wasn't an adventure, but Audrey seemed to think so. But on the other hand, it'd be nice to have someone helping again, since Andromeda was avoiding her. Fine. You can come. But you have to follow my lead. Audrey made tiny clapping motions and grinned like a kid about to gorge on an entire bowl of chocolate chip ice cream. Moriganne made the sign again, and this time the elevator beeped, signaling that the cage was coming up. After a long wait, the doors opened, and for a moment she feared that Aries was going to be there. She had no idea how to explain why she was following him, and why she'd brought a non-society member along. But it was empty, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Fancy, said Audrey, stepping inside with her, glancing around the interior. Moriganne made the sign at the glowing wall, and the elevator lurched downward. When we get there, stay around the corner until I confirm that no one's in the room. When they reached the bottom, the chamber was empty. Well, this place is cool, said Audrey, craning her neck and examining the huge heralds above the bars. The memory of the ritual and the thing with eyes that she'd driven away made any of the appealing aspects of the secret room quite unsavory. Moriganne lifted a single shoulder, which received an eye roll from Audrey. Don't act so mysterious. I'm sure it's just silly rituals and drinking clubs, she said. When Moriganne didn't answer, Audrey said, Right? You're making me nervous. Help me look for where he went, said Moriganne. There were multiple doors leading from the room, a kitchen, a meeting room, storage, and so on. Audrey found the door that went to the Undercity at the end of a long hallway. It had runes and a heavy bar which leaned against the wall to protect the chamber from intrusion. They peered into the darkness of a cave that opened up with stalactites and the sound of dripping water in the distance. There was no sign of Aries. I don't want to go in there, said Audrey. Neither do I. Let's go back up. When the elevator was taking them back to the Korean grocery store, Audrey said, Are you going to tell me what this is about? Moriganne hung her head. A friend was murdered and there have been others. I think the societies are involved somehow. Audrey said nothing the whole ride up. She kept glancing sideways with furrowed lips. They left the grocery store with barely a glance from the owner. I want to help, said Audrey. I can't let you do that. It'll put you in danger. I at least have a certain amount of immunity. And arrogance, said Audrey. Seriously, let me help. No wonder you look overworked. Worse than last year. The offer put a crack in her resolve. She nodded. Okay. I'll show you what I know back at my apartment. When they finally made it back to her place, and Audrey saw the wealth of information spread out across the dinner table and the kitchen counters, her jaw dropped and she glanced back to Moriganne. I didn't realize how serious you were. I thought you were just, concerned, not going all Columbo on it. She drifted around the tables, and upon finding Darian's picture, her head lifted. Minnie and the Moves. Yeah, the guitarist. This is your friend. And I thought I was a super fan. Moriganne grimaced. Have you heard the story about what happened at the gala? Audrey shifted her mouth to the side. Yeah, sorry. Pretty gross on Blake's part. He was the guitarist at the gala. Audrey leaned on the table. Do you think she did it? How about I explain from the beginning? For the next 2 hours, Moriganne went through what she knew about the murders, including the material from the police and the information she'd acquired through public sources. 23 murders, said Audrey at the end. That's a lot. Those are only the ones that I know about. If they were happening prior to 5 years ago, I can't tell. 7 were confirmed by the police and they think these other 8 were the same, but the bodies were never analyzed at the morgue because there was so little left and they don't like to be in the Undercity. The other 8 are speculation on my part. Missing people that fit the profile. And you think your brother is involved? Until today. No. But why was he headed into the Undercity? And what was in his bag? Audrey tapped on the photos. They do look like summonings or auguries or maybe something like that. When Moriganne tilted her head, she added, I love that true crime stuff. Used to read all the weird blogs on the internet before I came to the halls. Maybe I should have brought you in sooner, said Moriganne. So you think someone in the societies is behind the murders, said Audrey, running her fingertips along the edge of the table as she circled it. Cromer and Key specializes in demonology, Silence in auguries, and Well and Stone deal with the Undercity. And then there's Blake, which implicates Snake and Tome. It's not a lot to go on. Yeah. I'm a terrible investigator. No, not at all. This is amazing. Getting the police to feed you information, that's really good, but there's a reason most murders go unsolved. Especially ones like these that happen in the Undercity. But what you need now is more concrete proof, some tighter links, or at least eliminate some of the suspects. You're right, said Moriganne, nodding. I need to find out what Blake's doing beneath the bloom. Audrey picked up the list of victims, screwing up her mouth as she studied it. The last 5 years, huh? Yeah, unless there were more before. If you eliminate the ones that you're speculating on, what does that do to the timeline? Reduces it by a year. 4 years then. Wouldn't that make it the same time that Aries got into Cromer and Key? I'm sorry, Mori, I know he's your brother, but clearly you suspect him, or you wouldn't have followed him today. He's a specialist in demonology from Coterie, and head of his society. You have to at least consider him. Moriganne nodded. It wasn't that she didn't disagree, but she couldn't imagine that he was behind them. While she'd only known him a little over a year, he seemed too focused on pleasing their father to be a part of ritual murders. Yeah, I guess I do. Chapter 24. The trip beneath the bloom had to wait until early February. Professor Zeng had cancelled their training sessions until then due to the holidays and beginning of the semester activities, but she seemed to want to make up for the lost time, leaving Moriganne few breaks as she pushed the Venota stones around the room. "You're not improving at all," said Professor Zeng, her nostrils flaring about halfway through the session. Soaked to the bone, Moriganne leaned on the dog table, panting and wiping the sweat from her face with a towel. Her gut muscles quivered from the strain. "In fact, I think you're getting worse. I was expecting improvement by now, but it's like you're not trying anymore." "I swear I am," said Moriganne between breaths. "But the stones get heavier and heavier each session. I feel like Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the mountain." "I'd hoped to have the bracelet setting on 3 by now, but we haven't gotten past 1, said Professor Zeng, looking down upon her as if she were a bug. She always looked on the verge of saying something, but thought Moriganne not worthy enough to hear it. "It might be you're just not good enough." "I am." "Then prove it. Pain isn't something to endure, you must harness it. Otherwise, when the tempest calls, you'll succumb to the winds and injure those unlucky enough to be around you. Is that what you want?" "No," said Moriganne. "Maybe it's the bracelets. I swear it hurts so much worse than the beginning of the year. Either that, or I'm becoming more sensitive to it." Professor Zeng's expression was unreadable. She stared back flat-lipped. She opened her mouth, then glanced to the puddle of sweat beneath Moriganne and softened her expression. "Today's training is over. You look exhausted." "I'm not ready to be done." "I can keep going," said Moriganne, standing tall, chin up. The corners of Zeng's eyes creased momentarily. "I applaud your resilience, but I must decline. Further efforts would only make things worse, and I want to ponder on your struggles." She raised an eyebrow. "Maybe we need to change things up. Session's over. Gather your things when you're ready." The professor swept out of the room, leaving Moriganne to knead her muscles and drink deeply from the jug of water. After stretching, she stripped naked, wiped herself down with a wet rag, and changed into the second set of clothes she'd brought. Then she downed an elixir to revitalize her muscles, and slipped on the backpack filled with supplies for exploring below. With the image of the room filled with cabinets and armoires in her mind, she traveled the restricted area, looking for the proper door. It took a few minutes of searching to find the one that had the tunnel leading below. The long climb made her forearms ache, and the tight confines reminded her of how much she stank. A few gestures and a word brought a mage light into existence, and it hovered behind her head like a balloon on a string. The act made her smile with satisfaction, even though it was something a pre-hall mage could accomplish. Using the notes on her phone to keep track, Moriganne navigated the tunnels, listening to the echoes of her boots on stone until she found the old duct with the grate removed. For the second descent, she pulled a long knotted rope from the backpack, found a sturdy pipe to attach it to, and flung the other end into the darkness. The halo of light reflected around her as she climbed down, using her feet to take the pressure off her hands. Her body blocked the illumination from reaching further below, so it felt like she was descending into a bottomless well. She'd marked the rope with little ribbons to show distance, worrying as she neared the end of its 150 feet. When she reached solid ground, the little ball of light hovering over her right shoulder suggested giants in the distance. The space was larger, and no longer was she surrounded by confined echoes of her breathing. Patient repeating blue lights beckoned her forward. Moriganne coaxed more phase into the glowing ball, expanding the circle until the giants resolved into smooth stone structural pillars as wide as the largest sequoias. "Merlin's balls," she whispered, their grandioseness sucking away her breath. The pillars went up into the darkness and appeared to extend deeper through the stone floor. To her right, a jagged hole the size of a bus suggested more expanse below. A light breeze blew from the hole. Moriganne smelled moisture. The hole probably went into the Undercity, but where was she now? She circled the pillars, finding cross passages that led to other structures further in. Eventually she found the blinking blue lights. Multiple sets of equipment had been screwed to a pillar, each with round charts that had lots of concentric circles and perpendicular lines. A pen made tiny scribbles along the base. Moriganne followed the path of the marker to see that the line sometimes jumped up before falling back to the bottom. The chart went back 3 months, and she found a particularly large jump about 6 weeks back. There were 4 recording boxes on the pillar. 2 of them seemed to follow the same pattern of bumps, while the other 2 meandered along the bottom, barely ever reacting to whatever the machines were meant to be measuring. Moriganne took pictures of the 4 charts and the surrounding area to study later. She found another set of machines on a pillar further away, but their lines matched the others. She also found a cache of equipment, including another rope with knots, headlamps, empty notebooks, a pole with a roller at the end that dispensed a chalk line, sealed packages of dried jerky and jugs of water. "What are you doing down here, Blake?" None of it made sense. What was she monitoring? And why? Moriganne edged to the jagged hole, peering into the darkness below. She coaxed her mage light to descend beneath her, but the ball's illumination couldn't reach the floor. The broken edges suggested that the hole was unintentional, opened up whenever the structure was created. Her basic architecture knowledge suggested the pillars held up the bloom, but size and number meant they were grossly over-engineered. She'd only found a dozen pillars in a short area, but assuming they went around the circumference of the building, they would provide a base for a structure 100 times its size. After a thorough search of the area near the bottom of the vent, Moriganne was drawn to the hole that went into the Undercity. The ropes and equipment suggested that Blake had explored below. Moriganne found a metal bell-shaped contraption attached to a rock near the hole that looked like it was meant to hold a rope. The purpose of the bell evaded her examination. Why not just use a hook or climbing cam to attach it? Her arms were feeling good enough for another climb. The resilience of youth continued to surprise her. Moriganne attached the rope to the bell-shaped device and threw it into the hole. A headlamp gave her some directional lighting, but she kept the floating ball with her. Moriganne blew out a breath and then climbed onto the rope, descending through the hole into the Undercity. A quick look and then she'd climb back out was what she told herself. She'd made it about 30 feet down when the rope rotated strangely, forcing her to cling tight. Then a moment later, the bottom dropped out and she was falling through the darkness. Chapter 25. Barely a word escaped her lips before she hit the stone. The impact reverberated through her lower body and back, then she slid down until she crashed into something hard. The mage light winked out of existence, and the headlamp had gotten turned so it was only illuminating her shoulder. Moriganne reeled from the shock of falling and the pain of impact. It took her a minute of quiet examination to figure out she hadn't broken any bones, but her joints and muscles felt like she'd been through a car crash. After fixing the headlamp, she saw that she'd dropped onto a raised slope, the old floor of the above level, which was the only reason she hadn't died from the fall, then crashed against a pillar that headed up through the ground into the space she'd only been a few minutes before. The worst part was when she realized that the rope was coiled behind her, detached from the bell-shaped device above. Moriganne climbed to her feet, finding blood dripping from her elbow. The cut wasn't deep, but right on the bone and bleeding profusely. She kept looking up through the hole, as if the answer of why she had dropped would reveal itself. She'd only intended to take a quick peek at what was below, so she hadn't brought her backpack or any of the supplies from the cache. The only thing she had was the headlamp and her wits. "Which isn't going to get me far," she replied to herself. Back and hips still sore from the impact, Moriganne sat on the sloped stone, knees bent and arms hanging over them. The options seemed limited. She had no idea where she was in the Undercity, so trying to walk out seemed ludicrous, especially without supplies. Even if she didn't encounter a single other soul, hunger and thirst would claim her eventually. But she couldn't get back up either. If she had any skill in shaping stone, she could mold a pillar on which she could climb out, but at her rate of shaping it would take weeks. Not wanting to use up the battery, Moriganne reluctantly switched off the headlamp. She sat in darkness musing on her situation, when she noticed the same blue blinking lights from above. 4 sets of monitoring equipment had been attached to the bottom of a pillar, 20 feet away. The best she could do, she decided, was search the nearby area and hope that there was another way up. If the pillars connected to this level, the bedrock of the Undercity, then maybe she could find a way out. Saving the headlamp for later, Moriganne reconjured the mage light, coaxing it to maximum brightness, then explored her surroundings in a spoke pattern. Out and back, returning to the sloped stone as a point of reference. When she returned from the sixth spoke, she noticed a faint illumination coming from above. Her heart soared at the thought of rescue. Moriganne waited until she was sure it wasn't her imagination, before hazarding a shout. "Hello? Is anyone up there? Hello? I fell in the hole." The light grew closer, casting jagged shadows across the pillars. She knew she shouldn't have been surprised when she saw the halo of dark curly hair sticking over the edge. "Moriganne? Blake?" The distance and strange light didn't hide the disappointment on her face as she looked down. "So it was you," said Blake angrily. "Why are you always following me?" The response, "I wasn't following you," never made it to Moriganne's lips. Instead she asked, "What are you monitoring?" "It's none of your business," said Blake, arms crossed, staring into the hole. "I thought it was you before. I knew someone had been sneaking into the tunnels. What were you going to do? Push me into the hole you're in now?" "Me? You're the one sneaking around beneath the bloom doing Merlin knows what," said Moriganne. Blake exhaled derisively, shaking her head. "You think you're so smart because you're a charmer and nothing your family does ever stinks, but the truth is that your daddy protects you whenever you screw up, just like last year he got you through the coders when you failed the first 2 tests. How much did that cost him? He's not always going to be able to save you, Mori." There was no use arguing with Blake about the coders. The patron had warned her that people would come to that conclusion, even if it wasn't true. "You don't know me either," said Moriganne. The weight of the darkness pushed in, making her glance around as if she were being stalked. "Can you get me out of here? I don't like being down here, and I'm bleeding pretty good from my elbow." "I wish I could, but you have my rope down there," said Blake with a shrug. "Maybe you shouldn't take people's things without their permission." "It's defective," said Moriganne. "It let me fall. It's designed that way. If we go down to check the monitors below, and something happens, we don't want whatever it is to get back up. You have to speak a command word or the clapper will drop the rope." "You and who else?" "I told you it's none of your business," said Blake. "But I'm not skulking around like you, doing whatever you do for collecting blackmail. I know how your family works." Moriganne grumbled under her breath. "How do I get out of here?" Blake scowled into the pit, then disappeared from the edge. "Hey, how do I get out? Please don't leave me down here," said Moriganne. The light hadn't disappeared, but she could see no sign or sound of Blake. "Hello." A moment later, a small red box came sailing down, smacking off her hands as she tried to grab it, then careening into the gap between the pillars. She chased it down to find a first aid kit. "Clean up your elbow first. Bleeding in the Undercity isn't a wise idea." "Why?" asked Moriganne. "Just shut up and bandage your elbow." Moriganne sat on a lump of rock, digging out a bandage which she wrapped around her elbow, stemming the flow of blood. Then she taped it tight and used the alcohol wipes to clean off the excess bleeding. "Now what?" Blake looked away and thought. "You have 2 options. There's a way out of the Undercity about a mile from your position. If you're quick and lucky, you could be on your way out in 10 minutes. Or you can wait for me to return with a new rope, but that could be an hour by the time I climb back up, locate one, and return. What would you do?" Blake frowned. "I wouldn't have fallen in the first place." "That's not helpful." "But it's true." Moriganne sighed. "Why do you hate me?" "Hate's a strong word," said Blake. "I'd like to think I despise you and hope that I'm better than you, but probably I just envy you. Mostly I wish I'd never met you." "There's not a lot of room for friendships in this life," said Moriganne. "Everyone's always looking for the hidden knife, and sometimes it's actually there, right at the small of your back. I hate that no matter how much I argued, you were let into Snake and Tome after everything you'd done," said Blake. "But the charmer name is gold. Between your mother's influence and the idea that you could bring more opportunities for everyone, they lost their freaking minds." Moriganne thought she heard a scuff in the darkness. "Hey Blake. This conversation is great, but I think I've made up my mind. Could you get the rope?" Blake stared into the hole, lips curled into a scowl. "You know, it just occurred to me that no one else probably knows you're down here. I could return to the Bloom and you'd die alone in the darkness, or maybe die not alone at all. It's something to consider because you know it's a long way up and back. A lot of effort for someone who would probably not do the same thing if the roles were reversed." She disappeared from sight, leaving Moriganne alone in the hole. The light faded too. Feeling exposed, she returned to darkness, then hastily applied the dark vision enchantment, hands quivering until the world bloomed back into existence around her. The greys and blacks of her new sight allowed her to see further into her surroundings, but lacked the warmth of illumination. Moriganne placed her back against a pillar with a good view of the hole, and tried not to imagine that Blake would leave her trapped. She checked the time on her phone once, but the blast of electronic light ruined her dark vision for a few seconds, making her feel exposed, so she shoved it back in her pocket. After a while she thought she heard sniffing and the clicking of claws on stone. It came from deeper between the pillars. Then it faded away, and she wasn't sure if it had been her imagination or reality. When it seemed like she'd been waiting over an hour, Moriganne started making plans for the journey into the Undercity. She wasn't without protections, but the idea of creeping through endless caverns in hopes of finding a passage out seemed foolhardy. But if Blake never came back, what choice did she have? A scrape against the stone on the other side of the cavern rocketed her heart into her throat. The sound brought images of a scaly beast sliding along the wall. Moriganne raised her hands and readied her voice for a shout like she had in Victor's vault. She was so focused on the possibility of a fight, she didn't notice the faint illumination from above, growing brighter by the second. Blake's upper body appeared, a coil of rope on her shoulder. "You still down there?" Moriganne swallowed. If she answered, then whatever she heard might find her before the rope was dropped. She opened her mouth but no sound came out. "Moriganne, you better not be messing with me. Climbing up and down has me in a foul mood." Her mage light descended into the hole a few feet, but its illumination only reached the highest point of the rocky slope, the former floor from the upper area. Moriganne crept forward, taking care not to make noise, but the ground was covered in gravel and dust. "If you're not going to say anything, I'm going to leave," said Blake with her arms crossed, staring angrily down into the cavern. As she turned away, Moriganne yelled, "Wait!" Her whole body tuned to high alert. She scrambled onto the sloped stone in hopes the higher ground would give her an advantage. "What are you playing at?" "Something's down here." "Hurry," said Moriganne, reaching the tip and holding onto the jagged edges so she didn't slide back down. She was about 15 feet higher than the floor. The light from above barely kissed her face. Something kicked a rock between the two pillars behind her, not far from where she'd just been. Blake started to say something but furrowed her brow, then disappeared. Crouched on her heels, searching around her for signs of whatever was making the noise, time seemed to slow to a crawl. With her heartbeat pounding in her ears, it was impossible to hear clearly, but the clack of claws cut through the din, and she nearly fell off her perch trying to see the threat. When something landed on her shoulder, Moriganne let out a curse and had to grab the edge for stability. The rope had fallen directly on her. As she wrapped her hands around it, a growl from below went right through her gut. Movement and the glint of eyes shifted towards the bottom of the slope. There was no time to defend herself as the shape moved upward, teeth bared, and she was facing the wrong way for a shout. Something flew past her head, impacting the creature right as it prepared to leap. The projectile exploded into fragments and dust, knocking the creature down the slope. Moriganne leapt, frantically pulling herself up the rope. Blake was leaning over the edge, scanning the cavern floor, hands raised. When Moriganne reached the edge, Blake shifted over to pull her up. Hands clasped, there was a moment that Blake's forehead hunched and the idea of dropping her crossed her mind, but then the corners of her lips curled downward in disappointment, and she yanked Moriganne to safety. She hurried away from the edge and leaned forward on her knees to catch her breath while Blake retrieved the rope, coiling it next to the metal bell. "What was that thing down there?" asked Moriganne, heaving. "Dunno," said Blake, squinting. "But it's customary to say thank you when someone saves your life." "I'm sorry." "Thank you. My thoughts are all over the place, scrambled by whatever that was that almost got me," said Moriganne, feeling like her excuse was ill-received. "Sure." They stared at each other for a few seconds. Moriganne wanted to say something that expressed her feelings, but there was too much history between them. "I'll try to do better," she said eventually. Blake looked away. "You should go. I have work to do, and you're not supposed to be here." "Right. You're right. Sorry, and thanks again for saving me." She paused. "Good luck with your studies." Moriganne left Blake, who'd turned to examine the blinking boxes with the record paper, and returned to the rope that would take her up the old vent. Her arms were tired, but the effort felt like penance. Maybe she didn't understand Blake as well as she thought she did, but either way, despite not understanding exactly what she was doing, Moriganne was certain that she wasn't behind the murders. Chapter 26. "Are you sure this looks okay?" asked Audrey as she spun around in front of the mirror. "That blouse looks smashing and your skirt will set trends," said Moriganne, smiling at her friend through the mirror as she applied pale violet eyeliner. She couldn't remember the last time she'd gotten ready for an event with a friend. It made her almost feel normal, as if the last year hadn't been a whirlwind. Audrey frowned as she tugged at the skirt around her hips. "It's so tight, and do I have to wear these heels? My feet feel like I'm trying to shove toothpaste back in the tube." "As your fashion consultant, the answer is an emphatic yes," said Moriganne, "but if you feel like you won't be able to think wearing them, I picked out a pair of low heels that work too. They're in the left side of the closet." Audrey kicked off the shoes. "Oh, thank the stars, my feet were threatening to implode into a black hole." She slid the door aside and exclaimed, "What in the broken hells, Mori? I know these outfits aren't your size. What did you do?" "I asked the team at Outline to pick out a number of outfits and gave them your size. You can take them home after this if you want," said Moriganne. Audrey crossed her arms, prompting Moriganne to pull the applicator away from her eye and spin around in the chair. "What's wrong?" "You can't just buy me all these clothes," said Audrey. "Clearly I can. It's weird." She bunched up her lips and looked away. "Maybe I shouldn't come to the brunch." "You should. You're my +1, and besides, Eloise asked for you." "She did. Fellow Southsider looking out for you," said Moriganne. "She knows how important events like today are. Isn't it enough that I'm at the top of my class in stone singers? While this quid pro quo, I rub your back, you buy me a retail chain stuff." "I hate this," said Audrey. "I hate it too." "Do you?" The memory of begging her ex-husband for a job so she could pay rent was still fresh. "You don't have to come," said Moriganne, "but I hope you will. Despite the insurrealism, there are some good people too." Audrey reviewed herself in the mirror, sucking in her gut and grimacing at her reflection. "I'll come, but you better not leave me alone. I don't know anyone there. I don't want to feel like an ass." She sighed. "I feel like a charity case." "Better than a trust fund, bitch," said Moriganne with a smirk. "Mori," said Audrey sympathetically, "you don't have a trust fund." The brunch was being hosted by Silence at the Imperial Palace Hotel in the First Ward. The door attendant took her invitation and scanned a rund brass bar over the paper, which revealed a blindfolded eye in a pentagon which was part of the Silence Herald. There were multiple rooms filled with fellow society members and their +1s. Tables along the walls held crystalline bowls filled with caviar, lobster cakes and finger sandwiches, all of it surrounded by colorful flowers. In the main room, a string quartet played ethereal music inspired by fey dirges. The event had probably been designed by a consultant, but it still felt like kids playing grown-up, except everyone was a millionaire and a mage. Moriganne inhaled, calming herself. Audrey was nervous enough on her own, she didn't need to trigger any more anxiety in her friend. While she was used to events like these, she'd been the reason people had come, an after-party or a signing before a show. Moriganne's reputation didn't have the same effect. "I don't belong here," whispered Audrey under her breath. Moriganne leaned close to her friend's ear. "No one does." They rounded the corner, nearly running into Aries, who wore a dark suit and carried a mimosa, looking slightly lost. He held himself tightly, his jaw pulsing until his eyes fell upon Moriganne. "Mori." The way he said her name had all the warmth of a funeral. "Hey." The silence was thick, and then she received an elbow in the side. "Oh, sorry, this is my friend Audrey. We're in Stone Singers together. This is my older brother, Aries." He held out his hand, the earlier introspection disappearing beneath a mask of congeniality. "Nice to meet you." Audrey beamed at her older brother, seeing only his handsome mug and not the intensity behind his eyes. Moriganne wondered if she'd erred in bringing Audrey, who was approaching the brunch like a visit to the zoo, rather than being thrown into the tiger cage. Aries' nostrils flared as he offered an empty smile. "Would you mind giving me a moment with my sister?" "Yeah, sure, I totally know a bunch of people here," said Audrey with an eye roll. "I'll just go mingle." "I think I saw Eloise in the other room," said Moriganne hopefully. "I'll come find you right after. I promise." Before Audrey turned away, she made a face and held up her hands to indicate her nervousness. "Vic's out for blood." Moriganne couldn't decide if it was a warning or a threat. There was an exhaustion deep in his eyes that she hadn't seen before. "That's nothing new." "No. It is. He's cashing in favors to solidify his position, and he's going to cut you and Mom out of the company and make sure neither of you can ever spend a dime of it. I'm also aware of that. But he's close to pulling it off. The institutional investors don't want to tangle with him, even if they don't necessarily agree," said Aries. After getting ambushed in the bathroom by Victor, she wasn't surprised. He'd made it clear how personally he took her defection. What surprised her most was how much she didn't want to get cut out of the family, and not for the monetary reasons. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you're my sister." "Why now? It's not like this hasn't been happening for the better part of a year." Aries leaned back. "He'd kill me if he even knew I was speaking to you. He made it abundantly clear that to even talk to you was akin to treason." She knew that was the case due to Andromeda no longer taking her calls, but it hurt to hear it. She noticed a scar on his forehead near his hairline and reached up. "Hurt yourself while wielding Victor's hatchet?" He flinched away from her touch. "Coterie work. Haven't had time to get it fixed properly." He glanced around. "I shouldn't be seen with you. Anyway. I just wanted to give you a warning." "Is this Aries or Victor speaking?" Aries flattened his lips, then stalked away, leaving Moriganne alone. She knew she shouldn't have made the quip, but their petty attempts to stab each other in hopes of garnering their father's love frustrated her. Why couldn't they see how he was using them? After collecting herself, she went in search of Audrey, finding her with Eloise in her wheelchair with a blanket over her legs, surrounded by a circle of other society members. Audrey was telling a story about chasing some phase-mad bum that had been squatting in a house they were renovating that Moriganne had heard before. He threw off his blankets and he was buck naked, but he was so hairy he kinda wasn't. She paused, eliciting shifty-eyed laughter from the others. And then he made gestures and his body started glowing like a neon sign. I thought for sure he was going to shoot lightning out of his fingertips or bring the whole house down on us, but then he just let out the most window-rattling fart you could ever imagine, and his lights went out. The amusement spread smiles across the listeners' mouths, but never reached their eyes except for Eloise, who seemed genuinely entertained. Audrey didn't notice their silent derision, thankfully. "That was so fade," said Marion Goldberg. "Great story, Audrey." Her gaze shot up. "Hey, Maury. We're all so glad you brought your friend to the brunch." "You're welcome," said Moriganne flatly as Audrey beamed. "Marion, would you be a dear and take our friend around and make introductions?" said Eloise. "Of course," said Marion with a wink, "anything for you." This time, Audrey didn't look frustrated by getting sent away. Eloise smiled up at her. "Thanks for bringing Audrey." "I worry," said Moriganne, raising an eyebrow towards Marion's fleeting back. "She'll be fine," said Eloise, "and if not, I'll crack some skulls Chicago style." "What did you need?" "Another job." Eloise lifted her chin as she held out an envelope. "No, not at all." "What's this?" Eloise tilted her head. "A thank you from Silence for the work you did earlier this year. There's a stock symbol on the paper. Buy it up, because they say it's going to go ballistic next week." "Thanks." Eloise raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem pleased." "Distracted." "By family politics. Victor's trying to cut my throat financially." Moriganne paused. "Oh crap, I'm sorry. Here I am bitching about money when, you know, I'm an ass." "No, you're not," said Eloise. "My parents died a long time ago and I've made peace with it. And I've heard about what's happening. Pretty brutal to go after his daughter like that. Part of being a charmer." "I've heard," said Eloise. Moriganne caught a glimpse of Kitty watching from a hallway, but as soon as she looked up, her sister disappeared. "I should go find Audrey before Marion decides to stop playing with her food." "Thanks again for this," she said, holding up the envelope. Eloise shrugged. "You did the work." Moriganne paused, half in stride, thoughts of the murder investigation lingering. "Does this happen often? You know, I might be coming into some financial difficulties, so it'd be good to know what future benefits I can expect." Eloise leaned forward in her wheelchair, checking around them for anyone listening before speaking. "Once or twice a month, really depends on when they can make an optimal reading. They've been able to see the future better these days, from what I've been told, but not all of it's financial. Marion won't say what else they augur, but often enough to make a killing." "Optimal reading." "When the environment is right. Phase levels, that sort of thing." "Right," said Moriganne as if she understood. She went in search of Audrey, but Ivan stepped in front of her. His hair had been dyed black with frosted spike tips. The black rings around his eyes, gaunt cheeks and rock star swagger were familiar and worrying. "Hey, Maury." "Ivan. Taking both ends these days." "I think it's burning the candle at both ends." She smiled. "I meant what I said. I can handle it." "You don't look like it." She wanted to tell him she'd seen it before. Ivan had the self-destructive personality of a band lead and it wouldn't end well, but that was Minerva's knowledge, not hers. "Victor won't be happy if he has to throw you into rehab." "Again," he said with a shrug. "And I think you have bigger things to worry about with Victor." "Here to warn me." Ivan snorted. "Warn you?" "No. You know what you've gotten yourself into." "Not sure why." "You had Daddy eating out of the palm of your hand like a creep, and now you're arming the nukes and daring each other to press the button." "This was Monique's play." "Bullshit. I know your puppet strings when I see them. What I don't understand is why you're not doing more to stop him," said Ivan. "Wishful thinking." "It's the same reason I watch those Undercity fights," said Ivan, sucking on his teeth. "Carnage." He grinned. "Speaking of carnage, where's your pet project?" Have you turned her into a princess yet? She's not a project, she's a friend. Ivan smirked. When have you ever had friends? Maybe I've changed. Andromeda thinks you have, but I don't buy it. He craned his neck, looking over his shoulder. She's cute. I'd let her suck whatever she wanted. It'd be a marshmallow in a pillow factory with all the elixirs you have running through your veins, she said. I can handle it. He chugged his glass, drops of amber liquid spilling on his jacket, then held it up, rattling the ice. Medicine calls. Don't let Vic murder you. I'm already one sister down. Ivan stumbled away, leaving Moriganne regretting coming to the party. It was easier to imagine they were doing just fine, but no one in this family was sane. She decided she was going to reach out to Andromeda and force her to connect. The others were strangers to her, but Andromeda was as much a sister as she could have hoped for. Moriganne found Audrey with Marion and a group of Chroma and Key. Derek Kensington was telling a raunchy joke about a recent conquest while everyone laughed. Moriganne didn't realize Blake was in the circle until she stood across from her. They shared an awkward smile, then Blake moved away. For the rest of the brunch, Moriganne circulated through the society members, keeping up appearances and making connections for later, while making sure Audrey wasn't alone. Towards the end of the party, they ran into Tamako, who had a mouthful of caviar, quickly swallowing it for a greeting. Mori-san. They exchanged hugs and air kisses. This is my friend Audrey from Stone Singers. I love your skirt, exclaimed Tamako, making tiny claps with her hands in front. So fade. Thank you, said Audrey, blushing. Mori picked it out for me. She's an icon, said Tamako, beaming, then making tiny hops in her electric blue heels. Next month I'm hosting a party. My father is coming to town. He wants to make deals and meet people, check up on his daughter, make sure I'm making the best of the halls. Audrey-san, you should come. I would love to, said Audrey, misty-eyed. Thank you. Moriganne stretched her arms. I think the brunch is breaking up. I'm tired. Audrey started to protest, but Moriganne pumped her eyebrows, and so she nodded. Yeah, me too. Bye, Tamako. It was nice meeting you. After another round of hugs and kisses, Moriganne led Audrey out of the hotel. When they climbed into her personal SUV, she collapsed into a seat. That was so much fun, said Audrey, leaning forward. Thanks for taking me. Moriganne pulled out the envelope and took a peek inside. The stock symbol wasn't one she was familiar with, but she was certain there would be a good reason for its meteoric rise next week. What's that? Payment. She explained the gift. Audrey screwed up her face. I knew there was a lot of back scratching here, but I didn't think it'd be that specific. Why do you look disappointed? I'm not, said Moriganne, sliding the paper into her purse and then pulling out her phone to review pictures of the charts from beneath the bloom. I might be needing the money real soon, but it was what I learned about when they did the readings that made me think. Eloise said they made their auguries when the time was right, phase levels and such. What if these charts are about phase? See this one here, it corresponds to the convergence ritual. Does the ritual cause the phase spike or the other way around? Asked Audrey. That's what I was wondering, said Moriganne. I want to line up the estimated time of death for the murders with these chart readings. Thinking silence is behind it? Asked Audrey. I've been wondering that since the beginning, but I think it's time to stop creeping around the edges. Eloise said they've been getting better results the last few years. Is that because they're using people instead of goats? She sighed. There's only one way we're gonna find out. Chapter 27. Professor Zeng had them meet in the 10th ward near the Wizard's Wax Museum, a place Moriganne had never been because the lifelike figures creeped her out. The professor was standing outside wearing jeans and a CBSI hoodie that seemed completely out of place on her. Her black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. The casual nature of her professor's appearance reminded Moriganne that they had lives outside of the halls. "Wax museum?" she asked upon approach. "Not going in there," said the professor with uncharacteristic reticence. "Come on." The blustery late February afternoon brought chilly gusts and heavy grey clouds. The northern side of the city was being pelted by a driving rain, but they were spared in the 10th. As they waited at a light to cross, a guy with a neck beard leaned out his car window. "Hey honey, wanna ride? I got 2 places you can sit," he said, wagging his eyebrows lecherously. The professor squared her shoulders to Neckbeard, who hadn't noticed her until she stepped onto the curb. A soft note came out her lips, and the side mirror crumpled into a knot of metal, mirror shards exploding and littering the road. "Hey, what the?" Professor Zeng raised her hand as if she were going to squeeze his head and turn it into bloody pulp. Neckbeard sped off, tires squealing as he ran the red light. "Thanks," said Moriganne, "but you didn't have to." "Does that happen often?" "Not really. The places I frequent know my reputation," said Moriganne. "Or your father's," said the professor. In other circumstances, the comment would have been received as an insult, but the professor seemed only to be stating a fact from her point of view. "If I waited for my father to protect me, I would have been roadkill a long time ago. Despite what little you know about me, he encourages self-reliance and the ability to deal with your own problems, quickly and effectively." Professor Zeng raised an eyebrow as they strolled along the sidewalk. "My parents had high expectations because they wanted what was best for me." Moriganne wasn't so sure that Victor only wanted what was best for him, but it was hard to tell with overlapping responsibilities and the conflicts with business. Her real parents had loved her unconditionally, but the obscene wealth in the Charmer family warped every relationship like an invisible black hole. "Where are we going, Professor?" Zeng glanced up and extended her arm to point at a stone building in the shape of an 8. The outline made it look like a snowman was squatting between 2 apartment buildings. "The Crazy 8. The building was familiar, but Moriganne couldn't remember why. It seemed the memory was from Minerva, about an accident she'd read about during her previous life. "Before we continue," said the professor, "I want to explain that today's lesson is optional. While we haven't made the progress that I'd hoped this year, it's passable enough that I would tell Patron Starwood that you no longer need my help." The comment confused and worried Moriganne, as the professor had been complaining at every session how little progress she'd made, and that her very existence put her friends at risk. And as much as she wanted to return to her flat and work on the murder investigation, she wanted to learn how to control being a tempest. For the same reasons, she mastered obscure singing techniques to help strengthen her voice. "I want to continue. I know you haven't been pleased with my progress, but I'm committed to improving," said Moriganne. "At one time I thought I was the same." Professor Zeng led her across the street, and Moriganne realized that it wasn't casualness that she'd detected, but hesitation. Zeng stared at their destination with pinched lips and an inner turmoil that revealed itself in her stiff gait. If the professor was worried about where they were going, it left Moriganne concerned, continually glancing to Zeng to read her. The Crazy 8 was an office building. As they approached, 2 women in business dress entered, talking in the coded language of professional work. Professor Zeng headed into the alleyway. The snowman-shaped building looked shallow from the street but went back shotgun-style quite a ways. They followed its length until they came to a chain-link fence. A triangular sign had SN3 in big red letters in the middle with a faint skull and crossbones behind it. The edges read Class 3 Supernatural, warning no trespassing, and FBSC. Professor Zeng pulled wire clippers out of her pocket, staring at them momentarily with the reticence of a bomb diffuser about to snip the last wire. She cut through the side of the fence, peeling back a section for Moriganne to squeeze through. Once they were both inside, she asked, not worried about the sign or someone calling the authorities. No answer came from the professor, who stared forward as if there was something more interesting than an empty alleyway with scattered refuse and the general stink of old garbage ahead. The alleyway terminated behind the building. Brick walls blocked passage from behind and there were no doors on the Crazy Eight. The professor placed her hand on Moriganne's forearm to keep her from moving forward as she scanned the area intently. The professor was like a bowstring pulled taut. "Do you know the story of the Crazy Eight?" she asked eventually. "Vaguely," said Moriganne. "I remember reading about an accident." The professor's lips bent into a smirk while her eyes stayed focused ahead, steeled and ready for action. "You're too young to have been alive when it happened. During construction, the building collapsed, killing 8 workers and the stone singer in charge. The litter, old papers and drink cups blown into the alley during the winter, stirred as if a breeze had awoken it. Moriganne felt no wind, and when she flinched away from the unusual motion, the professor squeezed, digging her fingers into her forearm. "Professor," she asked, nodding towards her grip. "You can leave if you want." "Not really, since you're holding onto my arm as if we're on a dinghy in a hurricane." The professor glanced down at her hand as if she hadn't known she was grabbing so tightly. "Sorry." The winds gathered, swirling papers, tumbling trash. The hair on Moriganne's arms stood at attention as a sound tickled the edge of her hearing. She sensed the wailing woman before she saw her. A wall of mist surrounded the back of the Crazy Eight as if it could trap them, and the temperature dropped 20 or 30 degrees. Already chilly enough for sweaters, now the air bit at her face. "Should we be standing here?" asked Moriganne, her heels bouncing in anticipation of running. The professor stared straight ahead as the image of the woman condensed into existence, formed out of the grey fog, the youthful face bent with rage. "Run if you want." Zeng looked sick with worry, leaning forward as if the winds might tumble her backwards out of the alley. Having seen the Class 3 supernatural designation on the sign on the fence, Moriganne knew that the ghostly presence could be fatal, and her experience in Victor's vault had proved instructive about the danger of wailing women. "Professor," said Moriganne, biting back her own fear. The woman with perfect pitch, who could sculpt stone faster than anyone in the bloom and demanded excellence from her students and herself, in other words, a pillar of stability, looked ready to snap in two. The harrowed look in her watery eyes, pure fear, left Moriganne shaken. "Professor." The wailing woman rose up. Every cell in her being screamed to run, to dash back to the fence and throw herself to safety. The ghostly figure's expression was one of fury, and the closer she got, the lower the temperature dropped. Moriganne's lips cracked and her breath came out in white plumes. The smell of old garbage was replaced by the exhale of frost. As the wailing woman neared, there was a sense of recognition in her expression, as the keening was like having an ice pick shoved in her ear repeatedly. Professor Zeng's hand rose toward the woman. "Reach out," said Zeng, face racked with pain. Moriganne lifted her arm, twice hesitating, then on the third attempt, extended her fingertips until she intersected the ghostly figure threatening to engulf them. Her hand went into the neck of the wailing woman, and the work with the Venota stones didn't prepare her for the shock of the touch. The expression of pain was like having her arm doused in gasoline and lit on fire. She expected to see skin bubbling up, peeling back, revealing the gooey flesh beneath. "Feel what she feels," screamed the professor as if the pain was a windstorm that blocked sound. "Don't fight it. Let it wash through you." With Zeng's stoic resolve at her side, Moriganne tried to follow her example. The pain pushed her arm back, and she flinched away to avoid the awful sensation. "You have to reach out," said the professor. "You cannot pull away." Straightening her arm took every bit of her self-control. Muscles were flayed and flesh was seared beneath the wailing woman's touch. Moriganne had once thought pain a finite amount, but the experience showed her that it was limitless. As infinite as numbers and the multiverse. "Stop fighting," said Professor Zeng with a quivering lip and tears streaming down her cheeks. "Understand it. Let it flow through you." She'd been telling Moriganne that since the beginning of their training. Every time she heard it, she wanted to scream back that it made no sense. Pain was pain. The body was meant to flinch away to protect itself. But with her fingertips in the wailing woman's lower jaw, Moriganne stopped fighting. The exquisite and brutal sensation did not dissipate, but lessened the raging wildfire that threatened to wash her away in agony. Images flashed through Moriganne's mind. She witnessed the collapse of the building, an inner beam buckling under the weight of the heavy upper half. Men and women in bright orange safety vests and hard hats scrambled to get out from beneath the falling concrete. A woman with short blonde hair opened her mouth, arms outstretched in an attempt to reinforce the central beam, shape the stone and prevent the collapse. But the cascade of failure overwhelmed her valiant attempt, and the whole thing crushed her and the workers trying to escape. When the wailing woman pulled away, the vision evaporating before her eyes, Moriganne fell to her knees, gasping with understanding. The screams haunting the swirling winds retreated until the trash floated to the ground, inert. She stayed on her knees for a long time, catching her breath and reveling in the absence of pain. "You knew her," said Moriganne when she finally managed to return to her feet. "She's the statue." Professor Zeng stared at the ground. "Layla Flowers. She was the senior engineer on the project. I was in charge of safety." The question Moriganne wanted to ask refused to come out. She couldn't imagine that Zeng could have made a mistake. But the professor read her eyes, the question haunting her brow. "The answer is yes. It was my fault, even if I was cleared of wrongdoing. Layla had signed off on the build over my objections. Because of our friendship, I didn't fight as hard as I should have. It was my first real job, but I should have known better. And now she's a wailing woman." Zeng hung her head. Trapped in this half-life with the knowledge that her mistake killed others, men and women that she knew personally. "Sometimes I come here in the hopes that I can show her that it wasn't her fault, to set her free from this existence." "I'm sorry." The professor reacted as if she'd been slapped. "Sorry? That's a useless emotion of empty regrets and pointless aspirations. Don't be sorry. Don't ever be sorry. Be better." With a last look towards the tumbled trash and frost-kissed bricks, Professor Zeng left the Crazy Eight. Moriganne lingered in the alley with the understanding that in her former life, she'd had nothing but regrets, opportunities lost because she hadn't wanted to hurt anyone's feelings or cause pain. What slights and nicks do we endure thinking ourselves the martyr, when we are truly avoiding the real agonies of progress? Second chances should never be squandered. Chapter 28. The skee-ball arcade was overflowing with children wild with sugar and fists stuffed with prize tickets. Moriganne shuffled through the crowd, catching embarrassed looks from the mothers and leering glances from the few fathers in attendance. She passed a little girl in pigtails. Moriganne's gut tightened as she wondered how old Isabel would be now. Old enough for children, a marriage or two. She would have had to see that schmuck Ian whenever family events collided. Andromeda was in the back corner at her favorite skee-ball game, and even though the arcade was packed, the spot next to hers was empty. "Did you fall into a braille machine, or is that a new type of mumps that are catching?" asked Moriganne. The ball left Andromeda's hand early, bouncing off the ramp and nearly jumping off before it finally rattled around and landed in the 0-point pit. She flinched when she turned. Andromeda's entire body was covered in bumps, including her forehead and cheeks, but not around the eyes or mouth. "I feel like I'm the one that's contagious," said Moriganne. "It is braille," said Andromeda. "It's a poem." "Cool." Andromeda glanced away. "Here to tell me what a coward I am." "I miss you." Andromeda offered a skee ball. "Wanna throw?" "I'd rather talk." "Not worried about Kitty?" asked Andromeda. "I'm allowed to hang out with my sister," said Moriganne. "I don't think she'd rat us out to Vic anyway, and if she did, I'd just tell him that everyone's been talking to me. I have proof from the silence brunch." Andromeda bunched up her mouth. Her eyes creased. "I'm sorry, Mori. I wish I was stronger like you, but I'm not." Vic snapped his fingers and I healed like a dog. "You're a survivor," said Moriganne. You did what you needed to do. But now I'm here to ask for a favor. Her nervous glance over the shoulder made Moriganne smile as she held out a small cube that she'd purchased a few days ago for this purpose. She could have just learned a privacy spell, but she didn't want to upset the parents in the arcade. The cube was more circumspect. A press of a button made the runes on the 6 sides glow. There's a link between the killings and the phase levels in the Undercity. She showed her sister the charts from beneath the bloom. I don't know which one is cause or effect, but the murders we know about, and a few that we suspected, line up. I only have 3 months' worth of phase data, but it's enough to make a connection. So it is silence, said Andromeda, her jaw hanging down. That's what I aim to find out, said Moriganne, but I need your help. I did some digging about stock purchases. Silence uses augury to find the ones that will rocket up soon. I got a tip for my help and made a killing this week. Using the public disclosures, I was able to see when they were buying stocks, and then I was able to find some of the dates when some Silence members disappeared for a ritual. How did you do that? Not hard if you ask the right people. The societies all like to keep tabs on each other, make sure no one else is getting too much out of their relationship. Jealousy's a bitch. And a useful tool. Andromeda sighed. I can't be seen with you, so I'm not sure how helpful I can be. I know. Aries told me how close Victor is to shutting down Monique's power play. He's going to tie up voting stock, make it impossible to sell unless I'm willing to get out for pennies on the dollar. Do you regret it? Ask me again if I ever find who killed Darian, said Moriganne. Otherwise, I just lost a chance at family again. Andromeda reached out and collected her hand, holding tight in both of hers. It's been nice having a big sister again. At least you didn't call me an ancient sister, said Moriganne. So how can I help? 2 things. The first is Kitty. The rest of Silence are a bunch of pushovers, but if she's there at the augury, I don't like our chances of spying on them. I need you to pull her away when the time comes. Do you really think she'd be there if they were killing people? Asked Andromeda angrily. If Victor asked her to so he could profit from the information, do you think she would go along? Andromeda put a fist in front of her mouth as she scowled. They both knew how Victor told all of them that he needed them, and particularly in the hall they were a member of. After a few seconds she replied, it's possible. If we're wrong, then we've cleared her name. If you're right. Moriganne bit her lower lip. The answer might not be as convenient as either of us want. The second asked. I need help watching Marion. From what I know as head of Silence, she's almost always at these auguries. When the time comes, she and at least 2 other members of her society hurry to the 3rd ward, where they disappear for 4 or 5 hours, then reappear. 3rd ward. Harold's site. It's an antique store, but almost no one goes in there except the society. Moriganne held out her phone to show a picture she'd taken of Marion heading into the place. Andromeda snorted. What's so funny? Andromeda shifted her mouth to the side. Don't you get it? Harold's site. No. Harold as in herald and sight as in sight. Harold's site. Like harbinger. Augury. It's a meta joke. I'm glad someone's having fun, said Moriganne, feeling like the old woman she used to be as soon as she said it. But we need to watch the place for when they're going to do the next augury. And sneak in. Won't they see you? Moriganne held up her hands and waggled her fingers. Don't you remember what society I'm in? Oh yeah. Still seems risky. It is. What's the worst that can happen? I get kicked out of the society. Andromeda raised her eyebrow. Okay, fine. There's much worse. Are you in? Yes, but not standing outside like an idiot waiting for them to decide to murder someone, said Andromeda. There's a better way. What do you mean? Phase. You said they do the augury when the phase levels are high in the Undercity, so you don't need to stake out the place like a bunch of amateur sleuths. Am I missing something? Do you happen to know when they're gonna spike? Me? No. But Ivan does. Or really, Wellenstone does. That's what they do, study phase. It just so happens he bragged to me that he likes to brew his mixtures on days that it's high. The excess phase helps ensure his alchemy is working properly. I don't know how they know, but they do. I can make up an excuse on why I need the information. That's great, said Moriganne, frowning, though that also implicates Wellenstone. Not Ivan, said Andromeda right away. I'm not saying his society isn't involved, but no way he is. How can you be sure? She frowned, glancing away. I know him best. Better than Kitty. He wouldn't hurt anyone. He's not built like that. He has no problem hurting himself. Andromeda flared her nostrils. That's different. I know, said Moriganne. Truthfully, I'm worried. I've seen rock stars like him. They keep the fires burning bright so they never have to deal with their problems. She sighed. But if you can get the information, then we do the rest. Find out what's going on during their auguries. We? Oh yeah, I brought Audrey in. You what? Moriganne held her hands up. Not everything. Just about Darian's murder. I don't think that was a good idea. Being a charmer, and in the societies, gives a certain amount of protection. Not from everything, but there's a code. We look out for each other. But Audrey doesn't have that. You're putting her at risk. I'll keep that in mind. When can you get the information from Ivan? Give me a few days. Thanks, Andy. I appreciate it. Moriganne lifted the cube to depress the button, but Andromeda held her hands and looked her straight in the eyes. I miss you, sis. Chapter 29. The party was held in a Michelin-starred restaurant in the first ward called Locke. Tameko's father had rented the entire establishment. The head chef had been a dropout from alchemists decades ago, but turned his alchemy knowledge into culinary stardom. Even before she'd become a charmer, Moriganne had heard of the strange delights like exploding calf tongue and milk of the gods. Resplendent in a cobalt blue dress, dark hair and a mass of curls, Tameko greeted the guests as they entered with her father at her side. He was tall, keen-eyed and spoke in halting English. Mori. Audrey. The excitement in her voice was contained by the presence of her father. Rather than the usual hugs and kisses, Tameko extended her hand and leaned forward in a bow. Then she turned to her father. This is Moriganne Charmer and Audrey Knowles. Both members of the Acoustic Architectural Institute of Design, said Tameko. This is my father, Kenji Watanabe, head and owner of Brightstar Corporation. Kenji barely shook Audrey's hand before focusing on Moriganne. He never lost eye contact as he bowed. Moriganne Charmer. It is a delight to meet you. How is the battle with your father going? She matched his bow. I don't want to tip my hand. But I'm confident in our position. The truth was, Victor had harangued and bribed the other major stockholders, and was preparing the killing stroke. She'd met with Monique twice in the last week alone to discuss their strategy, and she realized her mother had none. The attempt to unseat Victor had been ill-advised and poorly executed. Your father graciously accepted my invitation. I hope you do not mind he is here as well. I hope to speak to him about matters of mutual interest. Maybe I will be speaking with you in the future instead. Maybe, said Moriganne, trying to sound like she had a chance. Kenji turned to Tameko. Why are you not more like your friend, Tameko? She is not afraid to make enemies and to take risks. Not everyone needs to like you. If you do not have enemies, then maybe you are being too easy. Tameko placed her hands on her knees and bowed deeply, her head nearly perpendicular with her body as she grimaced with the appropriate shame. I will do better. Another set of guests arrived, so Moriganne grabbed Audrey's hand as the father and daughter turned to greet them. That was rude, said Audrey. He just called her out in front of her friends. I don't understand why people in this world are so blunt about some things but then speak in code about others. In her former life, these tendencies had mystified her as well. Ian's backslapping and glib tongue had always rung false in her ears, but now she knew he'd been playing their awful game. Words are a weapon. He's afraid that Tamako will be a pushover if she ever takes a formal position in the family company. People speak freely when they have a strong hand, but in code when they're trying to figure out where they stand at the table. Audrey shook her head, frowning. I used to think you were full of it, about the expectations of privilege. Poor little rich girl, but now I see that no one can truly be your friend. Let's not forget why we're here. I saw Marion in the next room. Pink floral dress. If Ivan was right, then the phase spike should be this evening. You okay with patrolling this party by yourself? Don't want to be too suspicious watching her. Audrey sucked in her gut and forced a smile that was absent from her eyes. I'll be fine, even though I don't have anything in common with them. You're a member of the Halls. Audrey rolled her eyes. Yeah, we're the civil engineers of the magic world. Maybe they'd call me if they wanted a new house built. Ask them about themselves. It's everyone's favorite subject. It's also a lot less taxing on the social pressures, said Moriganne, remembering a trick from her touring days when she was too tired for real communication during post-gig signings. They split up. Audrey went to talk to Eloise, a safe bet, who was in the same room as Marion. Moriganne circled through the party making small talk when she saw her father surrounded by other parents. He looked right at her, sending a spear of anxiety through her midsection. She could head the other way, giving him the satisfaction, or engage the bull head-on. She put up the same smile she used when dealing with unscrupulous producers. Hello, Victor. Victor wore a dark suit and tie, which made his white hair and goatee stand out. He wore his pride like a conquering hero. The only thing missing was the gladius on his hip. Mori, he said, inclining his head, then opening his arms towards the circle. If you weren't born yesterday, then you know this is my beautiful and talented daughter Moriganne. If you were, then keep your back to the wall and watch out for sudden lunges. Don't worry, there's only one back that I'm saving my knife for, said Moriganne, beaming congenially at the crowd. The nervous laughter continued as she leaned in for a brief hug. I have you dead to rights, he whispered. Are you sure? She leaned back, raising an eyebrow. It was a bluff, but she didn't want him to feel like he'd won this encounter. He stepped back, gestured towards her. What has the world come to when you give your children the world and they only want to tear you down? I learned from the best, said Moriganne. He let his cold gaze wash over her. I wish you were a better study. Maybe I'm playing a different game. Your mother is around here somewhere. You might want to help her wean off the drinks, or she might drag you into another fight you can't win, said Victor. Ladies. Gentlemen, said Moriganne, offering a forced smile as she headed out of the room. Enjoy your scraps. Dealing with him was like being ambushed by a grizzly, wielding only a bent fork for defense. She grabbed a drink of some pink fizzy liquid that tasted like papaya, and proceeded around the venue to calm her nerves. When he'd said he wished she was a better study, Moriganne found she believed him. What weird pride to want your children to take you down like a lion after an aged wildebeest. She found Monique standing alone by the bar, staring into space with a half-empty drink in her hand. Moriganne barely knew her, but the pain radiating off her mother brought her close. Having fun? We're getting killed by him and you're chatting him up like an old lover. Moriganne came up short. Testing the waters. Her glare could have served as a flambeau. They're deep and we're drowning. This was your play. I thought I'd have more support from my best daughter. You haven't done squat all year. I thought you wanted control of the company, said Monique, raising her chin and staring into the distance. There was nothing she could say that would help. It wasn't the company that Monique was worried about, but her children. Moriganne hadn't been a mother for long, only a few glorious years, but she knew it to be true. Obscene wealth and unchecked power warped relationships. "I'm leaving," said Monique suddenly and a bit too loud, setting her glass on the bar. "There's no one here I want to talk to." Moriganne kept up appearances as her mother swept away like a spurned starlet. When the hushed comments trickled to a dry bed, she continued her rounds. Moriganne saw her siblings, but with Victor in attendance, they avoided eye contact and found excuses to change rooms if she happened to wander in. About halfway through the party, Audrey came rushing up. "Marion just left with your sister." "Great. I'll follow directly. You leave through the kitchen and meet me at the Herald," she said as she pulled out her phone and texted Andromeda. The plan was for her to call Kitty in tears about missing Solstice and ask her to meet her in the city, away from the Third Ward. "Why do I have to use the kitchen?" Moriganne bunched up her lips. "Come on. It'll be noticed if I disappear without being seen." Ouch. People speak freely when they have a strong hand, huh? "You know that's not what I mean," said Moriganne. Audrey shifted her mouth to the side. "See you soon." Moriganne regretted the earlier conversation with Audrey. Clearly it had soured her idea of their relationship. Before she left, Moriganne made a point in talking to Tamako, claiming she was heading to check on her mother, whose exit was not unnoticed. Moriganne summoned a ghost taxi upon leaving the restaurant, not wanting to use her well-known SUV. The all-black vehicle pulled up silently, as if the driver's incorporeal existence extended to the engine noises. Herald site. Third Ward. She placed a special gold coin into a rund box, which glowed briefly, proving the token was real, before the vehicle entered traffic like a shark into deep waters. The taxi's safe driving left her less mystified than the inner workings of the elite. Even as she displayed her knowledge to Audrey, it felt new and uncertain, as if she were repeating facts she'd heard from others, rather than truly understanding herself. Audrey was waiting at the appointed spot across the street from the Herald's site antique store. The crowded window, filled with dark bottles from the late 1800s and nicked bread boxes, made browsing unappealing to all but the most determined shopper. Moriganne peeked through the window, but the sun's reflection and the dark interior made seeing difficult. "Stay behind and follow my lead," said Moriganne. The bell rattled. She glanced around the front area, looking for a desk, or where the proprietor might be. "Hello." No one answered. Audrey made a little noise of remembering. "I almost forgot." She dug into the purse she had slung over her shoulder, bandito style, producing a button with a smiley face on it. "Tamako gave it to me. It senses intention if you're a phase user. Said it would help keep me safe." The events earlier in the year with Alton had left an impression on Tamako. "You two are hanging out." Audrey let a smile haunt her lips as she glanced to the side. "We went shopping in the Canal District." She straightened. "You're not mad, are you?" "No. I'm happy to have my friend circle expanding. Come on." They edged deeper into the antique store. The items on the shelves looked like they'd been rescued from a barn in Kansas and thrown up for sale without much more than a cursory cleaning. When they reached the back, a faded blue door blocked their path. Audrey put her hand out, but Moriganne shoved it away before she touched the handle. A quick gesture and a puff of phase revealed blue and green striated enchantments across the surface. "What is it?" "I don't know. Probably an alarm or warding of some kind," said Moriganne. "How do we get through?" "I was hoping there'd be someone working a counter," said Moriganne. "I wasn't really ready for breaking and entering." Audrey hugged her arms to her chest and shifted her mouth to the side as she did when she was nervous. "We should leave. We're going to get caught." Her logic was sound, but Moriganne had no intention of leaving. "No. I came this far. I need to know what they're doing. Enough to want to get in trouble. Moriganne looked into the palm of her hand and gave a half-hearted shrug. I'll claim we're here to play a practical joke. Society to society. The plausibility of that excuse failed to excite Audrey, as she took a step towards the front as if she were going to leave. Afraid that as soon as her friend got too far away she'd follow, Moriganne shook her head. Fuck it. Moriganne flinched when she touched the door handle, expecting a shock, but it swung open without restraint. An alarm? Asked Audrey. I guess we'll find out, said Moriganne. The back room was filled with more junk and no other exits except for a crowded bathroom with an old pin-up calendar on the wall from the 1980s. She wondered if she had her information wrong about where the entrance to the Silence meeting area in the Undercity was located, but then Audrey pointed out an area in front of some shelving that had been swept of dust. Good eye. After a couple of tries they managed to pull the shelf away from the wall, revealing a room with a chrome elevator door, and a blindfolded eye in the center of a pentagon symbol the society used. They climbed in, and as soon as she touched the down button a buzz in her pocket had her checking messages. AC, Kitty just left me. Said I couldn't be that bad. She's headed your way. What's wrong? Asked Audrey. Moriganne held out the phone so she could read it. We might have a problem. Chapter 30. When the elevator touched down and the doors whooshed open, revealing an entry room, Audrey reached out to the up button. Moriganne grabbed her hand. What are you doing? We have to leave. No. We need to know. I can't get this close and turn away, said Moriganne. How is it you're so willing to throw everything you have away? You're estranged from your father and now you want to wreck your connections to the societies, said Audrey. Professor Zeng's face rose up in her mind. I'm trying to embrace the pain. She leaned out the door, checking both ways. Come on. If this is like Snake and Tome, there should be lots of places to hide. The entry room had fake columns built into the corners that looked like enormous arrows. Halfway between the two doors on the opposite side of the room, the blindfolded eye greeted them. Moriganne put her ear to the left door, but Audrey poked her in the shoulder and pointed to the light on the elevator, signaling someone, probably Kitty, was coming down. Pushing through led them to a hallway with plush grey carpet, as if they were in the middle of an office building. Checking each door they found a kitchen, a bathroom, and an area packed with audio and visual equipment. Moriganne was about to leave, when Audrey pointed to a rectangular hole in the far wall where a movie projector might sit. I was in AV Club, she whispered. Peeking through the hole revealed a theater in darkness except for a circle of candles on a stage. It looked like the screen had been replaced with a wall of monitors, which explained the crowded and forgotten nature of the room they were standing in. There was a single figure sitting in the front row, and another pacing across the back of the stage. The person on their feet she recognized as Marion, black robes covering her pink floral dress. The glint of a curved blade in her hand reflected in the candlelight. Audrey grabbed her arm when she saw the knife. Moriganne nodded to let her know she saw it too. Balls, came a slurred voice from near the stage. Stones. Cobblers. Cojones. You gots to have them to get the payday. It took a moment to identify a third person on the ground between the stage and the front row. They were bound with ropes and sitting up. Their disheveled, dirty grey hair made them out to be a vagrant. Shut up, said Marion, pointing the knife at him. We'll be starting soon enough. You rich kids are so bloody pathetic, said the vagrant, busting into deranged laughter. Marion turned to the person sitting in the front row. Where did you find this one? A voice that Moriganne quickly recognized was Baron Niles, a fourth year from Protectors that she'd known from St. Jude's. He'd never lost his British accent, even though he hadn't lived there since he was a child. He was better earlier. Must be sobering up, he said, standing. Want me to do something? Marion opened her mouth as a spot of darkness drifted onto the stage. Kitty, wearing a black turtleneck and carrying herself like a steel trap. Finally, said Baron, she's here. I didn't know charmers had feelings. Or was the sister thing an excuse to burn down an orphanage, or beat up a cripple? Moriganne didn't see Kitty move, but then she was next to Baron and he was bent over, gasping for air. Audrey made a noise of surprise, which brought Kitty's head up. Moriganne pulled her down, heartbeat pounding. Did you hear something? Asked Kitty. Not me, said Marion. The vagrant belched. Can we either get this over with, or get me a bottle of rum? Shut up. Come on, said Marion, let's do this. I'm meeting Derek later for dinner, and I'll need to change after the mess. As they crouched on their heels, Audrey whispered, what are we going to do? We can't let them kill him. She pointed to the button on her shirt, which looked slightly sinister with crimson eyes. Moriganne risked a peek through the window to see Kitty and Baron dragging the vagrant to the center of the circle of candles. They'd removed the ropes and he wasn't fighting but stumbling along with them. As they approached, Marion started speaking loudly in an ancient tongue. Mori. She bit her lower lip. If they interrupted the augury, then they'd save the vagrant, but never know for certain what was going to happen. The others had been found in various parts of the Undercity. Did they stage the bodies after the augury? Did they even kill them? If she interrupted things now and was wrong, then she'd be kicked out of Snake and Tome, and continuing the investigation would be almost impossible. No, she mouthed. Audrey looked ready to throw a fit. She started marching to the door until Moriganne grabbed her arm. We can't just watch. We have to, whispered Moriganne, pleading with her hands. We have to know for certain. You'd let someone die to prove you're right? No, said Moriganne, thinking about the professor's lesson at the Crazy Eight, but we have to endure some pain. What are you talking about? Moriganne moved back to the window as the tenor of Marion's chanting grew louder. I'm not sure, she mumbled to herself. Audrey joined her, face racked with emotion, continuously glancing back to Moriganne as if she hoped there might be a change of mind. On the stage, Baron fed the vagrant a vial of liquid, followed by a headshake and a bit of laughter. When Baron stepped away from the vagrant, his blue lips reflected in the candlelight. Blue Tiaten, Moriganne whispered, prompting a grimace from Audrey, who looked ready to run the moment blood was spilled. Moriganne pulled out her phone and started recording the event. If they did murder the vagrant for their augury, at least she would have proof. The chanting rose in volume as Marion walked around the circle. The vagrant had stopped commenting and sat in the center with his legs crossed and arms resting on his knees. Marion stepped into the circle, and to Moriganne's surprise, she handed the dagger to the vagrant while she whispered instructions, which they couldn't hear from the projection room. Audrey clamped her hand over her own mouth when the vagrant stood up and slashed Marion across the midsection. She bent over, cursing under her breath. Neither Kitty nor Baron made a move to protect her, or take the knife away from the vagrant. The old guy lifted the blade again, and Moriganne thought he might drive it into Marion's neck, but he brought it down across his own chest. The steel was slick with blood. He made an X motion across the ground, splattering dark liquid in a pattern. Baron approached the circle with a tome that he'd grabbed from the first row, as Marion and the vagrant faced each other, splatters of blood between them. Baron paged through the book, moving forward and backwards through it, clearly trying to find an appropriate section. Will you hurry up, Haraspus, said Marion, hunched and heaving. This hurts like hell. Not my fault you're the head, said Baron, looking up from the tome, smirking. Now let me see, where have I seen that pattern? Broken hells, said Marion, did you coat this thing in salt? It hurts. At least we cut you first. Who knows what you'd contract if we did it the other way around? Shut up and finish this, said Marion. Found it. Fish and broken bone. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. If we translate. Focused on hearing their augury, Moriganne leaned too hard on a stack of old videotape machines. The top shifted, smacking against the side and making an audible racket. She ducked as 3 sets of heads turned. "Someone's here." It was Kitty's voice. Moriganne grabbed Audrey's hand and hurried to the elevator. She slammed the button with the palm of her fist multiple times, even after the light appeared. "If it isn't down here, we're so screwed," said Audrey, staring at the door they'd just come through. When the door split, they threw themselves inside, once again hammering the button. Audrey's button looked like it was going to explode into a burst of red lights. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." The echo of a door slamming open made her heart jump into her throat. As the front of the elevator came together, footsteps approached. Moriganne grabbed Audrey and pulled her to the side, catching a glimpse of a black turtleneck before they were ascending. "We should be safe now," said Audrey, breathing heavily. "I don't know. Be prepared to run as soon as we get to the top." She checked her coverage. "Damn it. They must have a repeater or something. I have bars." They rocketed out of the elevator the moment it reached the top, speeding through the antique store and stumbling onto the street into a rainstorm. Busting through traffic with horns blaring, Moriganne dragged Audrey into a diner, throwing herself behind a wall as Kitty burst out of Harold's sight. "How did she get to the top so fast?" "Must be stairs." "But she almost beat us," said Audrey, "and she barely looks like she broke a sweat." "I wish I knew." Kitty stalked both ways on the street before turning back to the antique store. "We should get out of here," said Audrey. "No. We wait. Let's grab some food. We'll leave after they're long gone." They got a spot by the window, but in a location that had a low wall they could duck behind if necessary. "What did we see?" asked Audrey in hushed tones. "It's not silence." "What if they didn't need him to die?" "Maybe that's only for really important auguries," said Audrey, jaw pulsing as she kept glancing towards the antique store. "I don't think that's it." "Why?" "Because your sister was a part of it." Moriganne cradled her cup of tea between 2 hands to feel the warmth. Even though she didn't know Kitty at all, she knew there was a piece of her that wanted her siblings to be better than Victor, to be different. "It doesn't feel like the others." Audrey didn't look so sure, but they were clearly both done talking about it. Sneaking into silence had been stressful. She would have ordered a drink if she hadn't wanted her thoughts clear. An hour after they'd escaped, the vagrant stumbled into the street, lips no longer blue and with no signs of the injury he'd sustained below. The others appeared not long after. Moriganne made them wait another hour before they ventured out of the diner, returning to the Bloom. Chapter 31. Moriganne was studying the police report about the latest Undercity murder when a knock on the door startled her, even though she was expecting Audrey to arrive any time. After disabling the locks and warding, she swung the door wide. "Hey!" Instead of her curvy friend, a grim-looking man in dark robes and a briefcase was standing in the hallway. She flinched in the expectation of defending herself, until she recognized him as a vindicator working for her father. "Moriganne Charmer. I think you know." He reached into his briefcase and handed over a folder packed with papers. "What's this?" he asked as he turned away. "As a stockholder with voting rights, you have been formally notified that your father is taking the company private with funding from undisclosed sources and reorganizing the share structure." "What does that mean for me?" "In layman's terms." He blinked. "I'm not your lawyer. I'll have mine look at it, but I want to know the impact to me." He hesitated before speaking. "If you stay in the new company, you'll have your shares locked up and no voting rights, unless you want to get out, but at a significant penalty." She thought for a moment and then nodded. "When?" "Rules require a notification well ahead of final signings. Maybe 1 to 2 months, depending on how easily the other parties acquiesce." "My mother," said Moriganne, receiving a nod of acknowledgement from the grim vindicator. "Thank you." The man swept away, leaving her in the hallway with her thoughts. Based on their last interaction, Monique wouldn't put up much of a fight. Whatever happened, it'd be before the end of the semester. She didn't even have to look at the papers to know the deal was structured to cause the most pain. Maybe she would stay in the business to spite Victor, even if it would leave her without liquid funds. The sound of approaching steps up the stairs was followed by the appearance of Audrey, but also Tamako. "You didn't have to wait outside to greet us," said Audrey. Moriganne glanced to the papers in her hand. "I wasn't, but hey, I wasn't expecting you both." Tamako hung her head demurely. "I'm sorry, Mori-san. I wanted to help." "I told her about the murder investigation," said Audrey. "If you're going to blame anyone, blame me." A brief bout of fury bubbled up her throat, but Moriganne swallowed it back. Poor decision or not, there wasn't anything she could do about it now. "The more the merrier, I guess," said Moriganne, leading them into the apartment. Audrey unloaded her enormous purse onto the kitchen counter. "We've been hanging out, and Tamako was telling me about some of the crazy cool products their company makes in Japan." Tamako wandered to the two tables covered in pictures and reports, with a hand across her heart, and a look of devastation in her eyes. Audrey pulled a shipping box out of her purse and set it on the table. "When she told me about this new product barely out of beta testing that can track phase users even across a city as big as Invictus, I knew it could help," said Audrey. "But I had to tell her so she understood the importance of why we needed it." Moriganne's head came up. She'd been annoyed by the way Tamako was touching the photos and reading through the reports, until she heard what Audrey had to say. "My father does not know that I have it. There is only one in the company, as they are trying to figure out how to mass produce." Tamako approached with an expression of contrition. "This is a good thing you are doing. I wish to help. It's dangerous." "You saved me from Alton," said Tamako, inclining her head. "I owe you a debt." "How do you propose that it will help?" Audrey grinned manically. "We can train it to the heads of the societies. If one of them is involved, then we'll be able to see them moving to the general location of the murder." Moriganne paced away with her hand resting on her chin. "We might even be able to stop them." "That would be difficult," said Audrey, getting into the Undercity. "That's what I wanted to show you," said Moriganne, grabbing a map of the city she'd been marking and laying it out across the kitchen counter, the only available nearby space, setting partially empty coffee cups on the corners. "I've been comparing the locations of the murders with known access to the Undercity. There's a way in at the Goblin's Romp, a seedy bar in the 8th Ward that's probably the most well-known. There are a few controlled by some of the major halls like Coterie and Assassins, but they're too well guarded to be of use to our suspects. I heard some rumors of one in a gaming store in the 9th called Freeport Games, but that one doesn't sound plausible, so I marked it as such. There are the ones that the societies control, these 4 here, and then the Benahaja." The glance Tamako shot Audrey would have to be explained later. Involving another member of Snake and Tome complicated things, even if it did get them a way to further the investigation. "There are these 6, I got them from Officer Lippens. Known by criminals and the police, but not many others. They are uncontrolled, so easy to slip in and out without being spotted." "And the one beneath the bloom," said Audrey. "Yeah, that one too," she replied, tapping on the red mark on Stone Singers Hall. "Now if we superimpose the murders." Moriganne pulled out a clear piece of plastic and set it over the map. "The ones that we could verify within the 4-year window are clumped around these 4 entry locations. Each one is within a quarter-mile of the exit point, off the beaten path, but not too deep into the more dangerous areas, which is why they were discovered." Tamako placed her hands on the back of her hips, mouth open in wonder. "That's amazing, Mori. You a real detective." She glanced over at her. "It is strange seeing the real you. I always knew you had a good heart, but so many others say mean things." "My reputation serves its purpose." Moriganne approached the phase tracking machine and tapped on it with a fingernail. "How do we use this?" Tamako pulled a small device out of the box that looked like the ones used during airport screenings. This will read a person's phase signature. Then we connect it to the machine, which can tell us if they are moving, which direction, and how far away they are. Then we need to get their readings, said Moriganne, crossing her arms. I'm meeting Eloise for lunch on Friday, said Audrey. I can get hers then. My, aren't you the social butterfly now, said Moriganne. Chitown girls gotta stick together, said Audrey. Tamako lifted her chin. I can get Marion. We eat at same lunch club. Maybe next week, after Audrey uses on Eloise. Uva's there sometimes too. That's 3 of the 4, said Moriganne. I'm sure I can get my brother. What if it's none of the society leaders, asked Audrey. I can't really see Eloise being involved, and we've already cleared Marion. We have to consider everyone a suspect, even Eloise, even Marion. And if it's not them, then we'll figure out the next group of people to test, said Moriganne, lifting a shoulder but hoping it didn't come to that. The longer it went, the more she was certain that whoever was doing it would finish whatever they were trying to accomplish, and Darian's murder would remain unsolved. Chapter 32. The next few weeks Moriganne got to know the phase tracker intimately. After tagging the 4 society leads, she spent as much time as possible at her flat, staring at rotating numbers on the machine with a mixture of dread and boredom. As an early prototype, the readout left a lot to be desired, but Moriganne managed to learn how to interpret the data. It wasn't only the tracker that she grew acquainted with, but the habits of the 4 society leads. The readout gave distance and direction, but only if they were moving. She marked the miles on her map, confirming them with internet map data. Using known locations gave Moriganne a good picture of how they spent their days. Eloise was the simplest as she bounced back and forth between Aura Healers, Golden Willow, and her apartment, occasionally going to the diner where she enjoyed the waffles and bacon. Aries was unsurprisingly routine as well, with the coterie obelisk and the family suite being his usual spots, occasionally having meetings in other parts of the First Ward financial district. The Arcanium mage, Marion, was less consistent, forcing Moriganne to constantly interpret the new numbers and guess where she was located. The tracker gave relative altitude to her position, which helped Moriganne know that the head of silence had stayed on the main city level. The last person, Uva Nar, head of Well and Stone and a member of the Assassin's Guild, gave her the most trouble. Moriganne knew the rumors that their hall was in multiple locations around the city, connected by a private portal network, but until she'd seen how Uva jumped around the city in short time frames, she'd never truly believed it. It proved the value of the machine, which could uncover secrets others wished to keep hidden, a fact she reminded her co-investigators of. The only limitations were that the person it was tracking had to have a significant amount of magical ability, and that it only worked when they were moving across more than the area of a small apartment. It wasn't enough to know where they were located. The last 2 pieces of data, undercity entrance locations and the phase spikes, helped Moriganne not jump at every unknown number on the screen. There were 3 false starts in that time, once when Eloise was near the entrance in the 2nd ward during a phase spike, but after rushing to the location, Moriganne found she was having lunch with Silas Abilene, the charity head, at a steak restaurant near the Glitterdome. The other 2 were courtesy of Uva, but were quickly ignored when he popped back to regular locations within a matter of minutes. All that changed on an early April morning when everything came to a head and fell apart at the same time. Moriganne was sitting at the table covered in her investigation materials, studying her arcane ensemble tome, which was propped on an old Chinese takeout carton. Between practicing her vocals, she kept glancing at the readout on the machine as it cycled through 4 sets of numbers. As there was a particularly significant spike of phase that was due to hit that morning, they'd all made plans to be available. Eloise had finished a long shift at Golden Willow, and had returned to her apartment near Aura Healers in the 6th ward. Her numbers hadn't updated since she'd arrived. Uva was in a high-rise in the 1st ward on unexplained business, a place he was known to occasionally visit, and Marion hadn't left the spot where she'd ended the night in the third ward. As she was known to sometimes sleep with Derek Kensington, Moriganne assumed that was his apartment. When Aries left the family suite that morning, Moriganne assumed he was headed to the Obelisk, or a meeting with the Vindicators nearby in the financial district. But as the numbers deviated from what she expected, she hopped over to the map, and saw that he was headed towards 2 of the 4 entrances. Moriganne didn't want to tell Audrey or Tamako until she was sure, then once she hesitated because she didn't want it to be true. Despite their unfortunate interactions, she knew that Aries loved his sister, and in her own way, despite only knowing him for less than 2 years, she loved him back. Family was family, even if it wasn't the one you planned on having. She stared at her phone, fingers hovering over the keyboard until the figures stopped moving laterally and started reducing in altitude. She felt better once she hit send, and when she decided that his movement didn't guarantee Aries was involved. Only following him into the Undercity would prove whether or not that was true. The last thing she did before she left was text Andromeda. She hadn't told her about the phase tracker or the plan, but knew she'd need to be involved eventually. MC, I need you to go to the family suite and wait there. AC, why? MC, you need to be there when Aries comes back. The answer from Andromeda didn't come until Moriganne was speeding towards the location to the Undercity in the back of her SUV. AC, sad face. Moriganne shoved her phone away and willed the driver to go faster. Finding Darian's murderer required them arriving in time to witness something, or at least be able to link him to the crime. Tamako and Audrey were waiting for her when she hopped out of the SUV in the 7th ward. They looked ready for business with their hair back and grim resolve in their eyes. No one spoke. To them, Aries was her brother. The conflict this presented wasn't one to be taken lightly. The entrance to the Undercity was near the Canal District, in the back of the water treatment plant. The nondescript concrete building had cooling towers situated along the back, where the water ran through to be cleaned of all the urine and beer that ended up in its depths from the surrounding bars. A series of metal steps brought them into the lower levels, where they found a tunnel that led to a second set of stairs. Moriganne pointed to her eyes as they left the hazy lights of the water treatment plant. They applied enchantments and the dim shadows disappeared, revealing sharp greys and charcoals. The 3 of them hurried down the metal stairs. She tried not to think about climbing them again on the return trip, assuming nothing went wrong. In the week since she'd gotten the phase tracker, they'd discussed how to approach the Undercity. Audrey had researched a list of spells that would be helpful, and Tamako promised to bring some useful elixirs. When the stairs broke through the shaft and descended along a wall into an enormous cavern that she could see no end of, even with the dark vision, Tamako stopped them and handed out vials of a greenish-brown liquid. The elixir tasted minty, with a kick that made her forehead sweat. It wasn't the worst potion she'd ever ingested. As the liquid gurgled to a rest in her stomach, a warmth grew from her midsection, until every fiber of her being vibrated as if she'd been struck with a tuning fork. It will help with reactions and senses, said Tamako, her brown eyes dilated with an intensity reserved for lunatics and drug addicts. She patted a pouch at her hip. I have others too. Moriganne had been reticent about bringing another person into the investigation, even with the phase tracking machine, but the elixirs proved her worth. The last section of stairs flew beneath Moriganne's boots, and she no longer worried about climbing back up, as long as the elixir was still burning through her veins. The floor of the cavern was loose gravel. 2 distinct paths led in opposite directions along the wall. Which way? Asked Audrey. Moriganne scanned the ground hoping for signs of passage, but the trail looked well used. You 2 go that direction, Moriganne told them. I'll go this one. We shouldn't split up. I don't want to lose this chance, and I can handle myself better than you both. Moriganne had no idea if this was true, but neither of them were about to question her reputation. Audrey at least knew some of her talents as a tempest, which made going alone safer for all of them. What if we find something? How do we get a hold of each other? There's no coverage here, said Tamako, staring at her phone. Do your best, said Moriganne. It's not like we've done this before. As she trotted off in one direction, Tamako and Audrey heading the other, Moriganne was filled with doubt. None of them had really done anything like this before. Sure, they were mages, but there were a lot of things much worse. Moriganne was caught between wanting to rush ahead and not stumbling into danger. The rock wall curved away, taking her deeper into the Undercity. Every kick of a pebble was a gunshot in her ears. What could Aries be doing? His position in Chroma and Key, and as a member of Coterie, suggested only one thing: demon summoning. The only thing putting pause in that thought was the circumstance of the bodies, ripped open from the inside, lying in the center of a scrubbed clean area, which had probably once been a salt circle. The path split at a carved passage. Someone a long time ago had removed stone to open it up. She could continue along the edge of the cavern or head through the new area. Strange markings carved into the stone were said to be the way the people who lived in the Undercity communicated, but she didn't know what they meant. Moriganne had made up her mind to investigate the hewn passage when a scream echoed from the other side of the big cavern. Rocks kicked up from Moriganne's headlong sprint across the cavern. She headed straight across in the direction she thought she'd heard the scream, rather than curve back around the path. Her black and white vision had a distinct range, which made the features of the cavern jump into view 50 feet ahead as if they'd just started to exist. The far wall blocked her from continuing. She hesitated, deciding on left or right, trying to remember the exact location of the scream, but her hurried rush and the blood pounding through her ears turned that memory into a hazy fog. A gunshot recentered her search, but it also made her more cautious. Neither of her friends had brought a gun, and she couldn't imagine Aries would need one either. Was someone else in pursuit, or did her brother have a magicless ally? Moriganne ran into a series of passages, taking lefts and rights at random, but the options multiplied and she feared she was only getting more lost. She nearly tumbled over a ledge as she came around a corner, skidding to a stop, knocking rocks down a steep slope. She'd entered another large cavern, but there was a deep crevasse between her and a light on the other side. Multiple figures were moving around the area that was lit up with a couple of camping lanterns, but none of them moved into a space where she could make them out. Moriganne thought she heard a noise to her right, but when she looked there was nothing there but glistening stone, the water seeping out of the rocks reflecting the distant light. Moriganne was looking for a way across, when she heard a muffled shout and looked up in time to see Tamako get hit in the head and tumble into the center of the light. The ache of seeing her friend injured was followed by a foot scuff to her right, where there was nothing but slick cavern walls. Something was moving in the darkness, but they shifted faster than her vision could catch up, leaping across huge gaps then disappearing altogether. She decided to start climbing down in hopes of finding a way across, but someone hit her solidly in the back, shoving her over the ledge. Chapter 33. For the second time in her life, Moriganne was falling in the Undercity. But unlike the last time, there wasn't a convenient slope to break her fall. She tumbled, arms and legs pinwheeling, the jagged rocks punching her in the head and shoulders and back. She bounced off a ledge and felt emptiness beneath her before her heels slammed into the ground. A crack, followed by a jolt of pain that went up through her left leg, shot through her mind like a flash of bright light. Moriganne lay at the bottom of the crevasse, head spinning, with the coppery taste of blood in her mouth and the awful surety that she'd broken her leg. Moving was out of the question. Whatever was happening above wasn't even a thought. Pain came in waves, pounding with each beat of her heart. Rolling onto her back, Moriganne managed to slide off a rocky protrusion. Faint illumination created a distant fog high above. While trying to control her breath, Moriganne reached down to examine the extent of the damage. No bones protruded through her skin, but even the slightest touch brought the bright lights of pain to her vision. Tamako. The last thing she remembered before getting pushed off the ledge was seeing her friend getting knocked into the circle of light. They were going to do to her what they'd done to Darian. She had to get back up and stop it. Moriganne rotated onto her hands and knees, but only put pressure on her good leg. She crawled toward the direction of brighter light, finding a rocky slope leading up rather than the severe ledge she'd fallen down. Wetness filled her right eye. Using her shirt, she wiped away the warm blood. A cut on her forehead was bleeding profusely. It felt like she'd been put in a dryer and tumbled on high for a few hours. "I have to get up there," she whispered to herself, ignoring the memory of whatever it was that pushed her over the edge. She'd worry about that once she'd stopped the ritual that would kill Tamako. Using the rough stone to pull herself up, being careful to only use her right leg and ignoring the constant stabs of pain that made her catch her breath, Moriganne worked her way up the slope. Halfway to the top, a flare of light followed by chanting and the sharp scent of phase in her nostrils spurred her faster. She was only about 15 feet from reaching the ledge, but it was the most vertical section. Hands raw from climbing, blood confusing her vision, Moriganne dragged herself upward. A low moan followed by unintelligible mumbling and an increase in the air pressure told her there was no time left. There was a way to reach the edge, but it would require putting pressure on her broken leg. Moriganne reached out, clawed her bloody fingers into the stone, and moved her right leg into position first, before daring to place the left on the nub sticking out of the wall. It would only take a few seconds of pain, but if she could get through it, she could haul herself onto the ledge. Once she got to the top, she was sure she could call the Tempest and stop the ritual. "Don't fight it," she told herself the moment she put pressure on her broken leg. "It would only be temporary. Embrace the pain." Tamako needed her. Moriganne counted to 3 in her head and then reached. Arms straining, back heaving, she put weight first on her right and then, when she knew it wouldn't be enough, onto her left. The shock was like having a nail driven into her kneecap. Pain radiated upward, sending dizzying sparks into her vision. She pulled and pulled until her head started to poke over the edge. She only needed one more lunge. She lifted her broken leg and jammed it into a crevice for the final climb. The pain hit like a warhead. The tension in her arms and legs retracted, the price for pushing her body too far. One moment she was rising, the next her fingers were sliding off the stone and she fell yet again, returning to the oblivion of unconsciousness. Chapter 34. Moriganne woke to sobbing, followed by the return of side-splitting agony. She hadn't fallen all the way down but hit right below the last ledge. A sharp stone dug between her ribs. She had to roll off it to wipe the blood from her vision, letting out a soft cry. Moments later, the light from a phone shone down upon her. "Mori." It was Audrey. She tried to speak, but her lips were cracked and her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. "Give me a second, I can get you out." Moments later, a rope flopped over the edge, followed by Audrey climbing down with the phone in her teeth for light, clearly laboring. "You're bleeding," said Moriganne. Audrey touched her shoulder, which was soaked. "It only grazed me. Looks worse than it is, unlike you." Her friend's worried gaze showed the extent of the damage. "Let's get you out of here." "Tamako." The pinched expression of holding back grief was followed by a tight shake of the head. Audrey couldn't even talk about it. Tying the rope under her shoulders and then climbing back up, Audrey managed to get Moriganne up the short cliff. Even lying on her side, she could make out Tamako's bloody corpse, covered in symbols drawn onto her exposed skin with a purple paint marker. But something wasn't right. Her mind couldn't quite fathom the difference. "Where's Aries?" she whispered. "They're gone," said Audrey, collapsing onto her rear, hanging her head. The sleeve of her shirt was soaked through. "Who did you see?" Audrey closed her eyes. "There were 2 others. The old man with white hair, he shot me. I didn't even see him, except as I went down. Then there was another. But she moved too fast for me to see them. An old man with white hair. A woman who moved too fast." Audrey was waiting for her to say it. "It was Victor and Kitty." Audrey screwed up her face. Creases formed across her forehead. I didn't get a good look. It's okay. At least we know who we're dealing with, said Moriganne with a heavy sigh. This is your family. They killed Tamako and Darian and countless others. Family only goes so far. Moriganne pushed herself into a sitting position. Your arm is still bleeding. So is your head. Audrey looked away. What do we do? Stop the bleeding first, said Moriganne. Tamako had more elixirs in her pouch. Maybe she has something to help. The thought of touching Tamako's body had Audrey recoiling, but she checked on the body, then searched around the area, coming back with the light green pouch. There were 8 more vials inside, wrapped in foam labeled for use. Audrey held up a light gold liquid that looked like champagne. It says Sukuna Hakona. I don't read Japanese. The others all have similar names. Moriganne reached into her pocket for her phone. I downloaded a translation app since the phase tracker wasn't in English. Holding the camera eye over the neatly printed word, told them Sukuna Hakona was the god of healing. There's only one, said Audrey. Let's split it. You look much worse. I'm only drinking half. Moriganne popped the lid and sucked down her part, then handed over the vial. Audrey looked like she wanted to argue, then downed the rest. Help me to my feet. Shouldn't you wait? Asked Audrey. I need to see, and we need to get out of here. In case they come back. Once she was standing, using Audrey to stay upright without putting weight on her broken leg, Moriganne faced the body. A good part of her refused to recognize what she was looking at. It was shock. And grief. It was something else too. Tamako's body looked different than the others. Not only was the chest cavity mostly intact, the bloody wound at the center looked less like something had tried to climb out and more like a gunshot wound, but she looked unusually calm. Changed even. What's wrong with her skin? Around the neck and forehead, parts of her flesh had reddish veins like an infection taking hold. Tamako's brown eyes had turned gray with red-rimmed edges. Her lips, said Moriganne without understanding why at first. She had lipstick before. Yeah. Light pink. It was. Audrey couldn't finish her sentence, and she pulled away, leaving Moriganne to hobble on one leg. The scene had been scrubbed clean like the others. She had to know. Moriganne shifted to her knees and crawled to the body. I'm sorry, Tamako. She peeled back her lips, revealing a bluish tint. Glutathione. They're using the snake and Tome elixir to make them compliant. No wonder there were no signs of them being tied up in the circle. But why would they have been waiting for us? To use Tamako. Audrey was sobbing quietly, but she lifted her head. They weren't. There's another body over there. An old man. They cut his throat. Moriganne left her hand on Tamako's shoulder as if she could somehow comfort her. I shouldn't have let you come. Even after last year when she'd entered Victor's vault, she'd never truly understood the danger she'd been in. It had been a fight for survival, but most of the wound had healed because of the magic of the bridge. The consequences she might have suffered disappeared when the ginger man left her alive on that street corner. But Tamako wasn't going to come back. She was dead. What do we do? Asked Audrey. Moriganne knew she wasn't asking about Tamako, but about her family. Did they see you? Probably. Then we can't let them know that we lived. Whatever they're doing, they're not finished. Based on the state of Tamako's body, I'd say they're close. If we're going to catch them, it's going to be soon, said Moriganne. Are we going to just hide out here? No, said Moriganne, but we can't go back to Stone Singers or my apartment. We'll have to lay low somewhere else. Andromeda can help us. We have tests this week, said Audrey. We can't just skip out. Moriganne hadn't thought about it, but she was right. They'd miss multiple tests. Audrey could survive it, but Patron Starwood would probably kick her out based on past interactions. I am. I can't stop now. Not as close as we are. But if you want to go back, I understand. Just don't leave the bloom until you know it's safe. Audrey started to put a hand to her forehead, but grimaced as the pain from her gunshot made her relax the arm. Ouch, I forgot. The elixir must be working. Moriganne touched her own forehead, which was gooey and clotting. Audrey stared at the body looking like she was going to break in half, until she inhaled with a quivering lower lip, shaking her head. I'm in. I can't let Tameko's death mean nothing. Even if it means I get kicked out. Help me back up. We need to take pictures before we leave. Audrey bunched her lips. What do we do about the bodies? Leave them, said Moriganne. For now. When we catch them, we can tell Officer Lippens. We'll have to tell someone so they can be punished for what they've done. Why can't we tell them now? What proof do we have? Nothing. We have to catch them in the act and record it or take them down ourselves. It's the only way. How long will we have to be in hiding? Moriganne thought about the chart of phase spikes that Andromeda had gotten from Ivan, while wondering if he might be involved as well, that was tacked to her wall where a daily calendar might be. 4 days. There's another in 4 days. A big one. Probably their best chance at whatever they're trying to do. 4 days, said Audrey, sounding like she was giving herself a pep talk. After taking pictures of the scene, they left the cavern and started the long and arduous climb out of the Undercity. Moriganne couldn't help but feel that had she been able to endure a bit more pain, she might have been able to save Tameko. She wouldn't let that happen a second time. Chapter 35. Andromeda found them a crappy hotel in the 11th ward that took cash and didn't ask questions. Moriganne hadn't told her sister what happened, or that Victor and Kitty had been involved, but when she met them at the hotel to bring the phase tracker, Andromeda told her that Aries hadn't shown up at the family suite until that evening, looking bewildered and hungover as if he'd endured an all-night bender. What's going on? Asked Andromeda, setting the machine and a duffel bag of clothes on the bed next to Audrey, who was sitting with a bandage on her shoulder and her bra and underwear, staring at the stained beige carpet. They'd already bagged up their clothes and thrown them in the dumpster. Moriganne was wearing a Make Magic Use Your Fingers t-shirt she'd bought at a touristy shop 2 doors down, which was the most un-Moriganne thing she'd worn since she'd entered this body. If she hadn't been so heartbroken about Tameko, it might have been funny. What aren't you telling me? Something wasn't right with Aries, and now you two look like you've been through battle. Was he involved? Moriganne gave a little nod. Andromeda put a hand to her mouth and turned away, looking like she was ready to scream. Her eyes were full black and her facial features had been elongated, for what purpose Moriganne couldn't tell. No. No, he couldn't be involved. That's not Aries. He wouldn't do that. We saw him, said Moriganne. You don't know him like I do, said Andromeda. Moriganne made a face, and they both checked to Audrey, who hadn't seemed to notice the mistake. They killed Tameko. Just like the others. Andromeda flinched. He's a coward. Always doing what Vic wants him to do, never thinking for himself. He'd never murder all those people. I could prove it. Some of the early ones, he wasn't even in the city. It couldn't have been him. Andy. Vic and Kitty were there too. Andromeda marched up as if she were going to throw down. Now I know you're wrong. That's not Vic's style. He doesn't get his hands dirty. He lets other people do it. And Kitty? Andromeda looked away. I don't know. I don't feel like I know her anymore. Me neither. You sure you saw them? We both saw Aries. Victor shot Audrey, so she saw him. Kitty moved too fast in the darkness for me to get a good look, but I've seen her move like that before. That's what her hall does. They're superhuman. It had to be her. But why? Andromeda slumped onto the bed next to Audrey. Why would they do that? Why murder all those people? Tameko's death was different than the others. She looked changed. Like she, Audrey's head popped up, was turning into a demon. As soon as she said it, Moriganne knew it was true. But why? Asked Audrey. Immortality, said Andromeda. Vic's obsessed with it. Like the time, you remember, Moriganne, when he paid that company to find out if the Fountain of Youth was real. Yeah, she said, even though she didn't know the story. They've been testing their theory on the people they captured, said Audrey. But they messed up when they grabbed Darian. Vic wouldn't have known how much he meant to you, said Andromeda. That was his mistake. You know, I just realized that you two have never met, said Moriganne. Audrey and Andromeda looked at each other with awkward smiles. Nice to meet you finally, said Audrey. I've heard so much about Moriganne's favorite sibling. To be fair, I'm the only one that talks to her, said Andromeda with a faint smile. But what do we do now? Audrey and I stay here. We'll monitor the tracker, but I think we can assume they won't move until 4 days from now at the next spike. Then we'll follow them into the Undercity and catch them in the act. How do we make sure this time is different? We're 2 stone singers and a weird circus against a coterie assassins and an old man with a gun, said Audrey. At least Tameko had potions to help us be better, but now she's dead. The question hung in the air. She was right. Moriganne hated how much she was right. She'd been so worried about tracking down the killers, she hadn't thought about what it meant to confront them. Naivety had gotten Tameko killed. Moriganne couldn't help but be reminded of the wailing woman at the Crazy 8. We have 4 days, said Moriganne. Andy, can you see what you can find for us? Money's no object. We can use the time to prepare. We'll need to find a place to practice. Practice what? Leave that to me, said Moriganne. Speaking of money, said Andromeda, pulling a manila folder out of the duffel bag. This was shoved under your door. I took the liberty of reading it. Everything's happening with the company in 6 days, but I guess that doesn't matter now. Moriganne took the folder and thought about opening it, then threw it onto the bed. If they caught Victor, then the company would collapse under the news, and if they didn't, well, it wouldn't matter for them. There's someone I need to talk to. Moriganne was sitting in the back of a Wizard's Coffee when Blake entered with a backpack slung over her shoulder. She slid into the booth opposite and placed her hands on the table. What's with all the clandestine shit? There are a lot of weird rumors going around, said Blake. Like? Strange people asking stone singers if they've seen you or Audrey. What kind of trouble are you in? Did anyone follow you? She asked, glancing towards the front of the shop, where a line of people waited for their coffee. Blake raised an eyebrow. It's not like you and I are friends. No one would suspect that I was coming to talk to you. Why did you come? Blake stared across the table with a glint of amusement in her eyes. When your biggest rival asks for help, the circumstances must be so dire that you should put aside the past. Or, and this one is more likely, you see there's an opportunity for blackmail being gently laid into your lap. Or both. Or both, said Blake with the lift of a single shoulder. Care to tell me? Is this why you followed me into the tunnels beneath the bloom? I thought you were involved. With what? Ritual murder. Blake recoiled. Merlin's tits, Mori. You think that little of me. You know the guitarist. The one you tried to poison my reputation with. He showed up dead not long after the gala, said Moriganne. If she hadn't known before, the soft rounding of Blake's eyes was proof that she wasn't involved. I didn't mean to get him killed, said Blake. I thought it was all upside for him. But why? There was a comment right at the base of her throat, about destroying people's reputations, but it didn't seem as important after everything that happened. Reputations were for people with futures and families. It doesn't matter now. Did you bring the boxes? Blake lifted the backpack, hesitated, then handed it over the table. What are those? A way to stop the murders, I hope, said Moriganne. Blake sat back, crossed her arms. What happened to you? Moriganne tried to imagine what the old version of her might have said, but decided to hew as close to the truth as possible, since Blake had taken a chance and done as she'd asked. One day I woke up and I was a different person. Same me, different priorities. Like when I went away to Paris, said Blake, forehead creased with thought. I came back and you were different. Aloof. Calculating. Your father's daughter. Moriganne didn't know the story. Clearly something had happened between them in the past. I'm trying to be a better person. Blake squinted, the corner of her lip twitching with amusement. You know, I almost believe that. Almost. She rose from the booth. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing. I'd say be careful, but that's never been your thing, this version, the old one, or even the one before that. Moriganne hugged the backpack to her chest as she watched Blake leave the coffee shop, wondering if things could ever be different for them. Chapter 36. The warehouse Andromeda rented for them used to house old, expensive cars. Some rich mage who'd invented an elixir that could make men temporarily sterile had stored them until he died skiing in the Alps with his mistress, and his wife had sold the entire lot. The place smelled like grease and oil. Stains littered the glossy concrete, and the pegboard on the back wall had dozens of hooks to hold tools, but they were empty now. Moriganne strolled into the center of the space. Her leg ached from the break, but another round of elixirs from her sister had fixed the worst of it. What are we doing here? Asked Audrey. Practicing. Practicing what? What are you good at? Audrey screwed up her face. I can juggle, play piano, have perfect pitch, and was once told by my junior year algebra teacher that my curves were distracting. Moriganne chuckled. Funny. And gross. Yeah, said Audrey, grimacing. During tests I'd catch him staring at my cleavage. What magic are you good at? Anything that can help in a fight. 5 elements or something else. I'm basically shit at the 5 elements. I can toast a marshmallow or knock a bottle off a fence from 20 feet away with an earth blast, but how's that going to help against your sister, the assassin? You know how absolutely terrifying that hall is. Last year, when that weird building showed up in the 2nd ward, I heard some assassin students actually went in there and caused a whole bunch of havoc with the matey. You know how badass you have to be to tangle with them and come away alive. I can turn a piece of stone into a pretty statue if you give me a few days. Do you want out? I'll go it alone if I have to, said Moriganne. No, said Audrey, not after what I've seen. But I feel more useless than a condom at a coterie party. Moriganne snorted. You've been hanging out with the societies too much. Who knew being jaded was contagious, said Audrey with a shoulder shrug. Maybe Andy will find something good for you to use. She's supposed to come by later today. What's in those boxes? Moriganne inhaled deeply. Pain. That's cryptic. You'll see soon enough, said Moriganne. There's plenty of room in here. Find a spot and work on whichever of the elements you think you do best. Audrey trudged off to the other side of the warehouse. Maybe involving her wasn't the best idea. She'd already gotten one of her friends killed. Moriganne approached the box of Venota stones and pain bracelets like a priest at an altar. She ran her fingers over the darkwood box before opening it. 7 strikes of the silver hammer lifted the stones into the air like eager children. The option of working with them without the bracelets was tempting, but something in her heart, penance, guilt, curiosity, said to try them the way Professor Zeng intended. The bracelets fit around her wrists, the rough edges biting into her wrist bone a reminder of what was to come. She let her fingers rest on the clasp, then whispered the command word that allowed her to modify the setting, pushing it to a 3. Her fingers came off but lingered over the hard material. Would a 3 have saved Tamako? A second touch and the setting moved to 5. Pain gives you strength, Moriganne repeated as if the professor was standing by her side. It was the theory anyway. She hadn't put it into practice. The only thing she'd managed to do was suffer. She opened her mouth, and the moment the note hit the Venota ball, her knees buckled and she jackknifed onto the concrete. The pain had taken her breath away, removed the rods in her knees and knocked her to the ground. Audrey appeared at her side, eyes wide with fear. What happened? Is it your leg? It's not healed, is it? Moriganne held out her hand, which Audrey stared at before realizing what was intended. I'm fine, she said once she was standing. I might have gotten too aggressive with my training. Audrey raised an eyebrow and returned to her side of the warehouse. Moriganne turned the bracelet down to 3. It was all her pride would allow. The second attempt brought stars to her vision, as if she'd been punched in the temple. The note lasted a second, if that, before she had to release it. Her hands shook. Is that it? Is that all you have? She shook her head. Stop suffering and embrace it. The pep talk seemed comical, but at least Audrey was on the other side of the warehouse. She gave a furtive glance before squaring her shoulders to the floating Venota stones. Less tense, more relaxed. She smirked. Which is super easy if you're not about to get the life shocked out of you. Moriganne spent a few minutes breathing, contemplating the image of Tamako's desecrated body and forcing herself to relax before she opened her mouth. Pain hit her like a 2x4 to the chest, but she took the impact and kept up her note. She managed a dozen seconds before she started tensing up, and the pain increased so much she had to drop it. When she could breathe again, she found herself smiling. It was a start. For the next few hours Moriganne kept at it, extending the note longer and longer. It was still pain, but it was familiar, like an old friend who wore comfy sweaters and a set of brass knuckles. When she managed to hold the note for a minute, pushing the blue ball almost 6 feet, she increased the pain threshold on the bracelet and started again. The new level was like starting over. At first only a few seconds, then over time more and more, until she could repeat the minute-long push. Pain, she decided, wasn't a force pushing back. Rather, it was fuel, much like gasoline powered an engine. Gas was flammable and could burn down a building, but contained and forced to push pistons with tiny explosions, it was quite useful. The firing of her nerves, the reaction to the pain, was creating the force that allowed her to overcome the resistance of the Venota stones. Soaked down to her undergarments, and having worked with the stones on the 5th setting, Moriganne decided it was time to try without the bracelets. The middle C left her lips, and to her surprise, the crimson ball didn't move. Moriganne was confused, but she recentered herself, this time singing as she had when she wore the bracelets, rather than for the simple purity of a well-sung note. The red ball shot away from her so quickly that she had to let the note drop. The success made her giddy. After a year of struggle, the ball whipping through the air brought excitement. Moriganne sang the middle C again, tempering her expression. The ball slid away, but she modulated the note a little more flat, which pushed it to the side, then sharp, which brought it back. She marched behind the red ball, swinging it between the steel girders as if she were playing with an energetic yo-yo. It took some experimentation to get the ball to curl back towards her, so she didn't have to follow it around, and within minutes, she had the red ball revolving around her like a planet around the sun. The other Venota stones reacted similarly to the middle C, but she could tell which ones she liked best. Moriganne experimented with higher and lower octaves, applying tonal modulations and other singing techniques to see how the stones would react. She found she could even move 3 stones at a time, but they quickly got out of her control if she wasn't at peak performance. By the time they left the warehouse late that night, Moriganne was sure that with enough training she could move all 7, assuming she survived the next few days. Would any of this training help if she woke the Tempest again? She had no idea, but she felt more prepared for that contingency than she had since that stone shaping class. The next morning, Andromeda arrived with a cardboard box. She didn't look excited. I'm sorry I couldn't do better. You didn't give me a lot of time. I'm not sure how helpful these will be. Anything helps. Andromeda pulled out a bracelet of dull metal with faint runes. This will help if someone's shooting at you. Detects fast-moving objects and deflects them. It might still hit you, but at least there's a better chance they miss. She reached into the box again, producing a necklace. This one detects the presence of demons. I figured it'd be useful to find the ritual location. And what else? Asked Audrey hopefully. That's it. Maybe with more time. Sorry. No, that's great. Thanks, Andy. These will be helpful. I'm teaching Audrey some society charms, the ones that can help in a fight. Between this stuff, the Venota stones, Tamako's potions and our magics, we should stand a better chance this time. Are you sure you two are ready for this? Asked Andromeda. We could use a third. Her sister bit her lower lip and glanced away. I'm useless in a fight. Andromeda sighed, looking close to tears. I don't know if I could hurt them. It's okay, Andy. I understand. She rubbed the back of her neck. What happens if you don't come back? What then? Moriganne grabbed the identification wand from the table. We'll track ourselves. That way you can at least tell the police where to find our bodies. I'll leave you Officer Lipin's number. She erased the profiles in the system they wouldn't need and fed hers and Audrey's into the machine, and since they had an empty slot left, she took Andromeda's signature as well so they could prove that she wasn't involved with Victor's crimes. Chapter 37. On the morning of the fourth day, when the phase in the Undercity would spike to its highest levels in 7 months, Moriganne was staring at the tracker in anticipation and dread. The feeling that she'd been here before and that it had ended in Tamako's death was not lost on her. Audrey was staring at her phone, biting her lower lip. My parents are trying to get a hold of me. 3 calls this morning. Someone must have told them we're missing. I have a million other texts too, including one from Professor Lequerdo. Moriganne looked at her own messageless phone and smirked. Answer them if you want. I totally understand if you don't want to do this. I'm not entirely sure I want to do this either. Then why are we? Moriganne tilted her head. Darian. Tamako. But doubts. After what happened to Tamako. I don't want you to get hurt. At least Andromeda has the good sense to stay out of it. Maybe I should, but if you go off alone and get yourself killed, I'll hate myself forever. Audrey fiddled with the necklace hanging against her breastbone. I always thought that the people that rushed into a burning building or marched across a field of battle were brave, but now I'm realizing they were probably scared shitless. I threw up this morning when I was trying to brush my teeth. Stomach acid and mint toothpaste is no joke. Moriganne smiled, but it was only an act. Her stomach was roiling and damp sweat had formed on the back of her neck. She feared this could be their last day alive. Hey Audrey. There's something I need to tell you. It's sort of hard to explain. Her mouth went completely dry. She reached for a glass of water on the old tool table. Audrey was staring at her intently. Moriganne took a deep breath. I'm not who you. The tracker. Audrey rushed over to the machine. Aries already left your family suite. We totally missed it. It's okay, there's still plenty of time. Grab your stuff. As soon as we know which entrance they're using, we'll get a cab. Moriganne grabbed the fanny pack that Andromeda had let her use. The 7 Venota balls fit snugly into the space, and she wondered what the other society members would think of her fashion choices on this day: jeans, an oversized hoodie and a fanny pack. As they watched the numbers change, glancing to the map of the city to confirm Aries' location, Moriganne sent a message to Andromeda to let her know that it was happening. She didn't get a response right away, which wasn't unusual. If Andromeda was in the presence of Victor, Aries or Kitty, she couldn't be seen communicating with the dead sibling. But as the minutes passed and no response came, a nagging worry crept into her thoughts. Moriganne switched the tracker until she landed on Andromeda, finding her location to be exactly the same as Aries. Broken hells, they know she was helping us. Audrey recoiled. They wouldn't hurt her, would they? Kitty pushed me off a ledge and left me for dead. I think they're capable. As the numbers veered towards the entrance in the 8th ward, they leapt into action. A cab was waiting outside. Moriganne had ordered it as soon as they'd seen the tracker, and promised an extra payment for them to wait. The cab dropped them off a block away from her old apartment, the one she'd lived in as Minerva. It was strange to think that an entrance to the Undercity was not far from her previous home, but if it hadn't been a part of the music industry, she wasn't really interested. The entrance was at the back of a Chinese restaurant. A door that should have led to a basement instead opened to a spiraling staircase made from shaped stone that headed into the dark. Graffiti lined the walls, gang tags and mafia signs, the markers of the Undercity. She'd never heard of gangs like Razor and the Drops, and hoped they wouldn't run into any of them. When they reached the bottom, the cavern was lit up with long-lasting mage lights, a sign that this entrance was frequently used if the tags on the walls hadn't been proof enough. A brass sign on the wall for Big Dave's town pointed into the darkness. 2 other passages led in other directions. Which way? Audrey put her hand around the necklace and concentrated, eventually rotating opposite of Big Dave's town. Before they left, they downed one of Tameko's elixirs, the one that had heightened their senses and reflexes last time, not that it had helped them. Moriganne hoped their preparation would make them more difficult to eliminate this time. They jogged into the darkness relying on vision enchantments, gravel crunching beneath their feet. The walls were slick with moisture, the air humid. When they came to decisions on the path, Audrey checked with the necklace to reorient their pursuit. Halfway through crossing a cavern bristling with stalactites and stalagmites, Moriganne's pocket buzzed. The awakening of her phone confused her since she'd expected there was no coverage in the Undercity, but maybe the nearness to Big Dave's town meant repeaters had been set up in the caverns. The name of the person calling was a spike through her heart. Audrey stuttered to a stop, knocking a rock off a short ledge. Merlin's balls. What? Moriganne held up the phone showing Aries' name. How? She held up her finger and set the phone to her ear as she closed her eyes. We have Andromeda, said Aries in an emotionless tone. If you'd like her to remain alive, you'll continue on the path. Keep in mind that you're outmatched and a throat can be slit very quickly. You do that to your sister, you sick fuck. I think you'll find I'm capable of a lot of things, said Aries in a voice so dead that she didn't recognize him. Hurry now, sister. Answers await. Moriganne clicked off the phone, wanting to throw it into the rocks, but she shoved it between her knees and silently raged. What's wrong? Asked Audrey. Her face was ashen. They have Andromeda. Said they're expecting us and we have to go there. Audrey looked down the path, forehead creased with concern. We're not going, right? They'll just kill us. Moriganne was prepared for a fight, prepared for pain, but not this kind. This wasn't the choice she was expecting. She'd thought they'd ambush them, save Andromeda, end the murders. If they left now, they'd be alive, but her sister would be dead. Killed by her own family. The brutality of it was too shocking for her mind to comprehend. How could they do that? What could be worth that sacrifice? Mori. To leave would be to endure the pain, suffer the loss like Professor Zeng had. But to go forward would be even more pain and an ending. At least there'd be a chance to save Andromeda, a small one, but a chance nevertheless. Leave, said Moriganne. Go back to the stairs, leave now. Head to the Bloom or back to Chicago. It doesn't matter. I'll tell them you ran off. Better than coming with me to die. Audrey jawed at the empty air. Moriganne could see that she no longer wanted to come with her. It was different when they'd had surprise on their side. Please, Audrey. You'll gain nothing by coming. It's me they want. Andromeda is my sister. I can't believe your family would do this, said Audrey. I can't either, and maybe that's why I have to go. To understand it, end it if I can. But you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself for a fight that isn't yours. Leave. Tell Patron Starwood or Officer Lippens about what happened here. They probably can't do anything about it, but they could protect you. Mori. She threw her arms around her. Moriganne wanted to stay in the hug forever, but she couldn't delay much longer or they'd come to find them. She pulled away. Thank you for being my friend. Moriganne hurried into the darkness towards her family before she could change her mind. Chapter 38. The cavern was lit by a half-dozen camping lanterns, creating a dome of illumination. 4 figures were waiting, Aries standing like a statue at the edge of a salt circle with Andromeda tied up with ropes and gagged in the center, and 2 others who weren't the ones she was expecting. Hello, Mori, said Eloise Lake, no wheelchair to be found, standing on 2 legs. There was something else different about her, but Moriganne couldn't put her finger on it. A feralness that suggested inhuman origins. I'm sorry to see you here. Eloise glanced past her towards the passage. Where's your friend? This wasn't her fight. She ran. Eloise squinted. I'll catch up to her eventually. The final member stepped into the light. Once she saw Eloise, the appearance of Silas Abilene wasn't a total surprise. Pieces of the puzzle fell into place, especially when she saw the blue tint on Aries' lips. It was a relief to know that he wasn't actively a participant, not that it would help her survive. You've been using the snake and tome charms for your rituals, but to what end? I figured you'd ask about my legs first, said Eloise, chuckling as she glanced to Silas. The older man held a pistol at Andromeda's motionless body, eyes darting into the darkness, expecting trouble. The friendly mask she'd seen at the gala was absent, expression hardened by the decisions he'd made and lines he'd crossed. They're a lie, said Moriganne, thinking back to the phase tracker and how it never saw her move. You're a therianthrope. Close, said Eloise, part demon. The story about the djinn killing my parents was only partially true. They were trying to uncover the secrets of immortality to help cure a fatal disease I had, and they summoned a demon. Before it killed them both, they wounded it pretty severely and it entered me. My weakness allowed the demon to fuse with me to stay alive. That's what the rituals are about. You're continuing your parents' studies, she asked. Eloise glanced to Silas, who said, essentially. The goal has been to replicate what happened to Eloise. Not only did the fusing make her functionally immortal, much like the oldest patrons, but it gave her superhuman strength and speed. Quite a bargain. That's why their insides looked like something crawled out, said Moriganne. The fusing failed. How can such misery be worth this? You've killed countless people and you're damaging the barrier between this world and the demonic one. That's why summonings are forbidden. You heard the convergence same as I did, said Eloise. The barrier is falling whether we do this or not. Better to be prepared for what's to come. Don't give me that bullshit. You're not doing this to save the world, said Moriganne. Of course not, said Silas. I don't want to die, and knowing this secret will make us fabulously wealthy. There are countless people who would pay dearly for this service. Once we've perfected it. That's why you founded the Children's Hospital, said Moriganne. You've been searching for a cure to your old age. There are curses and diseases with side effects that make them tempting. The research into curing them doubles as a way to make them less deadly and more useful. The corner of his mouth twitched. His eyes were dead. And then I met Eloise. And then you enslaved Aries to do your dirty work, said Moriganne, staring at her blank-eyed brother. Every year I captured the head of Chroma and Key. Between the snake and tome charms and my background, keeping them obedient to my needs was quite easy. The hard part has been finding the cure, said Eloise. You're close. We thought we had it with Tamako, but we determined that the blue Tyartan elixir has been interfering with the fusing, said Eloise, nodding towards the tied-up Andromeda. We sunk anchor bolts into the stone. This time we think it will work. Moriganne's pulse doubled as she had an idea. She blurted it out before she could have second thoughts. Let me do it. What? Why? Eloise asked suspiciously. I don't want to see my sister hurt like that, said Moriganne. Neither of you are walking out of here, said Eloise grimly. I know. But let me go first. If it works on me, then you know. Put a bullet in her head. Better than having to endure the ritual. Silas and Eloise shared a glance while Aries stared into the circle passively. It might help, said Silas. If you don't let me go first, I'll fight you, make you kill Andromeda then me, said Moriganne. I'll ruin the experiment. We can find others, said Eloise. Audrey is going to tell our patron and the police about what you've been doing. They might not have enough proof to charge you, but they can keep you from continuing your research. The hum of artificial light spilled across the stone as Eloise considered her offer. That she hadn't consulted with Silas told her who the real power was. But was she acting on her behalf or on behalf of the demonic side of her heritage? Or was it that Silas provided the best link to the rich and powerful? Eloise shifted her mouth to the side. Fine, but if you cause any problems, I'll kill you both slowly and then find Audrey and do the same. She won't be protected forever. She gestured angrily. Take off that stupid fanny pack and remove anything else that you'd brought here to cause trouble. If this is a trick, you're not going to like what happens. The head of Snake and Tome stepped over the salt circle, which Moriganne noticed hadn't been completed, and lifted Andromeda up by the rope, carrying her as easily as a bag of groceries, dropping her near Silas. Don't let her wriggle out of these ropes, said Eloise. She might only be an Eastomancer, but she's still a mage. Silas nodded, training the pistol back on Andromeda's head. From her vantage, Moriganne could see her sister's black eyes staring back with the intensity of a supernova. She hadn't given up yet, that was good, but Moriganne had no idea how they were going to get out of it. When Eloise approached, Moriganne reflexively took a step back. Eloise was smaller than her, but it was like watching a lioness approach an injured antelope. The gesture and command word were familiar from her Snake and Tome training, but the charm hit like an anvil to the head. One moment Moriganne was standing outside the circle, and the next, dazed and obedient, she was walking into the center. Stop fighting me, growled Eloise. I'm not. Eloise leaned in close, the red flecks in her brown eyes glowing menacingly. I warned you. I swear. Lie down. The compulsion grabbed her arms. She felt like a toddler being manhandled into their Sunday best. Ropes were cinched around her arms and legs, pulled tight, putting pressure on her hips and shoulders. A protrusion in the stone stuck in her back, making it hard to get comfortable. Eloise stepped out of the incomplete circle and leaned over to examine the fanny pack. Moriganne saw an opportunity and made sure that Eloise caught her looking away as if she didn't want her to know how important they were. What's in here? My voice training stones. I'm a C student stone singer. Eloise frowned, unzipped the pack, and held out the colored stones one at a time. She lifted the green one and rotated it in her hand, before tossing it back in the pack and striding to Aries. The stones were about 30 feet from Moriganne's location, which was at the far edge of where she could affect them. Moriganne didn't know how she would sing them into the air without drawing repercussions, but maybe an opportunity would present itself. Aries approached the circle with a marker in his grip. He crouched over her, drawing symbols with surprising grace and efficiency. Within minutes her arms and legs were covered in runes, the latter after he cut away the fabric around her legs. When he was finished, he gathered a stainless steel container from their pile of supplies and dumped salt into the gap. His body was between her and Eloise, so she whispered, Aries, are you in there? Her brother's eyes snapped up briefly before returning to their dull, dead stare. The compulsion from the blue tartan was too strong. Given time it would wear off, but not yet. He took a step back. Eloise nodded, and he began chanting in the same guttural language she'd heard during the convergence and from the ginger man. The pressure inside the circle increased, as if she were in a barometric chamber. The mutterings of her brother were hypnotic. Moriganne tried to stay in the moment, focus on her breathing. As Aries raised his voice, she whispered without moving her lips. Shaitan Asra. This is the Atuam Ru. Heed my call. The words came effortlessly. An ache burned in her arm where the bridge had once been. She repeated the phrase as Aries continued his chanting while Eloise stalked around the circle on patrol. Moriganne felt no hook to her words, so she shifted her thoughts to the Major, the thing that had approached the convergence and that she'd had to drive away. That being required no words to call. Almost as soon as she'd thought about it, she felt the presence in the dark. Eloise noticed right away too, glancing up, snapping her head this way and that, trying to identify the source of concern. What's taking so long? Asked Silas, the pistol hovering over Andromeda's head. Eloise frowned, staring at Moriganne, then back to the Venota stones. She kicked the fanny pack further away. Two of the balls rolled outside the circle of light. Come to me, Major. Enter this realm through the circle. Moriganne had the sense that the great hound had answered her call. Heat like a furnace in her chest rose up, surrounding her. The chanting had become shouting. Spittle flung from Aries' lips as he hurled the words. The conditions of the ritual had unnerved both Silas and Eloise, who searched for the source of the problem. We should stop it, said Silas, his face ashen with fright. Something's wrong. Or maybe some things, said Eloise, eyes darting, the thought hanging ominously. The Major approached, a hulking hound, a stain of shadow with cold bright eyes. It was coming for her. For the lost prince's sigil. The bridge. She knew it now. She was marked and had laid herself upon the tracks as the runaway train barreled down upon her. Atuam Ru. What am I? Twin-souled. Marked by demons. A tempest. She'd called the Major in hopes of providing a distraction, but realized that was a foolish mistake. She would provide a conduit into this world. She'd stop Eloise and Silas, but unleash a force that would open the gates. Fucked, finished Eloise. She rushed to Aries. Shut it down, stop the ritual. He should have shut his mouth. The blue tartan and the charms she'd laid upon him should have been enough, but like a siphon he was locked into the flow, and he could no more stop the words than he could halt his fall if he'd leapt from a high cliff. What do we do? Can I shoot her? Shouted Silas, stepping to the circle and pointing the pistol at her. Eloise's eyes glowed crimson as she held out her hands as if that act could stop the slow-motion catastrophe. No. The furnace of eyes rose above them, menacing over the circle like a tidal wave about to crash. The Major had arrived. Chapter 39. Two things happened at once. Silas pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced the barrier of the circle, and was deflected enough that it hit her in the shoulder, rather than the head as he'd intended. The second thing was the passing of the bullet broke the protections given by the salt. The darkness above Silas came alive, and teeth like shards of dirty ice snapped down upon his midsection. His screams escalated, then cut off as the Mia's teeth clamped together and the pistol clattered to the stone. Aries, send it back. The beast marched over the circle, swirling the salt in eddies, heat blasting from its cracked and glistening body. It was like lava had cooled, but still the red glow burst from the seams. Eloise moved like a missile, shooting to the side when the hound tried to smash her with its shadowy paw. Aries, awakened by the command, shifted his chanting, the words flowing faster than a bullet train. The battle between Eloise and the Major rumbled into the cavern, beyond the circle of light. Trapped by the ropes held to the stone, Moriganne did the only thing she could think of, she let loose her voice. The notes rang through the cavern like a bell tower. She stretched out with song to collect the Venota stones, but they were at the edge of her reach. The fear raging through her was a brake on her power. Fear and pain were one and the same. The body's warning not to go further. Moriganne embraced the fear, embraced the pain implied by the arrival of the Major, and coaxed the stones into the air. She managed to grab 3 of them, oscillating through the notes until they circled around her head like dizzying birds. She sent the yellow ball against the anchor bolt in the stone, but it bounced off, rolling away, and she had to work to recapture it. 2 more strikes barely moved the steel pins, and there was no way the round balls would cut through the rope. The frustration of being trapped sapped her voice. The Venota stones clattered to the ground. She saw the conclusion to the battle. Eventually Eloise would move a hair too slow and the beast would snap her in 2, then it would go after Aries, and he would be eaten as well, followed by Andromeda, and then she wasn't sure what it would do to her. There was always worse. Andromeda was leaning over her, untying the ropes that bound Moriganne's arms to the stone. "How did you get out?" Andromeda moved her arm in a way that it shouldn't have been able to move. The ways of the weird circus. Before the ropes were off her ankles, Moriganne brought the stones back into the air. The Major and Eloise battled right outside the edge of the light, but Moriganne didn't need to see them. She felt the demon's presence like the heat of a bonfire. "Get out of here," she told Andromeda between the notes, then climbed to her feet and approached the Major with the stones swirling above her head. The balls lashed out at her whim, striking the hindquarters of the beast. Individually, the impacts were nothing, but she kept up the assault like the beat of a drum. She realized it wasn't enough. Moriganne dug deeper, bringing the rough growl of the tempest into control of the stones. Winds picked up around her, swirling dust and rocks and forming a cyclone. The Major noticed her as the shards ripped at the flesh of its backside. The beast turned and lunged at her, but she smashed those dirty teeth with the Venota stones and it raged, rising high above her, prepared to smash. Before it could come down, the streaking form of Eloise, bloody and beaten, crashed into it, knocking it onto its side. "Aries, finish the ritual. Send it back." Moriganne feared that it couldn't be done, but she needed to give her brother time. When the beast turned its attention towards him, she sent the winds and stones after it, pummeling it relentlessly. The air in the cavern had pressurized. Moriganne's eyes felt like tiny fists were pushing them in. It was hard to breathe, and she was growing dizzy with euphoria. When Aries' chanting came to a crescendo, Moriganne felt her left arm burn and she added a push. The Major lifted its head, rock-melting heat erupting like a volcano as it was shoved back to its realm through a hole punched in the darkness. The sudden drop in pressure released Moriganne and she fell to her knees, the stones clattering around her like hail. She knew the danger wasn't over, but she couldn't see where Eloise was. Before she could turn, she heard words that stopped her cold. "Don't move or I'll cut her throat." Andromeda was standing to the side of Aries, expression blank, and Eloise had a blade resting against the soft flesh of her sister's throat. Chapter 40. "What did you do?" spat Eloise, glancing into the darkness. "You called that here? I wasn't the only one hiding something." "That wasn't me." "Bullshit," growled Eloise, blood dripping off her nose, eyes glowing crimson. "I should just cut your throats, all 3 of you, and be done with you stupid charmers." Andromeda stared back, mouthing something about just killing Eloise, but Moriganne couldn't do it. She couldn't sacrifice family. "You're messing with things you don't understand," said Moriganne. "How do you know that other part of you isn't driving this, to make something like what happened happen? You heard the one at the convergence. The barrier is thin. I'm not a demonologist, but even I know that." Eloise glanced to Silas, or what was left of him. It didn't even look like a person. The heat from the beast's mouth had boiled his blood, turned the halves into charred steak. Her nostrils flared as her gaze bounced between Moriganne and Aries, who seemed to be coming out of his trance. "You did this," said Eloise with sudden understanding, "like at the convergence. I can't let you live, I can't let." A gunshot startled Moriganne. A bloody hole had opened up in Eloise's neck. She slipped to her knees, smoke leaking out of her mouth. Andromeda leapt away, blood splattered across her cheek, to reveal Audrey holding the pistol in both hands, mouth agape. She threw the weapon away as Eloise's body tumbled forward onto her face. "What did I?" Moriganne rushed to her friend and threw her arms around her. "You saved us. She would have killed us. Slaughtered us like pigs." "But I..." "No but," said Moriganne, squeezing Audrey tight. "It had to be done." An awful grinding noise came from Andromeda. Moriganne looked over in time to see her sister pop her shoulder back into place. The arm shrunk by a few inches. The pain that the morphing had caused reflected in the bunched muscles on her forehead, but when it was done she exhaled in relief. "Oh, Merlin's tits, that hurt." Andromeda approached Aries. Their brother stood with the lights of confusion slowly fading and reality coming to bear. "You okay?" Aries shook his head, examining his arm which had been sprayed with Eloise's blood. "We need to get out of here," said Moriganne. "What about?" asked Andromeda, nodding towards the bodies. "Leave 'em. What's done is done. There was a deep hole along the path here. We'll wipe down the gun and throw it in, but all this noise might have drawn attention and we don't want to be here if someone comes to investigate," said Moriganne. "When did you get so calculating?" asked Andromeda. "Professor Zeng," she said, as if that would explain it. "Come on." Andromeda retrieved the pistol, wiped it down with the back of Eloise's shirt, and carried it using a handkerchief that had been used to gag her on the way into the Undercity. Moriganne walked with Audrey. She stumbled along mute and in shock. "Why did you come back?" Audrey wiped the wetness from her cheek. "I was scared. Shaking. But then I thought about you going alone and thought maybe I could do something since they weren't expecting me. But then I got there and saw who it really was and heard you all talk. I didn't know what to do, so I started recording what was happening." "You did what?" Audrey skidded to a stop. "Did I do something wrong?" "No," said Moriganne as an idea bloomed into her head, "you did something very right. Not as good as saving us, but it'll help." "Help what?" Andromeda caught her expression and tilted her head, but then came to the same realization. They both looked to Aries at the same time. Fix a family problem. Chapter 41. 2 days after the events in the Undercity, Moriganne was dressed in her finest business attire, riding up the elevator to the family suite with a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. Today was the day the papers would be signed, reorganizing the company into a structure that locked up her money and gave her less influence, unless she wanted to take a cash out. Moriganne had sent a message to Victor saying she wanted to meet, and he'd interpreted it as a willingness to take the easy way. The interior of the elevator door reflected a picture of someone she'd grown used to seeing. Even until recently, a few months ago, looking into a mirror brought confusion as she expected to see the wrinkly form of Minerva, rather than the young and stunning blonde that she was now. She knew she was more than that image let on. The events in the Undercity had revealed things to her that she'd only suspected. The ginger man had fled his realm. Maybe he'd once been like Eloise or something different entirely, but his mark was on her. She couldn't avoid that, and suspected that it would become more important in the coming years. Another reason she had to fix things between her and Victor. She couldn't be outside the levers of power when the gates fell. Audrey was shaken by killing Eloise, but Moriganne's fears came from things much, much worse. The beast that had come through the circle was only a precursor of what was possible. Mr. Thule greeted her when the doors opened. "Miss Charmer." She brushed by him and he grabbed her upper arm. "I need to examine your person first." Moriganne ripped her arm free, surprising Mr. Thule, and he hurried after her. She stalked down the hallway to the meeting room, where Victor was standing, looking out the window at the world he considered his domain. "Victor," Mr. Thule spat out, "I have not yet had a chance to examine Miss Charmer for contraband." Without turning around, Victor waved his hand dismissively. She's not here to kill me. She's my daughter. Mr. Thul's grey eyes burned with hatred at Moriganne. She smiled sweetly. When they were alone, Victor turned. His white goatee had been trimmed neat. His red-rimmed eyes were more watery than normal, and there was a deep disappointment in his gaze, a loss he'd sustained that had once been held close. My presence wasn't necessary for you to sign the paperwork, he said, sucking on his teeth with an air of distraction. I have much to do. I didn't come to sign paperwork, she said, unslinging the laptop bag. I came to end our feud. It's a little late for that, he said. Moriganne popped the laptop open, waited for it to re-energize. You'd be surprised. Victor opened his mouth for a rebuttal, but the words died in his mouth when the video started. She'd cut it down to the important parts, the ones showing Aries doing the summoning, and then a slideshow of dead bodies, leaving out Eloise and Silas' role. What is this? There's nothing here but cleverly edited video. I know about the society rituals. This could have been any one of them. He made an angry motion of dismissal. Aries couldn't have done that. I know my son. Would you like to take that bet? She crossed her arms. Even if it was made up, which it's not, a leak to the press would destroy his reputation and by proximity yours too. An influence business isn't that influential if the people behind it are leading ritual murder. Victor stalked to the window, fists at his side. Moriganne realized she'd pushed him too far. I'm not saying he was behind it, she said, tempering her voice. Eloise Lake, head of Snake and Tome, had been drugging him with blue tiartin and other charms to enact her sick goals, but no one will know that if I leak this video. They'll think he's behind it, and even if it gets proved otherwise, the company will be in shambles. Victor stared out the window for a long time in silence. When he turned, she was surprised to see the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Where was this Moriganne at the beginning of the year when she wanted to get into Snake and Tome? He asked. Maybe I thought there were other ways, but I was wrong, she said. Look, I love my brother, but he let himself get mixed up in this nasty business. That's not the way charmers do things. We let other people do the dirty work. He screwed up. You think a little blackmail will get you back into the company? No, she said, I need to earn that right, but this video is my offering of a truce. If I ripped up the reorganization, how would that look? Like a smart move, said Moriganne. You were taking a hit for spite. His nostrils flared. No, I was making an example. If you let one person take a bite out of you without hitting back tenfold, then you invite more nibbles and eventually you end up smack in the middle of a fucking feeding frenzy. I couldn't let that happen. Moriganne remembered something Andromeda had told her that summer. One of Victor's sayings. You can never take off the mask of the dragon, she said. The man had become more frail with age, but not in the eyes. He had the cold, dead eyes of a snake. Or maybe a dragon. They locked gazes for a long minute until his forehead creased. I'll rip it up, but only after you get your mother to back down. I thought you had her dead to rights. He smirked. I do, but like your video, this squabble has damaged the company, the family. I can do that. Shouldn't be a problem. She lost her taste for battle months ago. She's a brilliant woman, but she's not a warrior like you. And you? Moriganne didn't bother answering. She closed up the laptop and slipped it into her carry bag. I want my access to the suite back. Victor gave the slightest of nods. Your room? Sure. His phone chirped and he answered. Heading back to the elevator, Moriganne paused at the newspaper article about the family. It looked different to her now. It felt like her in the picture, even though she hadn't been there, or had no memory of it. She'd never been able to figure out if she'd absorbed Moriganne, or if that soul had hidden away in the furthest reaches, shriveled by her refusal to combine. Aries appeared in the hallway, reading his phone as he munched on an apple. He stuttered to a stop, apple half in his teeth. "Hey." Aries crunched, finished chewing. His eyes widened and he started breathing heavier. "What are you doing here? How much do you remember?" He closed his eyes for a second. "It's coming back in bits. None of it good. If it makes you feel any better, you weren't the first head of chroma and key she'd captured. Whatever she was, it made her charms more effective," said Moriganne. The raised voice of their father brought a glance down the hallway. Aries stared at the shoulder bag as if it might contain live snakes. "Don't worry." Victor agreed that whatever happened should never see the light of day. "It was a tragedy, but now it's over." "What about?" "It's over," she repeated for emphasis. He looked away, thoughts on his brow. Nodded. "Thanks, Mori." She strode by him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Gotta look out for family." "Mori." She paused and looked over her shoulder. "Good to have you back." When she reached the elevator, Mr. Thule was watching from the end of the hallway. His grey skin and charcoal suit made him look like a black and white version of a gangster. She stuck her tongue out at him before she stepped out of sight. Chapter 42. The storied doors of the Bloom let Moriganne pass, even as she half expected them to bar her, and the password at the bearded Poseidon hadn't changed. She didn't bother heading to her room, but straight into the restricted area. She found Patron Starwood's door quickly, relying on the strange magic of the place. A knock and a muffled response. Patron Starwood sat cross-legged in the center of her crowded office, a slender furry creature that looked like a cross between a ferret and a lizard in her lap. She was singing softly while the creature cooed, trilling an ethereal song. "Miss Charmer. I was wondering if we'd see you again." Her gaze fell upon the box in Moriganne's arms. "Returning stolen property after missing a week of tests. Rumors were that you had perished in the Undercity. I'm pleased to see they were unfounded. I'm sorry for taking the Venota stones out of the Bloom. I needed them to solve a problem," said Moriganne. "I don't recall that you were the one that took the stones." The patron leaned down and whispered to the creature in her lap. "Go on, Mangola, we'll sing more later." The creature chirped and trilled, then leapt from her lap and scurried up a set of bookshelves before disappearing. Patron Starwood stood and took her spot on the other side of the desk. "I know everything that goes on in my hall," she said with an eyebrow raise. "If anyone should take the blame for the stones being removed, it should be me." "Blake didn't know what they were," said Moriganne. "But they were in the restricted section, and while she had permission, it was only for the work she was doing with Professor Larson. The fault is still mine." "Admirable." She tapped on the desk. Nodded towards the box. "Did they work?" "Yes." "Show me," said the patron. Moriganne reverently set the box on the edge of the desk, opened it, and started to slip the bracelets on her wrist. "Without those." After returning them to their caches, she started to take the tuning hammer out, but changed her mind. Moriganne took a step back and opened her mouth, starting with the violet stone, the B note, then climbing up the scale until all 7 floated in the air. Patron Starwood's passive expression gave no clue to her thoughts, so Moriganne kept going. Using the technique she'd learned using the bracelets, she coaxed the Venota stones into motion, pushing them into an orbit around her. She worked her way up to 4 stones and managed 5 for a brief time, but switching between the notes was trying and she couldn't keep it up for long. Patron Starwood raised her hand and Moriganne let the song drop. The stones stayed in the air, floating around her like colored moons. "Why can't you do all 7?" asked Patron Starwood. "I'm working on it. I only recently found the technique that Professor Zeng had been trying to drill into me all year. I'm a slow learner, I guess." "I doubt that. Very much." The patron leaned back in her chair, fingertips steepled. "If you use polyphonic overtone singing, I think you'll find you can manage all 7 with ease." Yes, said Moriganne, feeling a measure of relief but hoping it wasn't premature. I will work on that. Good. Patron Starwood made a gesture. You're dismissed. Moriganne hesitated. I'm still a member of Stone Singers. I missed a bunch of tests. The slight woman held herself with the authority of an empress. Moriganne wanted to look away but feared what that would mean. You passed the test that mattered, said Patron Starwood. Go on now. Mangola and I were working on a new song before you interrupted. Yes, thank you, Patron Starwood. She moved to the door but Starwood cleared her throat. Yes. You're forgetting the box. A shiver went down her spine and her whole body felt dipped in mint. I am. They're yours to use as long as you like. I still retain ownership, but they've been gathering dust for decades. Better to put them to use, and they seem to be doing you some good. Work on that overtone singing. Given your background, I'm sure you can pull it off. With the Venota stones in her arm, Moriganne left the office bewildered. Patrons, especially the ones as old as Starwood, were inscrutable figures, their time alive on the planet making their motives maddening to determine. Moriganne was sure that she knew more than she was letting on. But how much? And for what purpose? On the way out of the restricted area, Moriganne spotted Professor Zeng at a cross hallway in her raven black robes, moving with the grace of an apparition. The professor paused, lips pulled to a point. Their gazes met for a fraction of an instant, and Moriganne felt a tiny shock, and then the professor moved on, leaving her to return to the regular sections of the bloom. Chapter 43. The memorial for Tamako was held at Locke. Once Moriganne had patched up things with her father, she'd contacted Officer Lippens and told him about the 2 ritual sites. She didn't tell him who was behind them since they were dead now. To her surprise, neither Eloise's nor Silas' body was found at the second site. He didn't clarify what had happened, and Moriganne found she didn't care. There would be a second funeral in Japan, but this was the one held and attended by those that knew her from alchemists and the societies. The place was packed, which said a lot about Tamako's personality. Moriganne wandered the event, avoiding drawn-out conversations, many of which centered around the unusualness of her death. Some speculated about Eloise being missing. No mention of Silas was attached. Her entire family was in attendance. She'd seen her mother, but Monique barely made eye contact. Their last conversation, in which she explained in quiet terms about dropping the bid for control of the company, had left things strained. It wasn't like she was her real mother, but the pain reflected back had made an impression. With the feud resolved, her siblings were allowed to talk to her again, which came with varying degrees of uncomfortableness. She found the 4 of them standing to the side, clutching drinks. I'm very sorry for your loss, said Aries, not making eye contact. I know you two were close. And I'm sorry I never got to hit on her, said Ivan with an ambivalent grin. Gross, said Andromeda, elbowing him in the ribs. Can't you be normal for once? Ivan raised an eyebrow. Kinda rich coming from you. He held up his drink. But seriously, sorry for your loss, Mori, she was a good one. He stared at Andromeda. But also still sorry that I never. Andromeda held up her hand. If you say it, I'll curse you so you can never grow eyebrows again. Kitty cleared her throat and stared at the ground. Sorry, Mori. I liked Tamako. It always seems like the good ones are taken too early. The pain reflected in her eyes went deep. Moriganne could tell she was also talking about Solstice. Thanks, Kitty. Not to be a chode and talk business, said Ivan, but I'm glad you sucked up to Vic and put things to rights. This whole feud this year was terrible for business. After the Meraki disaster, the company's not in great shape. Aries grunted and marched away, shoulder bumping Ivan on the way past. What's gotten into him? Is it because he thought he was top dog, and with Mori coming back he has to put on the big boy panties again? Asked Ivan. Kitty stared after Aries with a flat expression. Maybe he's sad about graduating, offered Moriganne to appease their curiosity. Oh, you're right, said Ivan, eyes alight. Now he can be there to hold Vic's peacup and give Mr. Thule a reach around whenever he wants. No more running back to the obelisk to hide from Daddy dearest. Will you ever grow up? Asked Andromeda. Maybe if you taught me some weird circus tricks I could be a little taller, he said, holding his hand above his head. Andromeda grumbled and marched away, then a few seconds later Kitty followed, leaving her with Ivan. What? He asked. Nothing. Moriganne went in search of Audrey. The memorial was breaking up, and she'd had entirely too many social interactions to want to hang around any longer. She found Audrey at the wall of pictures, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Wanna go grab a drink? Audrey nodded. The SUV was waiting for them outside. Moriganne had it take them to a little bar in the 7th. They ordered drinks, a whiskey neat and a glass of Cabernet, and stared at the table until they arrived. With the first sip past her lips, Audrey said, "What's the plan this summer?" "Helping Vic with the business." "Ah. But I should be able to get away on the weekends. You can show me Chicago." Audrey smiled wistfully. "I'd like that." She sighed. "I still can't believe they let us just miss the tests. I don't know how to deal with that. There's a lot more to Patron Starwood than I think anyone understands," said Moriganne, rubbing her fingernail across the curve of her wineglass. "What do you think? Don't you know about what happened?" "I think I'm lucky to be alive thanks to you," said Moriganne. "Is it over?" Moriganne shook her head. "Clearly not, but maybe we have time before whatever happens happens." Audrey looked out the window at the busy street. Pedestrians and cars passing. Horns honking. A group of students had entered, making noise as they crowded into a booth. Everyone's just going about their day as if everything's normal. Even the societies are acting like nothing's changed, and they're the ones that were told things are going to get bad soon. We have a few years. Audrey hung her head, clasping her whiskey glass in both hands. She lifted her head. "I've been meaning to ask you about that day. What Eloise said. It's really bothered me. She seemed to think whatever happened was because of you." Moriganne had known this question was coming. She'd been thinking about it since that day. There was a good part of her that wanted to tell Audrey everything. Then she'd have two people that knew the truth. But knowing might endanger her more. It had been a close thing that day. They'd all nearly died and unleashed a demonic hound on the city. Eloise was messing with forces she didn't understand. Like a lot of really smart people, they think they know everything, can do anything until they can't. Maybe that other part, the one that had fused with her, had been lying to her so she would continue its plans. Audrey blinked, her lips squeezing together as if she didn't believe her, and then like a breeze blowing away a fog, it was gone. Her friend relaxed, leaning back into the booth. "Yeah, I guess you're right." She held up her drink. "To Tamako. And Darian." This has been House of Snake and Tome by Thomas K. Carpenter. Book 2 of the Stone Singer series.